692. Before Pei Qian left Mural City to ask Shui Shun. In the ruins of the immortal mansion in the painting scroll, Patriarch Yen Su let his only direct disciple Pang Lanshi continue to practice her sword. It was fine if she wanted to rest for a while. Yen Su opened the mountain restriction and returned to the ancestral hall of Muyi Mountain. Then he rode the wind to the Hanging Sword Pavilion halfway up the mountain to pay his respects to Patriarch Nalen from the Middle Earth's Linen sect. Although Patriarch Nalen looked approachable, he was extremely strict as the Patriarch of the Linen sect. He had once personally taken the lives of 2 Upper Five Realms cultivators. The Patriarch of the Linen sect was extremely old and had an extremely high seniority. He was the junior brother of the sect master of the Linen sect. The Patriarch of the Linen sect did not send a flying sword message in advance, nor did he go directly to the ancestral hall at the peak of the mountain. Yen Su was naturally worried. The lush green Muyi Mountain was surrounded by white clouds all year round. It was like a celestial in a green robe with a white jade belt around his waist. When Yen Su arrived at the Hanging Sword Pavilion, Patriarch Nalen was drinking with Wei Yusong. The old man was drunk and laughed endlessly. He casually reached out his hand and crushed the white clouds outside the pavilion. Yen Su heaved a sigh of relief. Patriarch Nalen was easier to talk to after drinking wine. Wei Yusong had made a contribution. The young man and woman with swords on their backs took the initiative to bow to Yen Su. Yen Su's eyelids trembled slightly, and his heart tightened. The man's name was Sui Yun, and the woman's name was Xian. The pair of Taoist companions were both in the nascent soul realm. Although they had yet to enter the upper 5 realms, they were destined to be the future masters of the impermanence division of the upper sect's ancestral hall. The world was unpredictable. Aside from some unorthodox methods, all of them came from the Linen sect. Patriarch Nalen did not bring his direct disciples to travel across continents. Instead, he brought these 2 troublesome people to the lower sect. This in itself was a kind of reminder. After Yen Su sat down, Wei Yusong said bluntly, "Patriarch Nalen is here to denounce us. He feels that we have too much involvement with the Song clan." The woman named Xian took out a book from her sleeve and handed it to Yen Su. She smiled and said, "Patriarch Yen, please read this book first." Yen Su didn't know the inside story, but he could tell from the book's appearance that it wasn't an immortal scroll. Wei Yusong looked worried, so Yen Su began to flip through the book. Ancestral Master Nalen continued to pull Wei Yusong, a junior from a lower sect, to drink wine together. When the old cultivator was in the city of Murals, he had almost bought an immortal Celadon brush washer. But the price didn't conform to the rules of etiquette. It was just an obscure poem that had never been recorded before. Immortal guests were received by the immortal's carriage. Arriving at the side of the 3 stars, the old cultivator was delighted when he saw it. Because he knew the value of the item, he found it even more pleasing to the eye. It wasn't that the Celadon brush washer was a great immortal artifact, nor was it an amazing magic weapon. It was only worth 2 or 3 small rain coins, but the old cultivator was willing to spend 1 small rain coin to buy it. This was because this poem wasn't widely circulated in the central divine continent, but the old cultivator happened to know about it. Not only did he know about it, he even saw the poet with his own eyes, heard it with his own ears, and wrote this poem. The immortals who were on good terms with ancestral Master Nalen in the central divine continent all knew that the old man was fond of poems. Other than the Celadon's poems and the traveling immortal's poems, he also liked a type of ghost poem that was similar to the Hanlon ghost's elegant style of conversation. Most of his poems were written in the style of a pavilion. Another type was written by the old ghosts of the previous dynasty. They liked to mention the ancient people in books and the past generations of poetry sect masters in their poems. As long as the old man saw or heard something, he would record it down. However, Ancestral Master Nayland felt that the most interesting part of this poem wasn't the poem's content, but the poem's name. It was extremely long, and there were even more words than the content. In the last years of the Yuan Bao, I was drunk during the day and slept at the Chunming Gate. In my dream, I rode the Qingtong Heavenly Lord and traveled the galaxy together. When I woke up from my drunken stupor, I wrote this poem. At that time, the old man was only a teenager. Once he followed his master down the mountain to travel. Then, in a secular dynasty that was swaying in the wind and rain, he met a down-and-out scholar named Bai Yi. His master invited him to drink, and the scholar used this poem as payment for the drink. At that time, when the teenager heard the extremely long name, he thought that it would be a long poem that could easily be hundreds of words. He didn't expect that, together with the words riding the carriage to receive the celestial guests, I once came to the side of the constellations of the 3 stars. It only totaled to 28 words. Then the teenager couldn't help but ask, "That's all?" But the scholar had already left with a big laugh. Ancestral Master Nayland put down the wine pot and asked, "Finished reading?" Yen Su's face was ashen. He said in a deep voice, "Ancestral Master Nayland, could it be that you also believe the contents of this book?" Ancestral Master Nayland sneered. Wei Yusong said, "Ancestral Master Nayland wants to confirm one thing. How did this kind of book gradually spread in the central divine continent, so much so that it can be easily obtained on the cross-continent ferry? What is written in the book can be important, or it can also be unimportant. But who is it? Why did they write this book? Why did our hemp sect get involved with the Chun Pingan written in the book? These are the only things that Ancestral Master Nayland wants to know." Ancestral Master Nayland crushed the white clouds in the mountains. Yen Su, on the other hand, crushed the book in his hand and casually waved it to hang it outside the sword pavilion. Yen Su was good at law, but he wasn't good at arguing and reasoning with others, so he could only sullenly ask Wei Yusong for a pot of wine. Ancestral Master Nayland said slowly, "Zhu Quan is too naive. When thinking about things, he likes to think about things in a simple way. Wei Yusong wants to make money too much. He wants to change the hemp sex strain situation. He's the kind of person who can't climb out of money. Yen Su, you 2 hemp sex ancestors only know how to fight and scold people. If I don't come here personally and see with my own eyes, I won't be at ease." Yen Su fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine. He said in a muffled voice, "Ancestral Master Nayland can't just come to the Bone Beach to take a look. In any case, if the high sect is angry about this, they'll definitely find a scapegoat. It's very simple. Yen Su, will take responsibility for this matter alone. It has nothing to do with Zhu Quan and Wei Yusong." Ancestral Master Nayland said, "Before coming, the high sect has come to a conclusion. No matter what, they have to break this deal with the Cloud Pinning Mountain and the Song clan. As for why I came, of course, it's because the high sect's Ancestral Master Hall is angry. You should know very well that whether it's the hemp sect or the Central Continent's high sect, let's not talk about the truth first. Let's just talk about the kind of people in the book. They blindly rely on their good fortune and pretend to cultivate their heart. In fact, they only know how to cultivate their strength. On the path of cultivation, they only take what they don't want to give up. They've always hated people like this the most. It's better to believe it than not to believe it." Ancestral Master Nayland said to Yen Su, "No matter how Zhu Quan doesn't manage things, he's still the master of a sect. To put it bluntly, you, Yen Su, want to take the blame. On what basis? Besides, with little Quan-er's temperament, it's not up to you to be the good guy." Yen Su whispered, "Ancestral Master Nayland isn't blind to follow the seniors of the high sect. We have a cross-continent ferry at home. We'll take a few more steps." At this point, Yen Su was speechless. If he went to Baopao Continent's Luo Pa Mountain, would he be able to see that Chin brat? Ancestral Master Nalen wouldn't be able to see him at all. Wei Yusong said, "In order to protect our reputation, we're afraid of being cursed. This isn't something a cultivator of the hemp sect would do. Ancestral Master Nalen, I still have the same idea. Since the high sect has ordered, the low sect will naturally obey. All business with Luo Pa Mountain can be cut off. But from today onwards, Wei Yusong, will move out of the hemp sect's ancestral master hall and no longer care about money. I'll go to Qinglu town and follow sect Master Zhu." "Yen," Su said angrily, "I've been indebted to my master for a long time. The high sect will do whatever they want, but I can't harm my own disciple. That's immoral. What kind of hemp sect cultivator are you? Go to Luo Pa Mountain and be a consecrator? Just burn incense and worship in Luo Pa Mountain's ancestral master hall." Ancestral Master Nalen smiled. "Oh, you're all trying to scare me? So when you asked me to drink, it wasn't a toast, but a punishment?" Wei Yusong shook his head. "I don't dare." Yen Su smashed the wine pot. "What's wrong with scaring an old and dim-sighted guy?" Ancestral Master Nalen didn't lower herself to Yen Su's level. She got up with a smile. "Go to the hemp sect's ancestral master hall. Remember to call Zhu Quan back." Wei Yusong glared fiercely at the impulsive Yen Su. On the way to the ancestral master hall at the top of the Muyi Mountain, Wei Yusong was obviously unwilling to give up. He said to Ancestral Master Nalen, "My hemp sect's mountain and water array can have today's situation. In fact, it's thanks to Luo Pa Mountain. The Ghost Valley has been stable for 10 years. Ancestral Master Nalen smiled and said, "This matter, the High Sect's Ancestral Master Hall has mentioned it a long time ago. Do you think my old and dim-sighted memory is also bad?" Wei Yusong completely gave up and no longer persuaded anything. After Zhu Quan was called back to the Ancestral Master Hall, he only said one sentence: "Don't bully people like this. I don't want to be a broken sect master anymore." Ooh. Ancestral Master Nalen neither nodded nor refuted. She only asked, "Do you still know that you are a sect master?" Zhu Quan was speechless. Yen Su was a little anxious. He was already impulsive enough. "Zhu Quan, don't mess around." That Ancestral Master Nalen was really stubborn. He said that it was fine if he didn't want to be a sect master, but he had to think about it first. He would shut himself in the Ancestral Master Hall and meditate for a few days. When the time came, he would still decide to resign from the position of sect master. He only needed to greet every statue in the Ancestral Master Hall. When the time came, Zhu Quan would leave the Ancestral Master Hall and just go to the Ghost Valley and Qinglu Town. Anyway, whether the hemp sect had a sect master or not would not make a difference. There was no need to greet him. After a flying sword message to the high sect, there would be a new sect master soon. Although the hemp sect was a lesser sect, it was still the sect master of this vast world. There were many old fellows in the high sect's Ancestral Master Hall who were willing to come to the North Continent. After that, Zhu Quan stayed in the Ancestral Master Hall. Anyway, Yen Su would bring wine to the Ancestral Master Hall every now and then. It was not good to drink in the Ancestral Master Hall, so the two of them drank at the gate. Zhu Quan turned around from time to time to raise the wine jug at the gate to help those ancestral masters who could no longer drink wine. In the shop in the Mural City, the young female shopkeeper saw Pang Lanchi and smiled sweetly. There were no customers in the shop. Pang Lanchi leaned on the counter and complained incessantly, complaining that the swordsmanship taught by her master was too difficult to learn. She then said that Pei Qian and a friend by the name of Li Huai came to the shop earlier. When they saw that she was not around, they said that they would look for her when they went home. Pang Lanchi held back her laughter and said, "That Pei Qian, is she very strange?" The young woman shook her head. "No, she is very polite." However, she suddenly sighed. That girl's eyes seemed to be able to speak. Then she seemed to understand the meaning behind Pei Qian's eyes. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Pang Lanshi was by her side, she pursed her lips and made up her mind. It was time to talk to her about that matter. She gathered her courage and said, "Lanshi, my previous idea was that I have saved some divine money after working in the shop for so many years. I can still afford to buy a box of those immortal elixirs in the spring dew garden that can help women retain their youthful looks. I will age slower, and my white hair will grow slower." Pang Lanshi was about to speak when she shook her head. "Let me finish first. I used to think that I would strive to live a long life. When that time comes, I will not look good and become a white-haired old woman. If you change your mind, I won't blame you. However, I don't want to do that now." Coincidentally, the Earth Goddess of our mural city said that she has always wanted to take off her burden and go out to see the world. I have a chance to inherit her identity. However, the Earth Goddess told me that although my rank is not high and I am only a Earth Goddess, I do not have any immortal roots or fate. The so-called chance is to rely on the blessings of the old immortals in the Mui Mountain. Therefore, I want to ask you, will it be difficult for you to do so? Pang Lanshi nodded. Her eyes were gentle and her tone was firm. She only said one word. "Okay." The young woman heaved a sigh of relief. However, she could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, the Earth Goddess said that she would be skinny and her soul would be tormented. It was really frightening. A graceful and pretty young woman broke through the ground outside the shop. She was the Earth Goddess of the Mui Mountain. Her expression was solemn. "One of you really dares to agree with me, and the other dares to agree with her. There is a lot of danger in this. Let me say this first. Although your hemp sect is proficient in the path of souls, accidents are inevitable. In my opinion, it is better to let her go to the swaying river to be a goddess in name. Even if she is, in fact, a female ghost with her soul trapped and not a god's body, it is much safer than becoming a god. That old Shui is also living under the hemp sect's roof. He will definitely give you, Pang Lanshi, some face." Pang Lanshi thought for a while. "Anyway, this matter is not urgent. I will ask Chun Pingon later. He is the most considerate person." Speaking until here, Pang Lanshi pulled her collar. "I am the honorary consecrator of the Luo Pa Mountain. How can he not help me with this small matter?" The young woman smiled and nodded. She stretched out her finger and gently hooked Pang Lanshi's hand. Pang Lanshi held her slender hand in return. The young woman clicked her tongue and said, "Boring, really boring. Why don't you just close the shop and do whatever you want? I won't peek or eavesdrop." The old ancestor of the Shang sect, who was unreasonable and had already provoked the anger of the Shang sect, did not leave the Mui Mountain sensibly. Instead, he brought the young couple from the Shang sect's Wuchang division to stay. It was rare for her to go out, so she should walk around more. If there was anything, she could send a message by flying sword. In fact, old Patriarch Nalen really wanted to go to the Fuyao sect in the Tongya continent. The Fuyao technique there was excellent. However, the old patriarch was not idle. She watched the mirror flower, water, and moon every day, mainly to understand the current situation in the mountains of the South Saw continent and the Fuyao continent. She could also perform the mountain view supernatural power to see the swaying river. Otherwise, she would take out the poetry collection she compiled and take some white clouds from the sword pavilion hanging halfway up the mountain. She condensed them into a desk and put a stack of poetry collections on it. Then she took a moon in the water from the swaying river and hung it beside the desk as a lamp. There were all kinds of immortal masters on the mountain. Although there were some who played around like old villagers, it was a great style. However, most of them were like old Patriarch Nalen, who was untainted by the mortal world and had the demeanor of an immortal. In fact, the old cultivator was born in the marketplace, He was not a child of a wealthy family, nor was he an immortal born on the mountain. He just entered the mountain to cultivate since he was young. One night, the old cultivator closed a poetry collection. He remembered the first time he went out to travel. His master sent him to the mountain gate and said, "Go into the mountain." The young man was puzzled and asked why they did not go down the mountain. His master did not explain anything. It was only later that he, who was not a young man for too many years, understood his master's deep meaning. It turned out that it was not easy to cultivate the Tao and climb the mountain. There were many dangerous mountains in the human world. Entering this mountain made it even more difficult for people to walk. The old man sighed and opened the only book that was not a poetry collection. He continued to read the thousands of words at the beginning. As for the content after that, it was about fortuitous encounters and blessings, about the young man who learned boxing and read books, about singing poems with the goddess and the beautiful ghost, about being a hero in the pugilistic world, and being righteous with a few punches in the pugilistic world. He turned a blind eye to the mess left behind and did not care about it anymore. After making a name for himself in the pugilistic world, there was only something about whipping a famous horse under the setting sun, drinking and singing loudly, and traveling far away. What kind of foul atmosphere was it? It was simply unbearable to look at. The old man continued to read and asked the young man and woman beside him, "Sui Yuan, Ching Xian, how much do you think is true and false about what is written in the book?" The woman shook her head and said, "If I only read this book, even if it's only 10% or 20% true, when I meet this person in the future, I will definitely take a detour and stay away from him. On the other hand, there's no need to be on guard against that Guchan," the man said. After traveling far away, he always criticized others as a lecturer and never asked himself. It's really a waste of the simple words at the beginning of the travel book. At this point, the man glanced at his Tao companion beside him and said carefully, "If you only look at the beginning, the young man's situation is quite difficult. I really hope that this young man can achieve meteoric success and enjoy the good times after suffering." The woman smiled and said, "In the study room, there's a beautiful woman. In the pugilistic world, there's no man who isn't envious." The man smiled bitterly. He knew that there were some things that couldn't be said. On this day, the old cultivator stared at the painting of mountains and rivers on the white cloud writing table. He seemed to be surprised. He stretched out his hand and pushed the painting away from the writing table, making it easier for the immortal Tao companion to see the various states of the city. The two young nascent soul cultivators from the Impermanence Division were the proud sons of heaven of the Linen sect in the Central Plains. Both of them were born as immortals on the mountain. Both of their parents were cultivators. Back then, Sui Yuan and Cheng Xian became Tao companions. It was a joyous occasion. The old cultivator still had high hopes for these two juniors from the Impermanence Division. The only flaw was that Sui Yuan and Cheng Xian were congenitally deficient. In the end, they didn't know much about the bottom of the city, and their thoughts were too shallow. On the painting, it turned out that the little girl and the young scholar went to the river god temple to burn incense. The old cultivator stroked his beard and smiled. She's not even willing to buy the water incense in the ancestral temple. It's not like the demeanor of her master that was written in the book. However, that's right. The little girl's experience in the pugilistic world is still very deep. She's experienced and extremely clever. Sui Yuan and Cheng Xian. If you were in the same realm as this little girl, the two of you would probably be sold by her and still have to help her count the money. It's quite the happy kind. After Pei Qian burned incense and strolled around the river god temple, there was that shocking Shui Yuansheng who swayed the river with his fist. In the end, there wasn't much of a disturbance. The old boat owner, Shui Yuansheng, personally pushed the boat for the two of them to cross the river. It could be considered as an exchange of blows that led to friendship. As for the young man who stole from the river god temple, the young man who broke his wrist gave him a good beating. The young man was beaten until he hugged his head and rolled around on the ground. He begged with tears and snot. In the end, his body was covered in blood and dirt. It was very disgusting. After the group of men left, the young man was told to be more diligent. He had to steal 50 taels of silver within a month and treat it as money to buy medicine. Otherwise, he would settle the old and new debts together. The young man staggered and passed through a thicket of reeds alone. He went to the swaying river and took off his outer clothes to wash them. He grimaced in pain and finally went to the mural city with a bloody nose and a swollen face. After about 600 miles, the young man's clothes had already been dried. However, there were still some bruises on his body, and his ribs were aching faintly. As for his face, because the young man had covered it tightly when he was rolling on the ground, it wasn't too obvious that he was injured. Only the young man's hands didn't suffer the slightest bit of harm. This was because when the man got someone to beat him up, he reminded him. After all, the young man was a talented young man. As a money tree in his own gang, he relied on his hands to steal without anyone noticing. The young man returned to a small alley outside the mural city, outside a courtyard. It was still the same as before. There were door gods, couplets, and the word spring at the highest point. Because it hadn't been put up for long, it wasn't white or wrinkled yet. The young man looked around and saw that there was no one around. Only then did he look at the gap in the yellow mud wall beside the door god. Seeing that the 2 copper coins were still there, he relaxed and smiled. Copper coins were, of course, worthless. However, to this family, they were of great significance. This hidden place was jokingly called by him and his sister, Door God Master's innermost place. Once, when the family was on the verge of collapsing, he was playing with his little sister and accidentally found 2 pieces of money. Immortal money, 2 pieces of snow money. After so many years, the 2 pieces of snow money had never been used. Firstly, he didn't dare to use it. He was afraid that it would cause trouble. Secondly, his mother was unwilling to spend it. She said that 1 piece of snow money was for him to use as a daughter-in-law's capital. The other piece of snow money was for his sister's dowry. Afterwards, he found out that if his mother hadn't suddenly received the 2 pieces of immortal money, she would have been willing to suffer more. She would have brought the 2 children and endured the lowly and poor life day after day. She would have almost agreed to those vicious and merciless creditors and become a boatwoman. It was the kind of boat that ferry passengers could touch by spending a few copper coins. At night, she wouldn't cross the river. Instead, she would anchor the boat by the swaying riverside and light a lantern. When the men saw the lantern, they could spend the night there. When they got older, they would go to the brothel to be a prostitute. No matter what, if his mother really did that, the family's wealth would increase. His and his sister's lives would also be much better. Every time his mother talked about this, she didn't hold back. But of course, the young man wasn't willing to do so. Every time his sister heard about this, her face would turn pale. She would secretly go to the door and whisper to the door god to express her gratitude. Therefore, their family's custom was that after the new door god was replaced, the old door god wouldn't be thrown away. His mother would let him and his sister carefully invite a door god and then carefully store them away. As for the place where the 2 pieces of snow were inexplicably spent, his mother had replaced them with 2 copper coins. The only thing the young man wasn't satisfied with was that he wasn't able to become a scholar. He really didn't have such thoughts, but his mother was disappointed and didn't say anything. This made his heart feel uncomfortable. In his early years, there was once when he stole a piece of snow to spend money. He wanted to exchange it for silver to first let his sister, who was hungry for a pastry, eat until she was full, and then let his mother and sister live a good life. In the end, he was caught by his crazy mother. That was the first time his mother was willing to beat him, the kind that wanted to kill him. His younger sister, who was younger than him, cried at the side, as if she was in more pain than him. From that day onwards, as the only male in the family, he vowed to earn money. It wasn't until he became a young man that he knew that if it wasn't for his mother stopping him, the family of three wouldn't be able to live a good life. Instead, they would only be met with disaster. Not to mention the 2 pieces of snow. Even the 2 pieces of snow could be extorted by those rogue wanderers who had killed people and seen blood. With just him and his mother, it was impossible to protect the 2 pieces of celestial money that fell from the sky. By the time the young man was able to rely on his own ability and connections to secretly exchange the snow for silver, the young man had already changed his mind. He left the 2 pieces of snow for his sister. His sister absolutely couldn't let those bastards touch her. She must marry a good family in the future. She and his mother must leave the Skeleton Beach. He was enough here. With his own ability, he could definitely survive. Today, the young man pushed the door open and entered. His sister, who lived in the same room with his mother, was cutting the window flowers. His sister was skillful and could learn many exquisite window flowers with just a glance. Although she couldn't make a lot of money by relying on this, she could still make money. The young girl got up in surprise and said, "Brother, why are you here? I'll call my mother home and make you a delicious meal." The young man picked a small stool and sat beside the young girl. He shook his head with a smile and said softly, "No need. Don't you know how well I'm doing? Our mother's cooking skills are so good that there's no money or oil in the family. There's money at home, but it's all oil. I really can't eat it. However, I came in a hurry this time, so I couldn't bring you any gifts." The young girl smiled. Her pair of clean and beautiful eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. "No need, no need." The young man grinned. He reached out his hand and patted his head. He stretched out his fist and slowly opened it. It was a piece of silver. "Take it." The young girl wanted to say something but hesitated. She still accepted the piece of silver. It was heavy, 7 or 8 coins. The young man sat on the stool and leaned forward. He supported his cheeks with his hands and looked at the 2 door gods who opened the door and faced into the room. In fact, this precocious young man didn't really believe that it was some door god. He had some guesses. It was very likely that it was the young ranger who wore a bamboo hat. However, his mother and sister were still certain that the 2 pieces of snow were the door gods. But whether it was or not, it didn't matter. As for the grandfather and grandson, who almost had their money stolen by the young man, after leaving the ancestral temple, they sat in the simple carriage hired in their hometown and went along the swaying river to return to the north. The child said that he wanted to read. The old man smiled and said that the road was bumpy. Reading like this would hurt the eyes. It wouldn't be too late to read when they got home. The child laughed and didn't say that when they got home. The old man touched the child's head. The child suddenly said, "Previously, in the big house of the river god, there was an older sister who walked beside us. The way she pursed her lips and smiled was really beautiful." The old man thought for a moment and remembered. "Are you talking about the 2 people who carried the bamboo box?" The child nodded vigorously. "Later, we walked faster. The older sister walked slower. When I turned to look at her, she would smile." The old man smiled and said, "It's the scholar who carried the book and traveled." The child asked, "Grandpa, is that bamboo a walking stick?" I saw that the older brother and sister's legs didn't have any problem walking. The old man couldn't help but smile and patiently explained, "That's not a walking stick. It has a name. It's called mountain walking stick. When scholars go out to travel, they often need to cross mountains. Some people whose family is not particularly rich, but they want to learn more. They don't have servants or study companions to follow them. They have to carry their own bags and cross mountains and rivers. The child smiled and said, our family doesn't have much money. It seems that I also need a mountain walking stick in the future. The old man rubbed his grandson's head and said, reading thousands of books costs a lot of money. Traveling thousands of miles, it's enough to endure hardships. When Grandpa was young, he also traveled with a good friend. We went to the library of those big families and scholarly families. Every day we borrowed books, copied books, returned books, and borrowed books again. Some scholars didn't care about anything and were very enthusiastic. They welcomed us poor children to copy books. At most, they would remind us not to damage the books. Every day they would treat us with good food. But occasionally, some servants would complain a little. For example, every night they would burn the lamp to copy books. They would say something like, the price of the lamp oil has increased. These are all nothing. The child listened and kept yawning. The old man held the child in his arms. The child was a little sleepy. After the novelty wore off, and he walked a lot, he began to fall asleep. The old man softly murmured. When he was in his 20s, he hurriedly and noisily wrote the words on the tip of his pen. Even when he was in his 30s, he gradually weakened and could only stew for a while. When he got older, he didn't think that writing was not what he wrote. It was just like inviting friends to a paper to say hello and tell stories. The coachman suddenly said, carrying books and swords, 2 vast expanses. The old man in the carriage was very surprised. The coachman shouldn't have said such elegant words. He gently put down the child and lifted the curtain. The young coachman turned his head and asked, Master, what is this? The old man smiled and asked, why is there carrying books and swords 2 vast expanses? The coachman was stunned. Master, what did you say? The old man was speechless. He smiled and said it was nothing. He returned to the carriage and just thought it was his imagination. As for the coarse and illiterate coachman, he suddenly had an additional thought. Go find that Chinling Jun? In the next moment, the coachman completely forgot about this matter. On Muyi Mountain, when Pei Qian and Li Huai boarded the boat, Ancestor Nalen put away the mountain and river painting scroll and sank into contemplation. The man said as he wished, we are of the same origin, like teacher, like disciple, and like disciple, like teacher. The woman, satisfied, also nodded. A moment later, the old cultivator wanted to take a look again, so he used his divine ability again. He exclaimed in surprise, how come there was a little fox demon in the Jindan realm beside the 2 children? Then, for some reason, the painting scroll blurred on its own. The immortal couple looked at each other in dismay. Ancestor Nalen smiled and put away his divine ability. Over at the tea stall by the swaying river, there were still some customers, and they were about to close. The shopkeeper took out 2 feathers from the civil and martial sparrows, respectively. He said to the young man, who was napping on the table, there's something to do. A young woman suddenly appeared and sat down. I advise you not to do it. In the night, Li Huai walked beside Pei Qian and whispered, Pei Qian, can you teach me fist technique? Pei Qian wanted to say something but stopped on second thought with a strange expression. She had visited Lion Peak on this trip, and she had been punched in the face. Pei Qian hesitated for a long time and shook her head. It's too hard to learn fist technique. After a pause, Pei Qian added, besides, I don't know how to teach fist technique. Li Huai was a little happy and said with a smile, I learn everything very slowly. It's better that you don't know how to teach fist technique. If you can't learn fist technique, I won't be sad, and you don't have to worry about misleading people. If it's Chimpingan, I won't learn. With his temper, once he teaches fist technique, I can't be lazy even if I want to. Pei Qian, I'm just telling the truth. Don't be angry. Pei Qian thought for a while and said, didn't you see my masters 2 stances earlier than me? It's not hard to learn, you should know. Li Huai said resentfully, I just randomly learned the 1,000 years sleeping stance. Actually, I didn't remember what Chin Pingan said. I just thought I learned it. I don't dare to learn the 6-step stance and the sword furnace stance. I'm afraid Li Baoping, and the others will laugh at me. Pei Qian shook her head. I don't teach fist technique. I don't know any fist technique myself. Li Huai said, didn't you just learn the divine punching fist with Shuehe? Pei Qian just didn't agree. My fist technique. Wherever my fist lands. Pei Qian looked up at the sky, and on the ground there were noises of night insects all around. Not far from the Baiyun Temple of Qinghuan, an old monk who traveled far away rented a courtyard and cooked soup every day. It was obviously a vegetable pot, but it had the taste of chicken soup. That's why he got the nickname of Chicken Soup Monk. He didn't read fortunes and only read palms. Occasionally, he would read fortunes and solve people's doubts. Every time he asked for 1 tael of silver, he had to pay the moment he entered. If he wasn't satisfied, he wouldn't pay back. One day, a scholar came to his door and asked if he could pass the imperial examinations. The old monk looked at the scholar's palm and shook his head. The scholar was furious and began to say that the imperial examinations were misleading people. He listed out a lot of reasons. Among them, he said that how many top scholars in the world could write poems that would go down in history? The old monk extended his hand, and the scholar angrily threw out a tael of silver. The old monk got the money and put it in a bag. He then smiled. The imperial examinations are not misleading people. I won't say it, but it's true that you won't be able to become an official. The scholar's face turned red. Your palms are not accurate. The old monk smiled to himself. Moreover, you said that top scholars couldn't write poems that would go down in history. You said it as if you could write one. There were a few top scholars in history, and it's generally possible to estimate. There are too many scholars like you who don't have the skills to count. There are some scholars who are down and out. Their talents and literary skills are indeed good, but they can't pass the imperial examinations. It can only be said that their personalities are not compatible. Like you, not only can you not pass the imperial examinations, you can't do anything. You can still rely on your family's wealth to get by. The scholar waved his sleeves and left. Idiot! The old monk shook his head. Those who complain too much must have suffered a lot to complain. Your virtue doesn't match your position. Your resentment doesn't match your suffering. You can't even be a self-righteous man. The scholar was putting on his boots at the door. When he heard this, he added fuel to the fire. He turned his head and said angrily, "Bald donkey, you're looking for a beating. You can beat people." The old monk said, "You have to pay for the medicine." The scholar hesitated for a while, but still left. He told others that the old monk was a swindler and not to waste the tael of silver. Unfortunately, the old monk was quite famous in the capital of Qinghuan. There was still an endless stream of people waiting to have their palms read. A young man with a sad expression entered the house and asked if his marriage could be renewed. The old monk read his palm and shook his head, saying that it would be difficult. The man was full of remorse, muttering that she was heartless and had let down his infatuation. However, he didn't blame her. He only hated himself for not having money and power. When he spoke of his sadness, the man actually clenched his fists and sobbed. The old monk nodded. Okay, blame yourself and not others. It's a good habit. The man choked. "Master, I only want to know how to resolve the knot in my heart. Otherwise, I can't live on. I really can't live on." Probably because there were people like him who had suffered before. The man raised his head and said, "Don't talk to me about letting go. Don't talk to me about the person who tied the bell should untie it. I can't let go, but I won't. I only want her to change her mind. I'm willing to do anything." Finally, the man whispered the girl's name. He was really infatuated. The old monk said, "There are two ways. One is simpler, starvation cures all diseases. The other is more complicated, but it will let you know that you can still get by if you endure. Actually, there's another way, but you have to ask Yulao. After saying that, the old monk rubbed his fingers. The man shook his head. I don't have any silver on me. The old monk had a look of disdain. Go hungry. The man fell to the ground and cried. The old monk was helpless. Forget it. Give me your hand. The man extended his hand. The old monk gently tapped his palm. The man was immediately dumbfounded. After a while, he slowly woke up. It felt like a lifetime had passed. His forehead was covered in sweat. The old monk said, I took one tael of silver from you. You just had a nightmare. But I suffered the pain of having my heart cut and being burned in a pot of oil for you. It was real. Go. The man staggered away. The old monk sighed softly. He put his fingers together and gently pulled. Then he gently placed it on his kasaya. After that, a man who felt that he had been cheated came. He threw one tael of silver on the ground. After sitting down, he placed his hands on his knees and gritted his teeth. Since I need to pay for beating people, then I won't beat them. I'll just scold them. How about that? Ha! The old monk shook his head. No. The man sneered. Why? You can scold me. Of course you can. I don't care. I just can't bear to see you increase your karma. Since I took your silver, how can I bear to harm you? Those in this world who do not know that they are trapped in the karma of speaking will only harm themselves. There is no door to fortune or misfortune. There are two doors to a person's mouth and heart. There is no door to fortune or misfortune. When I told you to close the door, I said that the karma of speaking is peaceful and the state of mind is untainted. The Confucians talk about being cautious, and they also close the door. The Taoists talk about peace, and they still close the door. It is difficult to guard the heart. Even the refinement masters on the mountain are afraid of it. But for us ordinary people, if we can't even speak less, it won't be good. You still want to scold me now? Ooh. The man did not hesitate at all. He cursed loudly, his saliva splattering everywhere. The old monk glanced at the silver on the ground and endured it. He did not chase him away. He waited for the man to run out of energy and let him leave. Then the old monk stretched out 2 fingers and gently hooked them. Then he rubbed them on his kasaya. The matters in the house should be left in the house. As for the rest, it is up to fate. A middle-aged scholar bowed outside the door. Then he took off his boots and walked into the house. He sat on the praying mat and gently placed the silver on the ground. Then he asked Taoist master, the Buddhists talk about karma and reincarnation. But if there is really an afterlife, karma for karma, if I am in the afterlife and don't know about my past life, will I still be me? I don't know who I am. All kinds of karma, good karma and evil karma, ignorant and ignorant. When will there be an end? Good question. The old monk smiled and said, It can be solved. Let me tell you slowly. The man could not help but ask again, why can't the karma of the human world be in the present world? The old monk's eyes lit up. He shouted, Who is it now that has such a good question? The man stood up and put his palms together. I don't know if it is good to ask, but I know it is good to answer. The man left the house. He had forgotten to wear his boots. The next person was an old man with an elegant appearance. After giving him a silver, he asked about the origin of the gods of mountains and rivers. The old monk gave him some of his own opinions. However, he said that it was copied from the Confucian books and felt that it made sense. The old man did not mind. He lamented that there were too many stubborn people in the world who were like flies and dogs, especially those young scholars. They were too passionate about fame and fortune. The old monk only listened to the man's worries about the world. After a long time, he chuckled and asked almsgiver, What is the meal today? The man smiled and said, It is a light vegetarian meal from Baiyun Temple, not far away. The old monk nodded and said, those who are not used to eating big fish and big meat will not find the vegetarian meal to be light. They will find it disgusting. The man's expression changed slightly. The old monk said again, those who are full and have nothing better to do will easily burp when they tell a hungry man that the meal is disgusting. The old man stood up and sneered, what enlightened monk! You have a false reputation. The old monk kept the silver and smiled. The silver is real. After that, a burly man came. However, he was timid. Great monk, I am a butcher. Can I still be a human in my next life? The old monk asked, you kill and sell meat every day. What do you want? The man was a little uneasy and said softly, to earn money and feed my family. The old monk smiled. Open your hands. I will take a look for you. The man finally left with a smile. The next person did not come for the palm reading at all. He only asked the old monk, Venerable one, why did you not refer to yourself as poor monk? It did not seem to conform to the rules of Buddhism. The old monk replied, I am quite rich and have some Buddhist teachings. The man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He found it interesting and left in satisfaction. A woman stood at the door shyly. The old monk smiled and said, Female almsgiver, there is no need to take off your shoes. The woman was asking if the son had the potential to study and if he could become a scholar in the future. The old monk smiled and stretched out his hand. However, the woman blushed and retracted her hand. The old monk glanced at his palm and put it down. He smiled and said, You have men in your eyes, but I have no women in my heart. It's just that when I say such things, ordinary monks will not be able to hear it, much less do it. This is just like between you mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. There are a lot of reasons that you can hear, but she cannot. She can hear, but you cannot. Usually both kinds of reasons are good reasons. It depends on who is willing to do it first and who is more willing. The woman was extremely surprised and nodded gently as if she had understood something. Then she looked like she was in a difficult position. She could tolerate some of the vexation at home, but her husband's side was a little worried. Her husband didn't favor her mother-in-law too much, but he would only sigh and lament on her side. Actually, it would be good if he said some heartwarming words. She would not really put him in a difficult position. The old monk smiled and said, Now that you know how to get along with each other, do you still need a way to solve this urgent problem? The woman nodded vigorously and smiled like a flower. The old monk said, Like family, like children. Your husband's nature is not bad, but the woman hurriedly waved her hand. The old monk chuckled and changed the topic. It's just that, as the saying goes, pick a pig and watch the pen. When a woman marries, a man marries. Marriage is about the same. You are from a well-to-do family and have both a son and a daughter. Then you can focus on teaching your son and daughter. Don't let his daughter be bullied by your family in the future. Don't let your daughter become your mother-in-law in the future. It can be done. The reason why I said this to you is probably because you already had such thoughts. If it were other women with other thoughts, I would definitely not dare to say this. The woman bowed and left after thanking him. As she entered the house with her shoes on, she did not forget to apologize to the old monk. The old monk smiled and said, I should thank you on behalf of those 3 families. Then a young and handsome son of a rich family came and gave the old monk some money. He began to ask the old monk why the principles in the books were useless, no matter how much he knew. The old monk smiled and said, The teachings of the sages in your Confucian books have long been earnestly advised. Ask about the work, don't ask about the harvest. In the end, after closing the book, they only asked about the results and not the process. In the end, they complained that they knew countless principles in the books and did not lead a good life. That's not very good, right? Actually, their lives are quite good. If they say it's not good, then it's even worse, right? In the end, the old monk asked, "Do you really know the principles?" The young man was vaguely angry. "How can I not know? The books I have read, I have dabbled in the various schools of thought. I have read more than the scriptures you have." Ooh, the old monk shook his head. "You read a lot, but you don't know. Instead, you know even less than those who don't read much." The young man was used to living like a prince and was even more stubborn. "I know. What can you do to me?" The old monk accompanied him by asking and answering, repeating the words you don't know. Of course, the old monk would not waste time with him and delay earning money. He let the next guest enter the house. Neither side's business was affected. The young man suddenly said, "I don't know." The old monk, who was talking to someone else, said, "You don't know? What the hell do you know?" The young man, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation in the courtyard, suddenly laughed heartily. "Ha ha! This bald donkey is also committing a crime of speech." The old monk stared at him blankly. "Your family has been merchants for generations, and it took a lot of effort to cultivate a scholar like you. I hope you can bring honor to your family, but your own thoughts are unstable. You have extravagant hopes of meeting a noble by chance, and your elders help you win favors. You are happy and content, and luckily you have guessed the exam questions. You look calm in front of people, but you are ecstatic behind people. When you were traveling far away, you heard that the goddess by the river was sentimental and went to the ancestral temple but was ignored. You wrote those erotic poems and asked your schoolmates about your literary talent. You slandered the goddess' reputation, and the goddess pursued you. Fortunately, you still have the protection of your ancestors. Every time there is a famine, he will open a porridge shop and give alms to the poor and poor, but he sincerely does not ask for anything in return. Therefore, he tried his best to help you. Even if there is a difference between the netherworld and the light between the gods and humans, he still wanted to make an exception and visit you in your dreams. In a fit of anger, the old man no longer paid attention to you. You are still unaware that your family's ancestral temple has long been dismantled by your hands. I won't say anything about Buddhism that you don't want to hear, but only what you can understand. If I really commit the sin of speaking, you will call me a bald donkey both verbally and mentally. Wouldn't the karma be even greater? Since you know a lot of principles, then I'll just talk about the foundation of your family. I think you know even more about the business. Using my sin of speaking in exchange for your sin of speaking, I'll suffer a loss, and so will you. Is this really a good deal for you? What did you earn? Since you know so many principles, can you please teach me? You are only afraid that I will not know about your shady dealings. Now that things have come to this point, you still don't want to know whether you know or not. What do you know? The young man suddenly changed his sitting position to kneeling on the ground, begging the old monk to save him from his misery. The old monk said, "It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. There is no difference between pure and filthy wealth in the world, but in the human heart there is always a difference between black and white." The young man only knelt and kowtowed, begging endlessly. The old monk said angrily, "Do you think that there is no right or wrong in the world? Only positions? Look at how many years you can be proud of your shrewdness. Just enjoy your blessings." The next person, he was also a foreigner who had traveled far. Looking at his face, he was about 30 years old and had a dignified appearance. He smiled and said, "Monk, this chicken soup of yours tastes a little strange." The old monk smiled and said, "Benefactor, you can just say that it tastes bad, because most of the time it will only make the angry more angry and the suffering more bitter." That person put down a piece of silver. "I believe that you really know Dharma, but there are many people who are troubled. Since they are not big, why don't you impart some small techniques that can have immediate effects? Wouldn't that be more effective in promoting Dharma?" The old monk shook his head and said, "There are so many pharmacists who want me to use medicine for an emergency. If there is nothing to do on a normal day, just eat more. That person felt that this was not enough. It was far from enough to clear his doubts. The old monk smiled and said, "How small are the troubles of ordinary people? How big do you think the Dharma in my heart is? Can it really have immediate effects? I don't even need to talk about the troubles of Dharma. I only need to say that, benefactor, for you to be able to come here from thousands of miles away and say this to me. How many joys and sorrows have you experienced? Benefactor, you may not have a new trouble in your heart, but if you look at it in the future, it is not considered small, right?" That person laughed and shook his head disapprovingly. He said, "What I have seen and heard in my life, what I have learned, what I have thought is not for today's discussion with you." The old monk waved his hand and said, "Then let's go somewhere else." Within a day, the courtyard was filled with people. It was bustling and lively. The last person of the day was the middle-aged abbot of the small Taoist temple in the capital, Baiyun Temple. The second last person was a spirit that had transformed into a human form. The old monk knew, and so did the middle-aged abbot. Before the middle-aged Taoist took off his shoes, he did not bow to the Taoist temple. Instead, he put his palms together and did a Buddhist greeting. The old monk smiled and said, "Abbot, you don't have to give me that silver. In my eyes, I only see the light of Buddha in the hearts of sentient beings. I can't see anything else. There are no demons or ghosts." The middle-aged Taoist smiled and nodded lightly. The old monk continued, "I am afraid that I will comprehend the wrong Dharma and say the wrong Dharma. I am not afraid of teaching people what is good about Dharma. I am only afraid of teaching people how to take the first step and how to take the next step. It is difficult. It is bitter. The little monk may have Buddha in his heart, but he may not be able to speak the Dharma. The big monk may speak the Dharma, but he may not have Buddha in his heart." The middle-aged Taoist said 2 sentences. Sudden enlightenment came from gradual enlightenment. Gradual enlightenment came from sudden enlightenment. The old monk lowered his head and put his palms together. Amit Ba. Excellent. Excellent. In the central divine continent, an immortal walked into a grotto heaven. Beneath the immortal's feet was an ancient bronze mirror with a radius of 1,000 feet. However, there were 20 chairs placed around it. It was like an ancestral hall. When the immortal appeared, he activated the array of the ancient mirror. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, figures appeared one by one. After they sat down, there were more than 10 of them. However, their faces were blurry. However, the 2 chairs closest to the front were unoccupied for the time being. Everyone was silent. They communicated with each other telepathically. The person with the lowest seat was the first to speak. "Does my Chonglin sect need to secretly add fuel to the fire?" The immortal who was the owner of this place sneered. "Idiot. Secretly? How so? Do you think those Confucian temple sages are idiots?" The immortal master from the Chonglin sect kept quiet out of fear. Then he hurriedly stood up and apologized to everyone. In the countryside near the border of Dali, a group of children playing around finally saw the dust flying in the distance. They immediately jumped up and shouted. A group of elite cavalry galloped past. The children galloped along the mountain slope. A rider on the horse turned his head to look. He lightly clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. The moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness trembled slightly. Then the commotion grew louder and louder. It was as if the mountain was about to collapse. Then the array of the moon-bearing mountain was activated. The entire mountain suddenly sank by a few dozen feet. There was no more commotion. On the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a red-robed man was sitting with his eyes closed. He suddenly stood up and laughed. "Alliance, come visit when you are free." 693. In the 5th world, a hole opened in the sky, and 2 young Taoists walked out. One of them was wearing a lotus crown, while the other was wearing a fairy cave robe, a traveling crown, and a pair of cloud shoes. They looked about the same age. The former was supposed to be the guardian of the latter, but he was too lazy to go to the human beyond heaven to kill the otherworldly demons. The Taoists in the green underworld had to follow the rules and couldn't overstep the rules. However, the traveling crown and cloud shoes were an exception. Regardless of Taoist lineage, sect, or origin, the Taoists could wear the traveling crown and cloud shoes as long as they had the Taoist pedigree. It was said that the Taoist ancestor personally issued a decree to encourage the cultivators to travel the world, cultivate Taoism, and establish virtue. After the sky opened, the young Taoist with the lotus crown started to cast a restriction on the door behind him and drew talismans in the air with his finger. Other than the Beko Keikyung building, the Xuandu Temple, Suecho Temple, and dozens of other big celestial sects had a certain number of quotas to enter this new world to cultivate. From then on, they could spread their branches in foreign lands and take it as their responsibility to establish their own sections. This time, the Confucian Temple opened the fifth world on its own. Theoretically, the Confucian Temple should be the sole owner of this world. The other sects would slowly take over this world. However, the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains allowed the Green Underworld and the Lotus Underworld to open one door each. Cultivators below the upper 5 states could enter this world within 100 years with the permission of their respective world. However, the total number of people could not exceed 3,000. Once the number of people reached the limit, the door would be closed immediately. After 100 years, the door would be opened again. As for what would happen after that, the Confucian Temple, the Beko Keikyung building, and the Buddhist kingdom would have to discuss it. A young Taoist boy walked out from the door and looked around. He had a colorful rattle drum tied to his waist and a huge golden gourd on his back. The young Taoist with the traveling crown greeted the young Taoist boy. The latter waved his hand and said, "We're not from the same sect. My master and your master are rivals. They're quarreling in the Lotus Grotto heaven now. It's not appropriate for us to be close to each other. If we become enemies in the future, we'll have to fight to the death. It'll be bad." The young Taoist boy who was drawing talismans smiled and said, "Since we're not in the Beko Keikyung building, we can talk freely. Feel free to ask any questions." The young Taoist boy asked, "Taoist Temple, why did you let 6,000 cultivators from other sects enter this world? If the scholarly sage keeps a close eye on this place, even if your white jade capital can use some sneaky means to smuggle the people you like here, the number of people will be limited, and you won't dare to blatantly expand your territory. As time goes by, the cultivators of the vast world will have gained a firm foothold here and will be the first to take advantage of the favorable conditions. How can the other 2 worlds compete with the vast world for those blessed grotto heavens that are suitable for cultivation?" The 3 of them were none other than White Jade Capital's 3rd sect master, Lu Chun, named Taoist. The Taoist of Taoist of the Taoist, Shan of the Taoist of the Taoist to be named Taoist, was the Taoist to be of the Taoist to be of the Taoist. The last one was the Taoist boy from the Taoist Temple of the Eastern Sea, the blessed land of the lotus flower that was connected to the heavens, and earth was divided into 4 parts. The Taoist from the Eastern Sea only took one of them. One of them was given to Luapa Mountain. The other 2 were given to Lu Chao to annoy Lu Chen. The last one was given to the young Taoist from the Taiping Mountain, who was disguised as a demon. Finally, he ascended with the blessed land to the Taoist, to the Taoist. Lu Chen asked, "The world has the 100 schools of thought. Are there any other places?" The young Taoist boy said, "Has the Holy Master become muddle-headed from reading too much? Or is he trying to slack off? Since he can't handle it himself, he's asking outsiders to help him?" Lu Chen smiled slowly and said, "Scholars are particular about cultivation. They don't want to be emperors and enjoy life. Poor families only fish to fill their stomachs when they're hungry. If a normal family has a huge vat to raise fish, their knowledge is only on feeding them. They take care of them one by one and watch them grow old and die. They enjoy their leisurely lives and worry about their deaths. If a rich family has a few acres of ponds, their true concern is no longer on feeding the fish. However, they remind their servants to not forget to buy and release fish. Their own interests are only on admiring the fish and fishing. When you have a huge lake, what's the point of fishing? It's nothing more than letting nature take its course. Occasionally, you'll build a big nest and fish for big fish. What's truly worrying is the changing of the river's course and the drought. The Confucian temple of the world is different in that it doesn't mind outsiders using bamboo as a pole and fishing near the water. The young Taoist boy frowned and said, "Can you make it simpler?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "Can the heavens be lower and the earth be higher? Can a person not die if he doesn't cultivate?" The young Taoist boy was unwilling to talk nonsense with the third chief. He jumped up and down and complained, "I heard that the old elementary scholar is working hard here. Why hasn't he come to greet me?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "If the old elementary scholar really comes, I can only avoid him." The young Taoist boy said, "The old elementary scholar is only one with the heavens and earth. His fighting skills are not enough." Shan Qing said, "Little senior brother is not afraid. However, when the 3,000 Taoists come here to cultivate in the future, they will have to face difficulties." The young Taoist boy agreed and nodded his head vigorously. The old elementary scholar's biggest problem is that he holds grudges. A gentleman is cautious. That has never happened before. The old elementary scholar has reached the heavens in a single step. He has never received the title of a virtuous gentleman. Years ago, on the sea between Tongyi Continent and Baoping Continent, the young Taoist boy stood still and allowed himself to be beaten. He stretched out his hand and was taught a lesson by the old elementary scholar on the grounds that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Lu Qin stabilized the door and turned his head to look. For thousands of years, the heavens and earth acted on their own. The sun and moon were lit up by themselves, and the stars followed their own order. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Lu Qin suddenly laughed and said, "Baiye's poetry is invincible. He is the proudest person in the world." Even if he was suppressed by the great Tao, Lu Chen's ascendant realm that had fallen was still not comparable to an ordinary ascendant realm. In addition, far away, the scholar was holding a celestial sword, and the momentum of his sword was too shocking. Lu Chen could still see some clues. It was fine to watch from afar, but if he went closer, it would be easy to cause trouble. After all, the old elementary scholar was by Ye's side. Lu Chen and the old elementary scholar's favorite disciple were mortal enemies. Big senior brother and Qi Jingchun were fighting over the Great Way. However, the one who was least favored was his junior brother. It could not be helped. In the 5 cities and 12 floors of the Beko Keikyung building, he was usually the one who had the most free time. Second senior brother's temper was too bad. Therefore, during crucial moments, Lu Chen, the junior brother, had to do the tiring work. Fortunately, his junior brother had a junior brother now. Lu Chen hoped that the young man beside him could grow up quickly, so that he would not have to be so busy in the future. The young Taoist boy glanced at Lu Chen and said, "No wonder you are so honest. Are you worried that you will be suppressed by the Great Way and then killed by that person?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's why I have a plan." An old Taoist walked out from the main door. The young Taoist boy quickly hid beside Shan Qing. This old Taoist son was really not someone to be trifled with. Now that the green destiny world had arrived, it was second senior brother's turn to oversee the Beko Keikyung building. This time, the important task of opening the main door was handed over to Lu Qin and the head of the Xuandu temple, Sun Huaizhong. Lu Chen's relationship with the old head of the temple was not good, but it was not bad either. Otherwise, with old Dao's son and senior brother Lu Chen together, the safety of the brand new world would be in danger. When that time comes, the scholar who failed to dissuade them would be enraged. Their friendship with the Xuandu temple would have to be put aside for the time being. Furthermore, with the old elementary scholar fanning the flames, Bai Yi would definitely go to the green destiny world with his sword. Second senior brother and Dao's son had destroyed so many mountains and rivers in the brand new world. The green destiny world would have to be returned to them. Old Dao's son had just stepped through the main door when he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "How long has it been? The first pure jade state cultivator has already been born? How good must one's aptitude be in order to achieve such a feat? Impressive, very impressive. It's as if one had such good fortune when the heavens and earth were first created. Being favored by the heavens and earth, one's journey towards the great Tao can really prove the great Tao. Not just any nascent soul state cultivator who was at the bottleneck of the upper 5 realms in their hometowns would be able to ascend to the upper 5 realms in this world. Every chi cultivator who came to this world would be suppressed by this world. Most of them could only slowly harmonize with the flow of the great Tao over time to have a chance of breaking through." Dao's son turned his head and looked at the young Daoist who was wearing a crown. He smiled and said, "How does it feel to have someone beat you to it?" Shan Qing first bowed respectfully to the old Daoist before saying, "I don't dare to compete with the great Tao and the heavens." Dao's son smiled and said, "It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can say some casual words now, but in the future, you'll know what it means to be slow at every step. This was the case in the ancient age. Do you really think that there's no such thing as first come, first serve now?" The little Daoist nodded and said, "Becoming the first pure jade state cultivator as a sword cultivator would benefit all sword cultivators. The rise of the great wall of sword chi is even more imperative." Dao's son looked at the little brat from the corner of his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The little Daoist was embarrassed and said angrily, "Even a blind person would know that the first pure jade state cultivator in the heavens and earth would be protected by the heavens and earth. Isn't that nonsense?" "You can talk nonsense, but I can't." Dao's son instantly came beside the little Daoist and reached out to press on the latter's head. He explained, "My realm is high. The nonsense I speak is the truth." The little Daoist, who could not avoid the palm, felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He felt dizzy and his soul was in turmoil. Fortunately, Dao's son shook his head, and the little Daoist staggered a few steps. Daoist son smiled and said, "Seeing that your master dared to debate with the Daoist ancestor, I won't argue with you about cutting the peach branch." Lu Chun gazed towards the location of the city and said, "The sword cultivators at the back are following the prescribed order, placing their treasures between the lofty mountains, lofty ridges, great lakes, and rivers, marking the mountains and rivers. In this way, isn't the speed of expansion a little too fast? Let's not talk about the future. In just a short 100 years, they will become the largest force in the world. The only limitation is that the population of the city can't keep up. However, when the 3 gates of the vast world are opened, countless cultivators of the lower 5 realms and ordinary people will swarm in. As long as this group of young sword cultivators manages it well, the future of sword cultivators will be limitless." However, Lu Chen knew that sword cultivators only had a slightly better impression of the South Saw continent. Their impression of the Tongya continent and Fuyao continent was destined to be terrible. Therefore, that city would definitely not be willing to take in too many people from the 3 continents of the vast world. This was probably the saying, "What goes around comes around." However, if the young sword cultivators were too vengeful, they would only act on impulse within 100 years. They would suppress the cultivators of the three continents and the common people. The tides of the world would change, and they would leave quietly. Dao's son sneered and said, "This is the Confucian Temple's intention. They want to give justice to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. What can you, Lu Chen, do? If you're not convinced, go and reason with the old scholar. I can accompany you. I guarantee that Bai won't draw his sword. How about that?" Ooh. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Forget it." Far away from the heavenly gate, the scholar asked, "What are you mumbling about?" The old scholar said, "You have to be kind to others. You don't have to fight them." Within the city, 4 schools were opened. This was an unprecedented event in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had existed for 10,000 years. The teachers and teachers were some old sword cultivators with low realms. The dozen or so teachers were selected by the lineage of the hidden officials. Their main purpose was to teach the elementary knowledge of Confucianism, Taoism, and sorcery to the students. It was simple and easy to understand. As for how the students first learned to read, there were stone tablets in the streets and alleys of the city. They had all been collected by the summer palace. Other than that, there were also a few rules for the teachers who imparted knowledge. For example, they were not allowed to talk about the good and evil of the world, their personal likes and dislikes, and they were not allowed to talk too much about the grudges between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the world. The teachers were only allowed to teach. As for the teachers and teachers, they were allowed to talk freely at the dining table outside the school. The sword cultivators of the lineage of the criminal officials disagreed. They felt that the lineage of the hidden officials should not decide the teachers and teachers who chose to impart knowledge. Even if the lineage of the hidden officials was the leader, the lineage of the criminal officials should be secondary. They should not be completely excluded. Because of this, there was a huge uproar. The first meeting of the ancestral hall was to discuss this small matter. The sword cultivators of the hidden officials were mostly outside surveying the terrain. After receiving the message from the flying swords, only Guizhuzhou and Gu Jianlong returned to the city. The lineage of the criminal officials had more than 10 people. They were all sword cultivators of the earth immortal realm. However, Qi Shou and Yanxin, the 2 second-in-command of the criminal officials, did not appear. Qi Shou was outside the city. He was personally in charge of opening up a mansion on the first mountain. As for Yanxin, other than occasionally hiding from the martial arts newbies of the Winter Palace to teach fist techniques, she had always been drifting around. It was clear that she had no intention of meddling with the authority of the criminal officials. As a result, the lineage of the criminal officials, which had the most people and the highest combat power, was unknowingly divided into 3 mountains. The camp of the criminal officials led by Qi Shou was equivalent to gathering half of the battle power of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The rest were led by 2 old nascent soul sword cultivators. Most of them were elderly and did not get along with Qi Shou. Lastly, there was Nianxin. Together with the 12 seemingly dispensable children, the second-in-command of the criminal officials seemed to have become a comical child king. However, in the current city, cultivation would be divided into 3 paths. In the future, sword cultivators would take a step back. The rest of the Qi cultivators would take a step back and become pure martial artists. In reality, the latest breakthrough of every sword cultivator and pure martial artist would be a major event that was tacitly understood. The former was slightly better. Apart from Ning Yao reaching the unpolished Jade realm, there were sword cultivators of all realms after all. As the first breakthrough of a realm in this world, one's luck was ultimately limited. However, the path of martial artists was filled with great opportunities. This was because Jiang Yun, the strongest of the martial artists who hid from the Winter Palace in the past, was only at the 3rd realm. This meant that every realm after that would be the first in this world. It was equivalent to raising the martial arts of the 5th world by 1 realm. Although this world might not have the same martial arts luck as the other worlds, it was as if the fist intent was on their bodies and the gods were protecting them. They were favored by this world. As for the specific blessings and martial arts luck that would befall them, it would depend on which of the 12 children broke through the realm first. This was especially so for the 7th realm of martial arts. Whoever was the first to reach the golden body realm, and whether there would be any worldly anomalies at that time, was even more worth looking forward to. Today, both inside and outside the city, regardless of whether they were sword cultivators or not, everyone was brimming with vitality. Even the old cultivators whose bodies were decaying and whose realms had stagnated were like withered trees that had been given a new lease of life. They wholeheartedly wanted to live for a few more years and do a few more things for the young people and children. Today, during the meeting at the ancestral hall, Gu Jianlong, who had returned to the city covered in dust, spoke a lot of fair words. Guo Zhujiu placed the mountain walking staff horizontally on her lap. She was a bit tired, sitting there and dozing off like a chick pecking at rice. In this quarrel between the criminal officers and the hidden officers, although there was a great disparity in numbers, the situation was more or less equal. Lord Gao Yi was actually an outsider who watched with folded arms. Now that he was a young nascent soul realm cultivator, he held great power in his hands and was in charge of the treasury. The sword workshop, clothing workshop, and pill workshop were all merged into one and were all given to Lord Gao Yi. Under him were a bunch of accountants with ordinary cultivation talent. Even if sword cultivators were chosen, they would be seen as inferior and not too willing to do the hard work. However, Lord Gao Yi held the financial power. He never said a word of no to the criminal officer's request to open up new territories. In short, Lord Gao Yi was in charge of all the immortal money and family assets, but he was easily looked down upon by the sword cultivators. Gu Jianlong only spoke fair words. He did not fall behind in a battle of words. Guo Zhujiu opened her eyes in a daze. She rubbed her face and saw that Gu Jianlong was still laughing and talking. She held the mountain walking staff with both hands and asked softly, "You're not done quarreling?" Gu Jianlong turned his head and said, "Not yet. It's still quite noisy." That kid Shenshin was right. The quarrel in the immortal ancestral master hall in his hometown depends on who has more saliva and who has the loudest voice. Guo Zhujiu crossed her arms and frowned. The matter of the school and the teacher was our hidden officer's idea. Then even an idiot would know whose idea it was in the beginning. What are you trying to rebel while my master and mistress aren't here? Gu Jianlong had spoken a whole basket of fair words before, but this was the only thing he did not dare to say. For a moment, the atmosphere in the ancestral master hall was incomparably strange. A certain young Jindan sword cultivator from the criminal officer's branch could not help but open his mouth. Guo Zhujiu, don't make it a big deal. It's just a small matter. Gu Jianlong used his mind to remind him. Lu Duan, don't talk about your master. Have you forgotten what the hidden officer said? After leaving the summer palace, the more you talk about him, the more annoying it will only cause the hidden officer's branch of sword cultivators. At this point, Gu Jianlong sighed in his heart. At that time, he did not know what the so-called after leaving the summer palace meant. Only now did he know that it was in two different worlds. Guo Zhujiu nodded her head and looked at the sword cultivators of the criminal officers. Then you have more people. You have the final say. As a result, the sword cultivators of the criminal officers' branch looked at each other in dismay. They felt uncomfortable all over. Guo Zhujiu said, "But that book, you can't stop the children from reading it." Gao Yeho finally opened his mouth and said, "It's already been banned." If I remember correctly, one of the reasons for the criminal officers branch is that reading about the customs of the world would dirty their eyes. Whoever dares to sell this book will be chased out of the city. That book was full of stories of mountains and rivers of all sizes. It was compiled into a book. Through each and every story, It linked together travel experiences. Outside of the stories, it hid the customs of the world, mountain spirits and ghosts, mountain and river gods, civil and military temples, city god pavilion, literature pavilion, firecrackers to celebrate the old and welcome the new, spring festival couplets, the 24 solar terms, the kitchen god, official knowledge, Jianghu rules, marriage etiquette, literatis writing, poetry, water and land dojos, the grand ritual of the heavens. In short, in the boundless world, there was nothing that was too strange. This was the work of the young hidden officer. In his early years, when he was idle in the summer palace, he had Lin Junbai, Deng Liang, and all the other sword cultivators of the hidden officer's branch. The hidden officer personally recorded and compiled the book. Therefore, the book of more than 400,000 words was signed by the summer palace. Guizhuzhou still had the same general idea. You criminal officers have more people. You have the final say. Gu Jianlong was vaguely angry. He did not intend to say anything fair. However, Guizhuzhou had already stood up. She held the mountain walking staff in her hand and said to Gu Jianlong, "Let's go." Gu Jianlong stood up and gave the row of chairs opposite him a thumbs up. Because the hidden officer's branch had few people, the number of accountants under Marquis Gaoyi, who had the right to attend the ancestral hall, was even fewer. Therefore, the two sides stood side by side. They seemed to be in confrontation with the sword cultivators of the criminal officer's branch. In the square outside the ancestral hall, a resplendent sword radiance arrived in an instant. Ning Yao, who had traveled tens of thousands of li on her sword, retracted her sword and landed. In her hand was a strange head with dried blood. It looked like a human, but not a human. It was pale golden blood. However, even though it was just a head, it emitted a strong ancient aura. Ning Yao casually threw it on the ground. Everyone in the ancestral hall stood up. Guizhuzhou furrowed her face. She felt wronged. Ning Yao was stunned. She walked to the little girl's side and rubbed Guizhuzhou's head. However, she looked at Gu Jianlong and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Jianlong subconsciously took a step back. However, he did not have time to think. He was extremely sullen in his heart. He said in a low voice, "The criminal officer's branch has objections to the school and the books." Ning Yao nodded, standing outside the door. She was only a step away from entering the ancestral hall. She said, "Those who have objections, please take a seat again. I'll reason with them." Those who have no objections scram out of the ancestral hall. In the end, the ancestral hall was empty. Most of the sword cultivators of the criminal officer's branch lowered their heads and passed by. Ning Yao stepped into the ancestral hall and sat on the seat of the hidden official. She closed her eyes and began to rest. Send a message to Qi Shou. Moments later, Qi Shou arrived on his sword. He was slashed to the ground by Ning Yao's sword. Qi Shou laughed bitterly. He did not even go to the ancestral hall. Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, he left the city on his sword and continued to supervise the construction of the mountain. His injuries were not serious, but they were not light either. Guizhuzhou and Gu Jianlong sat on the steps outside the ancestral hall. For some reason, Guizhuzhou did not feel very happy. Gu Jianlong also had a lot on his mind. The hidden official had said that the affairs of the world were complicated and people's hearts were uncertain. Chaotic times did not allow people to think too much. The only thing they could do was survive. On the contrary, in peaceful times, two situations were more likely to occur. One was filled with warmth and lust, and the other was to know etiquette. Perhaps this Qi Shou had intentionally received this sword today. Since his sword skills were destined to be inferior to Ning Yao's, then he would pretend to be pitiful to win people's hearts. The matter of realms could be slowly endured. The gap between Qi Shou and Ning Yao's sword Dao could be made up by the expansion of the criminal officer's branch. As for why Ning Yao did not directly become the leader of the criminal officers, the hidden officials branch of sword cultivators, including Gu Jianlong, could not figure it out. They understood. It was probably because the eldest sword immortal and the hidden official had a long-term plan. That was the only explanation. However, the criminal officers branch would not have it easy either. This was because after losing the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the number of children born in the city who would become sword cultivators would decrease. However, there would naturally be more of them who would switch to other spells and pure martial arts. On the first day of the criminal officers branch's birth, there was an ironclad rule that could not be violated. Those who were not sword cultivators were not allowed to become members of the criminal officers. On the other hand, the hidden officials branch did not have such restrictions. The only problem now was that the identity of Twinkle Heart was too shrouded in fog. Her stance was unclear. If she chose to join forces with Qi Shou, the hidden officials branch would have a headache. There would be a day when the number of Qi refinement warriors and martial arts practitioners in the city would exceed the number of sword cultivators. If Twinkle Heart's branch of criminal officers continued to work together with Qi Shou, the situation inside and outside the city might gradually develop into a situation where the hidden officials branch fought for Qi refinement warriors and the criminal officers branch had all the martial arts practitioners. After all, Gu Jianlong had been in the Summer Palace for many years. He had been hanging out with Lin Junbai and Chao Zhen, these little bastards who were on extremely good terms with him for a long time. He could foresee these hidden dangers in advance. Ning Yao stood on the steps and smiled. "You don't have to worry. I will widen the gap between me and all the sword cultivators by 2 realms. After that, in other words, before Qi Shou and Gao Yi could ascend to the pure jade realm, Ning Yao, would become the first immortal realm sword cultivator in this world." Guizhuzhou jumped up and said excitedly, "Master should also come and see Mistress." Ning Yao said to Guizhuzhou, "I have some insights from my travels this time. I will speak. Lu Duan, you write. When the time comes, publish it in the name of the hidden officials branch and distribute it." Guizhuzhou leaned on the ground with her walking stick. "Yes, yes." Gu Jianlong acted as a coolie and picked up the strange head that was casually thrown on the ground by Ning Yao. Ning Yao took Guizhuzhou and flew to Ning Mansion on her sword. First there was the Great Wall of Sword Qi, then there was him. So Ning Yao could use her sword freely from now on. Ning Yao glanced at the sky and did not say anything. It was not certain who would go and find who on Luhua Island. Xie Yun said helplessly, "Little junior brother, you left the Great Wall of Sword Qi to cultivate and came here, and then you chose such a shabby place as your mansion? Isn't it a bit too shabby? Isn't it better to find a sex ruins in Tonya continent?" Xie Yun's little junior brother was the number 1 of the 100 sword immortals of moon-bearing mountain, Firen, who considered himself a swordsman. In the past battlefield, the South escort official, the North hidden official, and Firen could be considered as the 2 of them. Firen and Xie Yun were now in Luhua Island's Cave of Fortune. It was just that the great demons that had been here for many years had already been killed by them. Firen said, "I was hit by Wei Jin's sword on the battlefield and was injured quite badly. I'll be fine here." After taking a look at the Cave of Fortune, they left together and came to the peak of the mountain on Luhua Island. Because this place was taken by Firen, everyone on Luhua Island was able to escape the calamity. Of course, those who wanted to die were all killed by Xie Yun. Firen did not stop them. However, compared to the Rain Dragon sect, the small Luhua Island was in a much better situation. On the Rain Dragon sect's side, those who were killed by Xie Yun and Xiaochu were all taken in by the dry bone great demon Bai Ying. As for the female cultivators who were skinned by Xie Yun, they were refined into throne maids by the great demon Yangji. Firen looked to the east and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, after blue flower and white wine, have you thought of a new name?" Chia Yun nodded and said, "Lu Chen is a good name, but it's not suitable for now. Let's talk about it when we get close to the central divine continent." It was named Blue Flower because it wanted to see the Great Wall of Sword Qi shatter like a piece of porcelain. After breaking the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was renamed White Wine because there were many beauties in vast world. Chun Chunan was overseeing the South Hassa continent, while the Fuyao continent to the southwest was already in chaos. As for the direction that both sides were looking in, it was the Tongya continent to the southeast. The Yugui sect and the Tongya sect worked together in the north and south, while the Fuyao sect and the Taiping Mountain worked together in the east and west. Now, they were all busy building a huge formation. Firen asked, the Confucian temple of Confucius gave up its power to the world, but it ended up in this awkward situation today. Isn't this like shooting yourself in the foot? Chia Yun said, "Why do we care about this? After vast world changes masters, except for a few peak experts, it won't be so comfortable on and off the mountain." Firen shifted her gaze to the South Hassa continent and said, "Poor Chen Chunan." Whether or not Chen Chunan was overseeing the South Hassa continent was a world of difference. Chia Yun nodded and smiled. "Let's not attack the South Hassa continent first. Let's split up and attack the Tongya continent and Fuyao continent. Chen Chunan will soon be in a dilemma. Should he defend one continent for the sake of one continent's safety, or should he send the scholars to their deaths to protect their integrity in their later years, and then bury the South Hassa continent? Just wait and watch the show. Chen Chunan can ignore the discussions of those scholars from the Central Plains, but for those cultivators who are related to Tongya and Fuyao, those who are kinder and kinder, they will secretly feel sad, and those who are not human, they will curse the entire Mellow Scholarchin clan." Firen said, "The only big disadvantage is the time and place. Let's not talk about the people. If the world wants to go ashore, it's like the Great Wall of Sword, Qi everywhere." The cultivators of the upper five realms who occupied the mountains, especially the saints of the three sects, the military school, the Taoist temple of the academy, and the ruins of the battlefield, were all small worlds. Outside of this, there was a silent protection of the big world. In the South Hassa continent, Fuyao continent, and Tongya continent, all the accompanying saints who were guarding the Tianmu continent had already landed in the human world. They were more straightforward than the three saints of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Without exception, they all chose to die and protect the mountains and rivers of a continent. Not only that, several Tianmu saints of the Jinjia continent also rushed to the South Hassa continent and Fuyao continent respectively and died in the human world. Only the two accompanying saints of the Aquarius continent did not make a move. Chia Yun sneered, "Little junior brother, don't insult the Great Wall of Sword Qi, okay?" Firen smiled. "That's true." Chia Yun said, "Bai Ying, Yang Ji, Fei Fei, and Huang Wan, these four are restrained at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, after arriving at the vast world, it's the easiest for them to obtain military merits. It's a pity that Huang Wan's luck is too bad. Otherwise, he's proficient in breaking formations and can easily accumulate military merits. Yang Ji and Fei Fei were both monarch great demons that attained the water path. The ocean was vast. Other than helping to open the path, they were also suitable for attacking the fate of a continent. Huang Wan could help to open the door. After coming ashore, after every battle, it would be Bai Ying's turn to use her abilities. However, the white ape was only one step away from completely killing Zhong Kuei of the Great Fu Academy. This was a little troublesome. Other than that, the Lushui pit disappeared into thin air. This was not a small accident. However, it was not a big problem. That Tongya continent could not be defended for long. Firen said softly, "Great Wall of Sword Qichin Pingan, left and right of Tongya continent, and Chui Dong of Aquarius continent. Chia Yun smiled. They're all going to die anyway. At the cliff of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Li Jun came to the side of the gray robe. The closest group of sword cultivators to this place were Lu Bai, Yu Si, and Xiao Tan, who were all potential sword immortals of the first entry tent. Only Zhu Gong did not train at the top of the wall. Instead, he followed his master to the vast world. It was said that the bearded man was going to attack Qin Chunan of South Hassa continent. Li Jun smiled and asked, "Senior Dragon Monarch, why aren't you at the top of the wall? There are many opponents worthy of Senior Dragon Monarch's sword in the vast world. For example, Qin Chunan or Sun Yuan of Tongya continent." The Dragon Monarch said hoarsely, "They will die." The Dragon Monarch said, "Therefore, you sword immortal embryos should quickly break through and seize more sword Dao fate. The other side of the wall will lose something to rely on. When I feel impatient, all the sword cultivators who have not broken through and have not grasped a sword intent will have to take my sword. Help me spread the word." Li Jun was horrified. It would not be his turn to take the Dragon Monarch's sword. Li Jun felt terrible. Could it be that the dead Qin Qingdou still had some tricks up his sleeve? Li Jun looked at the other side and frowned. That person? If that was the case, why didn't the Dragon Monarch fight back when he attacked? Li Jun thought quickly and asked curiously, "Senior, why are you telling me this?" The Dragon Monarch said, "You don't think of yourself as a clairvoyant, but I think of you as one." Li Jun smiled. Only Senior Dragon Monarch would say this. "I dare not be angry." Previously, under Li Jun's suggestion, the Jiazi camp had already given the order that all demons were not allowed to get close to the other half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They would not give that person a chance to temper his body. Not only that, that person could only watch the flood of demons below him. If he did not watch, it would be as if he was the only one in the world. Didn't he like to be in the limelight? Since ancient times, saints and heroes were lonely. Let Chen Pingon be. Li Jun walked to the edge of the cliff and shouted at the top of his voice, "Master Hidden Official, can we have a chat?" The Dragon Monarch said, "Don't shout. In the past 3 days, he just broke his elixir and formed his elixir again. Now he is preparing to form his nascent soul. He has no time to talk to you. After he reaches the nascent soul realm, I advise you not to come here anymore." Li Jun was stunned for a long time. A month ago, Li Jun came here to relax after practicing swordsmanship. That guy had just stabilized his soul and finally became a little more normal from his ghostly appearance. On the same day, he entered the sea viewing realm, and now he was going straight to the Yuaning realm? Did he think it was a meal? Bowl after bowl. And what was the meaning of breaking his elixir and forming his elixir again? On the opposite cliff, a very eye-catching bright red robe appeared in Li Jun's sight without warning. The man leaned on the ground with a long saber and smiled. Is a son warning his grandson not to court death? Have you asked your ancestors for permission? Li Jun shook his head and said regretfully, "I can't visit Master Hidden Official often in the future." Chun Pingon smiled. "It doesn't matter. When I reach the pure jade realm one day, I will visit you." "694. In the pouring rain, a man walked out of the thatched cottage by the river. He walked in the rain, his clothes not wet. Standing by the river, raindrops the size of soybeans rapidly hit the surface of the river. It was extremely noisy. The rain and the night made the world even darker and gloomier. When the Tongya sect was at its peak, it had a vast territory of more than 1,200 li. It was the territory of the Tongya sect. It was like a human dynasty, mainly because it was abundant in spiritual qi and suitable for cultivation. After that incident, the monkeys scattered when the tree fell. A dozen vassal forces left the Tongya sect one after another, causing the territory of the Tongya sect to shrink sharply. There were three choices. One was to directly establish their own mountain and change the earliest Mountain Alliance contract with a Tongya sect ancestral hall from vassals to allies. They would occupy a piece of land with good feng shui that the Tongya sect had carved out in the past, but they would not have to pay a sum of immortal money. This was still considered generous. There were also immortal sects that directly turned to the Jade Gui sect or signed contracts with neighboring dynasties to serve as dragon support. The rain gradually lessened. Three guests came to the thatched cottage by the river. One of them was a purple-robed immortal. It was the master of the Tongya sect, Fu Lingqing, who had fought with the left and right several times. The immortal realm belonged to the realm of immortals who had forcefully broken through the bottleneck of the unpolished Jade realm. This caused the Great Tao to be damaged, forever stopping at the immortal realm. Fu Lingqing's breakthrough was an act of helplessness. Otherwise, if the Tongya sect did not have a powerful immortal overseeing it, they would not have been able to protect their crumbling ancestral property. From this, one could see the difference in personality between Fu Lingqing and Du Mao. Beside Fu Lingqing was a young man and woman. The woman was dressed in a golden robe and a red silk skirt. Outside the skirt, there was a dragon fairy dress that looked like it was floating in the clouds. On her feet, there was a pair of embroidered shoes that came from 100 Flowers' blessed land. The elegant young man was called Li Wanyong. He carried a long sword on his back called Qi Seal. It was one of the few killing treasures of the Tongya sect. Uxin and the sword, cultivator Li Wanyong, together with Dian and Qin Shuohu, were the four people who were known as the resurgence of the younger generation of the Tongya sect. They grew extremely quickly and were all top-notch cultivators. This was the foundation of a large sect. Even if Tong Yi sect's vitality was greatly damaged, the only thing they lost to Jade Gui sect in terms of cultivators was actually the loss of sect master Jiang Shangzhen, who had a promising Great Tao, and sect master Wei Ying, who was too talented. Putting aside Jiang Shangzhen and Wei Ying, the Tongya sect was still not too far away from the Yugui sect in other aspects. As for the upper 5 realms consecrators and guests, they were able to move their chairs out of the Tongya sect's ancestral hall. As long as Uxin and the other 3 grew up smoothly, 2 of them would be able to ascend to the pure Jade realm, especially the sword cultivator Li Wanyong. He would also be able to move back in the future without hurting the harmony. The sect master, Fu Lingqing, came to the left and right side and greeted Mr. Zhua. He nodded to the left and right. Fu Lingqing said, including our Tongya sect, all the immortals' fairies, talisman boats, and everything close to the Qi cultivators have been requisitioned by the Academy. They have begun to transport the coastal people away from their homes to seek refuge. It is inevitable that some of the immortals are unwilling to help in order to protect themselves. After the Academy's reprimand, it can only be said that the situation has improved slightly, but the overall situation is difficult to change. However, Jiang Shangzhen has already taken the lead to open the prohibition of the blessed land of Cloud Cave and accept the people under the jurisdiction of Jade Gui sect. As for the 4 symbols formation, it can be activated at any time to resist the changes in the timing and location of the demon army. Speaking of Jiang Shangzhen and his Cloud Cave blessed land, Fu Lingqing was somewhat impressed. Once a large number of ordinary people entered, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would gradually be divided and contaminated. What was originally a high-grade blessed land would fall to a middle-grade blessed land, and this kind of decline was almost irreversible, unlike the path-seeking cultivators. This was because the quality of the blessed land was actually the spiritual qi that was thrown out by the immortal money. Once the spiritual qi was divided up by millions of ordinary teachers, it would at most be divided into a negligible portion to prolong one's life. But for the cultivators in the blessed land, it was like the sky was lowering. The suppression of the Great Way was becoming more and more obvious, and the attainment of the Great Way was becoming more and more inferior. Therefore, if Fu Lingqing was in charge of the blessed land of Cloud Cave, just the matter of suppressing the local cultivators in the blessed land would be very troublesome and difficult. And in history, the mountaintops and cultivators of the Tongya continent were known for their habit of minding their own business. For example, until now, the Tongya continent still did not have a cross-continent ferry. On the other hand, the little Aquarius continent and the old Dragon City had several ferries. In addition, there were no sword immortals who went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to train, and the lower sects of the world would not choose the Tongya continent, etc. Left and right said, Jiang Shangzhen has finally done something that humans did. If he had known earlier, he would have been more polite when he passed by the Great Spring Dynasty's Mirage City on his sword. Fu Lingqing did not reply. After all, Jiang Shangzhen was now the sect master of the Jade sect, although the person with the highest realm was still the old sect master Sun Yuan, according to the rules of the mountain. In name, Jiang Shangzhen was already worthy of being the leader of the continent's immortals, just like Fu Lingqing in the past. Fu Lingqing was very clear that the name of the path of peaceful world was very beneficial to the sect, but in the chaotic world, this name would be very deadly. Fu Lingqing changed the topic and said with emotion, if we had the ferry of the Aquarius continent, it would be much more convenient to transfer the people to the mountain for protection. Left and right shook his head and said, other than the Song clan who is confident of annexing a continent, there are not many dynasties that dare to borrow money to build the ferry of the mountains. That kind of unimaginable ferry was worthy of its name to refine mountains and rivers. Its scale was even more exaggerated than the cross-continent ferry in the world. The Song clan had the chance to build it because they had the support of the Mo clan's branch and main branch. Fu Lingqing said with emotion, after the truth came to light, I knew that the emperor of a country was more courageous than the immortal masters on the mountain. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to visit the late emperor of Dali. With one's selfishness, with one's own desires, he could also do a magnificent feat of turning the tide. Currently, all the cultivators on the mountain of the world had seen and remembered the foresight of the Aquarius continent's imperial tutor Chui Dong joining forces with the Song clan. Left and right did not comment on this. Left and right had a personal grudge with Chui Dong in the past. Left and right would not ignore Chui Dong's actions for the sake of public affairs. Otherwise, when they reunited at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chui Dongshan would not have been simply slashed out of the city. Li Wanyong said softly, it's a pity that the accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding the sky screen do not have any real combat strength. The Confucian school had two factions, one in the light and one in the dark. The 72 academies of the Confucian school had 72 mountain masters, nascent soul, jade, and immortal. Other than that, there were many accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding the sky screen and monitoring the world. There was also a portion of the sages of the Confucian temple who wandered through the long river of time to find and open up blessed lands to integrate into the territory of the vast world. For example, the newly opened Fifth World. Another portion of the sages followed the Sage of Rights to resist some extremely troublesome ancient gods and secretly protect the entire vast world from being destroyed. Unlike the Chancellor of the Academies and the Mountain Masters of the Academies, the fall of these accompanying sages was often unknown to the world and not recorded. Even the cultivators on the mountain did not know about it, let alone the mortals below the mountain. This young sword cultivator, who was known as the second Fu Lingqing, was still young and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He went against left and right and almost had his sword heart destroyed by left and right. If not for the sect master taking a sword for him and Yu Xian pleading for him, Li Wanyong would probably not have anything to do with the four people of the Tong Yi sect. What Li Wanyong said was also the truth. The accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding every continent of the vast world were in charge of monitoring the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the continent. They especially had to pay attention to the immortal and ascendant realm cultivators at the peak of the mountain. They never went to the human world, and only looked at the lights of the human world year after year. When the ascendant realm, Du Mao, of the Tong Yi continent left the sect to travel across continents to the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent, he needed the permission of the sage above. The venerable fire dragon of the North Continent also needed it when he went on a long journey. There were many ascendant realm cultivators who had their requests rejected. Therefore, the ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain who laughed and said that the peak of the vast world did not have any freedom at all. It was not a lie. The vast world restrained the strong the most. As for the strong people in the school of Confucianism, there was no need to say much. The outcome of accompanying the sages of the Confucian temple was the greatest proof. Some of the principles that made people very uncomfortable had fallen on the Confucian school of Confucianism. That was why those ascendant realm old immortals could only pinch their noses and endure it. It was okay to complain, but after complaining, please continue to abide by the etiquette. This way, when the people at the peak of the mountain went down the mountain, they would not casually sneeze or stomp their feet, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the human world would not be in turmoil. Fu Lingqing was furious. Li Wanyong, be careful with your words. Li Wanyong's face turned slightly pale. The cultured and elegant sect master was rarely so angry. He said to the left and right, "You don't have to put on an act in front of me." Fu Lingqing almost suffered internal injuries. The sect master of the Tong Yi sect really respected the Confucian sages from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, these sages of the Confucian temple had returned to the human world at the cost of their lives. It was of great significance. Protecting the environment of the continent could allow the cultivators of the various continents to occupy the right time and place and greatly reduce the strength of the demon race's attacks before and after they came ashore. It allowed the great array of the continent and the great mountain guarding array of the various mountains to be connected to heaven and earth. For example, the great array of the Tong Yi sect, Wutong Heavenly Umbrella, was more stable than when Zhuozhuo asked for the sword alone back then. Zhuozhuo said, although what Li Wanyong said is unpleasant, it is the truth. There is a limit to human strength, and the sages are no exception. We are all the same. The sages of the northern sky screen of the Tong Yi continent, who secretly allowed Du Mao to leave the realm, had now landed in the human world of the Fuyao continent. Like the other sages, they did not speak any bold words. It was just that the matters of the world were complicated. As scholars, they spoke of their merits and demerits, criticizing each other. In name, they were reasonable, but in reality, they were quarreling to determine victory and defeat. Therefore, it was very easy for a chicken to talk to a duck, and each had their own reasons. If it was simple, it was nothing more than discussing the matter as it was. Both sides were willing to admit that a person was not a sage, and that no one could be faultless. Only in this way could they train each other and walk on the path of the great Tao. Li Wanyong was clearly surprised and curious that this extremely arrogant sword immortal would speak up for him. He glanced at the young sword cultivator. Among the 4 of you, you were the first to have the will to die. Therefore, there are some things that you can say directly. But don't forget, speaking from the heart is not complaining, especially for sword cultivators. Li Wanyong hated hearing such words the most. He felt that Zhuozhuo was looking down on him and using righteousness to suppress him. Did I, Li Wanyong, need an outsider like you to comment on how I, Li Wanyong, should attack? Yu Xian was a little anxious, afraid that Li Wanyong would say something angry again. Therefore, she quickly reminded Li Wanyong telepathically that Zhuozhuo had some words to say. Li Wanyong did not dare to contradict Swa directly. However, the swa in his heart. What swa? A sword cultivator arrived on his sword. It was Wang Shizi, who returned from the Great Wall of Sword Chi with Swazwa. He was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Oris core stage. He often received pointers from Swazwa on his swordsmanship. He already had hopes of breaking through the bottleneck. In the past 14 years, he ascended the top of the city 3 times and went out of the city twice to fight. Among the Oris core sword cultivators, his battle achievements were considered average. For a sword cultivator who cultivated in the wilderness, this might seem ordinary, but it was actually a rather impressive battle record. More importantly, Wang Shizi risked his life to attack every time, but he was never seriously injured. There were no hidden dangers in his cultivation. In Zhua's words, he was tenacious. In the future, he would be Wang Shizi's sword immortal and would not be able to escape. Wang Shizi clasped his fists and said, "Seniors with Zhua, sect leader Fu." Then he nodded at Uxian and Li Wanyong. The 2 prodigies of the Tongya sect also returned the greeting. Towards this Wang Shizi, who was originally not very famous on the Tongya continent, the 4 young people from Zhongxing sect were very impressed. It turned out that although Wang Shizi was a sword cultivator before he went to Inverted Hanging Mountain, he liked to travel the mountains and rivers alone. Moreover, he had always concealed his identity and did not rely on any of the sections. After he reached the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm, he quietly crossed the continent and went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Over there, he quickly broke through to the Core Formation realm. This time, he followed Zhuo back to his hometown and was busy in the Tongya sect. Then, this Wang Shizi, who had the aura of a sword immortal, gradually became known. Wang Shizi was about the same age as Zhuo. He liked to call Zhuo senior from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he had received Zhuo's instructions, but Wang Shizi did not know anything about the Great Wall of Sword Chi. At most, he would talk about the local conditions and customs there. Wang Shizi was a mountain cultivator of the Tongya continent. Zhuo's original intention was for Wang Shizi to go to the more stable Yugui sect, but Wang Shizi insisted on staying in the Tongya sect. These years, he helped the Tongya sect to supervise the construction of the big formation. Now, he had a good relationship with Du Yan and Qin Shuahu. Occasionally, when there were conflicts, such as when he had a huge disagreement with the Yinyang sect's formation master and the Mahis sect's mechanism master, Wang Shizi would be recommended by the Tongya sect cultivators to brace himself and ask Zhuo for help. Wang Shizi concisely talked about the troublesome matter between the Tongya sect and the foreign cultivators. Fu Lingqing immediately gave a suggestion, and the Tongya sect took the lead to compromise. Zhuo nodded without any objections. Wang Shizi bid farewell and left on his sword. The heavy rain stopped. Li Wanyong followed the sect master and traveled on his sword to check on the placement of some of the key mountains. Zhuo stood in the same place. For some reason, the girl did not leave with him. In the vast world, people's hearts were like ducks in the water. Zhuo saw that she did not intend to leave, so he turned around and asked, "Miss Yu, is there anything I can help you with?" Uxian plucked up her courage and asked, "Zhuo, there are 9 mighty towers in the vast world. There is the sword-suppressing tower in the South Saw continent, which is said to be guarded by the sword, Celestial Chao, she from the Liju Cave Heaven. There is also a mountain-suppressing tower in the Fuyao continent. Why is there no mighty tower in the Tongya continent?" Zhuo said, "Actually, there is. It is an important demon-suppressing tower. It is the Taoist temple of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. There are only 2 blessed lands in the world that are connected. The Lotus Blossom Blessed Land in the Tongya continent is connected to the Lotus Blossom blessed land of the Taoist ancestor. However, the temple master ascended to the Qingming world and wanted to seek Tao with the Taoist ancestor. Since the Confucian temple did not stop him, they must have made an agreement. Yu Xian asked curiously, "This is a matter of great importance. Why didn't the Confucian temple discuss with the old temple master to delay his ascension, or let the old temple master leave the demon-suppressing tower for the academy to manage? Now that the demon army is invading, won't they have a greater chance of winning?" The 9 grand suppression towers of the vast world were mountain suppression, country suppression, sea suppression, demon suppression, immortal suppression, sword suppression, dragon suppression, and white marsh suppression. So Yu shook his head and said, "There are many things that our Confucian school is too strenuous and unrewarding. For example, we allow the 100 schools of thought to contend in the world. We don't exterminate the demon race. We give the secular dynasties the authority of the gods of mountains and rivers. And we don't specifically participate in the changes of the dynasties below the mountain. There have always been disputes within the Confucian temple, among the academies, and among the literary lineages. There have always been disputes over the knowledge of the sages within a single literary lineage." Left and right said, "Reasoning is the most exhausting thing. I've never been good at this kind of thing. According to Buddhism, I'm at most a self-committed Han. Even after learning the sword, I'm still the same. In terms of imparting knowledge, Mao Xiaodong had the highest chance of inheriting the teacher's legacy. However, due to his limited knowledge and cultivation potential, as well as the teacher's experience, Mao Xiaodong, who was unwilling to leave the sage of literature's lineage, couldn't do anything. As a result, Mao Xiaodong had to personally make a trip to the Middle Plains to ask for the title of one of the 72 academies for the Cliff Academy. Fortunately, I have a junior brother who's good at reasoning with others. He's worth looking forward to." Yu Xian noticed that this bad-tempered senior, Sua, had a rare smile when he talked about his junior brother. Left and right didn't say anything else. It was probably Left and Right's unique order to chase him away. However, Yu Xian still had a question. Seniors would clearly has a bad impression of the Tong Yi sect. "Why are you still willing to guard this place?" Sua said, "Your sect master, Fu Lingqing, is someone who is willing to be reasonable. As long as the most reasonable person on a mountain is willing to be reasonable, then the customs of the mountain will have a chance to turn from muddy to clean. Secondly, I've been instructed by my teacher and the great sword, Celestial, to guard the Tong Yi continent, and not your Tong Yi sect. Since my swordsmanship came from this world, I should return the sword to the world when it's time to do so." Yu Xian respectfully bid farewell and left. She was a little happy. Although Seniors was still looked indifferent today, he was more talkative. He patiently told her so many things about the world. She used to have some resentment towards this great sword, Celestial, who didn't look like a scholar at all. He bullied people without thinking, asked questions randomly, and was unreasonable. He almost caused the collapse of the sect, and the sect master was forced to break the realm and become an immortal. However, after Left and Right returned to the Tong Yi sect from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, according to Wang Shizi, he killed a big demon hiding in the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island on the way. He also had to help the Tong Yi sect resist the demon army from the savage land. Her resentment disappeared. The young woman's depression was like the world after the rain, and the scenery was brand new. It was like the budding of the early spring. Now, the entire Tong Yi continent was under the 4 symbols formation set up by the Tong Yi sect, Yugui sect, Taiping Mountain, and Fuyang sect. In addition, there were 3 celestial phenomena created by the 3 Tianmu sages before they fell into the human world. Sun Yuan of the Ascendant Realm, the Lord of Heaven of Taiping Mountain, and Jiang Shangjin of the Immortal Realm were each guarding one of the continents. Among them, the Lord of Heaven and Jiang Shangjin were assisted by the 2 academy sages who traveled from afar. Each of them was like guarding a cave and controlling the flow of fate of a continent. When the four symbols formation was set up, the three great cultivators kept collecting the scattered fate from all over the continent. This made the weather of the Tong Yi continent very strange. For example, in the territory of the Tong Yi sect, there was a heavy rain that came and went in a hurry, and there were signs of heavy snow, which caught people off guard. When the formation of a continent was completely stabilized, the territory of Taiping Mountain would be like spring all year round. The sun hung high in the sky all year round in the Yugui sect, the autumn wind was chilly in the Fuyang sect, and the snow fell in the Tongyi sect all year round. Left and right returned to the hut to rest and cultivate his sword. Elsewhere in the Tongyi sect, Qin Shuahu was drunk and sleeping under the flowers, waiting for the demon army to attack. Previously, when the heavy rain fell, countless flowers fell and covered his body, but he did not notice it. When the heavy rain stopped and the heavy snow was about to arrive, there was a celestial mansion built on the edge of a cliff. The moon was full when the windows were opened, overlooking a pool. The cliff was steep and the water was deep, and there was no way to pass through it. As the direct descendant of Du Mao, Du Yan had been criticized and looked down upon all these years. Du Yan, who originally saw Jiang Shangzhen as his lifelong pursuit, had been fooling around for many years like a wastrel. However, in less than 10 years, he had improved by leaps and bounds, breaking through 2 realms consecutively. At this moment, Du Yan's expression was initially bitter, but it turned into determination. For the sake of the Du family's lineage, he was willing to risk his life and raise his arms. During the heavy snow, the purple-robed sword celestial Fu Lingqing, who had always been seen as a puppet sect master in the Tongyi continent, ascended the ancestral hall at the peak of the mountain alone. He looked around and laughed. The snow is boundless, covering the entire world. The combination of white jade has made my heart clear, and it is the most suitable for me to use my sword. At a celestial ferry in the northernmost part of the Tongyi continent, a group of celestial masters from other places felt helpless. It turned out that they had just received news that the 2 cross-continent ferries of the Fu family in the Old Dragon City, including the Old Dragon City's Fu family, had already informed the ferry port 10 days ago that the ferries would no longer travel between the 2 continents. There were many ferries at the ferry port that were not enough to cross continents. A few large ferries that could barely travel to the Old Dragon City were also transferred to the south by the Academy. Yun Xian had also taken out half of the Celestial Talisman boat and a treasured item and handed it to the Taiping Mountain. Immortal Master Cloud Sign frowned. She led the disciples of the Rain Dragon sect, who were willing to travel with her to the distant lands, and secretly disembarked at the Fushui sect of the Tong Yi continent. Then she headed straight for Peace Mountain with a secret letter. She paid a visit to the venerable old heavenly lord of the Tong Yi continent, as well as sect master Song Mao. Before Yun Xian could decide whether to stay at the Taiping Mountain or not, the old Lord of Heaven took the initiative to ask Yun Xian to bring the disciples of the Rain Dragon sect to the Aquarius continent. As for the gift from Yun Xian, the old Lord of Heaven was a straightforward person and directly told Yun Xian that the Taiping Mountain was destined to not be able to return the favor within 100 years. As for 100 years later, even if the vast world still had such a mountain, it might not be able to do anything. He hoped that fellow Taoist Yun Xian would be mentally prepared. Yun Xian looked at the vast blue sea and sighed. She could only continue to travel with the wind. The disciples of the lower 5 realms who could only ride the simple talisman boat had to suffer. Ancestor Yun Xian shifted her gaze and looked towards the southwest. The inverted mountain had already ascended and left under the watchful eyes of everyone. Yun Xian was a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Yun Xian had sensed some clues about the departure of the inverted mountain. She wondered what happened to the Water Essence Palace and the Rain Dragon Sect's ancestral hall. Yun Xian didn't dare to imagine, and didn't want to think too much. If it disappeared, many people would die. If it still existed, Yun Xian didn't know how the vast world would view the Rain Dragon sect in the future. She didn't know how she and the other Rain Dragon sect disciples would live in a foreign land. At the ferry, Immortal Master Fu and mountain sect cultivators were bustling with activity. They were all refugees from the Tongyi continent who had fled north to Old Dragon City. Other than cultivators, there were also many officials and nobles from various countries who had good relations with the mountain and were well informed. As a result, the huge ferry was still packed with people. A beautiful woman carrying a sword on her back muttered to herself, "How am I different from them?" As a cultivator of the Tongyi continent, it was best to escape when facing a great disaster. A young man wearing a Confucian robe without the academy's ornament shook his head and said, "Huang Ting, if you're so stubborn, I'm going to scold you." Old Heavenly Lord personally issued a decree, and Sect Master Song stamped the Ancestral Hall's seal. It's almost equivalent to expelling you from the sect. Why? Isn't it to let you go to the fifth world with peace of mind? Even in the worst-case scenario, you'll still be able to leave behind a line of descendants in Peace Mountain. Their good intentions aren't for you to wallow in self-pity. If you keep thinking like this, even if you go to the fifth world, you won't be able to break through the nascent soul bottleneck. Not only that, but it'll also become your inner demon. Let me tell you, there are already many sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Chi over there. Each of them has great killing power. Even if sword cultivators of the same realm kill each other, the vast world has a very small chance of winning. Once you become a demon there, you'll definitely be hunted down by them. Huang Ting said, "If you really lose to your inner demon and get killed by those sword cultivators, it'll be a worthy death. It's better than being picked up by some filthy cultivators and earning the merit for slaying demons." Zhong Kui said angrily. Huang Ting said, "I'm just feeling aggrieved," and said a few words to vent my anger. "What's the rush? I don't care about my own life, but I definitely won't treat the sect as a joke." Zhong Kui heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Ting frowned. People's hearts crumble so quickly. Zhong Kui was even more worried than her. He could only say a piece of good news to comfort himself. He said in a low voice, "According to my master, the Fuyao continent is much better than us. They're indeed used to fighting and killing. They don't cherish their lives as much as we do in the Tongya continent. Under the lead of the academy, several large empires have already joined forces. Most of the immortals with the surname Song are not willing to fall behind, especially a large empire in the north. They directly ordered that all cross-continent ferries are banned. Anyone who dares to secretly escape to the Jinjia continent or the Central Divine continent will be killed immediately upon discovery." Zhong Kui rubbed his face. "Look at our side. It's normal to be afraid of death and greedy for life, but if everyone is like this, it's outrageous. They don't want to be officials anymore. Immortals don't want to cultivate their mansions anymore. They don't care about the Ancestral Hall anymore. They don't care about the Ancestral Hall. 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 Trees die when people move, and people live when they move. Anyway, we can bring the Divine Master Tablet and the portraits of our ancestors along with us." Ooh, Zhong Kui had one more thing that he couldn't say. The Aquarius continent was doing something huge. For this, the sect leader of the Jade Tablet sect, Jiang Shangzhen, the old heavenly lord of the Peace Mountain, the sect leader of the Fuji sect, Ji Hai, and the mountain lord of the Defu Academy had all rushed to the sea between the two continents to meet the Dali imperial tutor. They hoped that the Aquarius continent would change their mind and choose to cooperate with the Tongya continent. Ji Hai even gave up the entire Fuji sect to the Dali dynasty and became a vassal force of the Song clan. But Cui Dong still rejected the suggestion of the Tongya continent. First, they would use fire to boil the sea, revealing the ridge between the two continents. Then, they would use water techniques to stabilize the road, implicating the Tonga continent and the Aquarius continent into one. After the battle ended, they would flood the road again and divide the two continents. Because the embroidered tiger had already chosen the North Continent, Chui Dong had only one reason at that time. The cultivators of the Tonga continent wanted to live in the Aquarius continent, while the cultivators of the North Continent wanted to die in the Aquarius continent. Then, who should the Aquarius continent choose? Even a scholar would know. Zhong Kui was also present at that time, but he could only remain silent. That meeting could very well decide the fate of the three continents. Both sides did not part on bad terms, and no one spoke harshly to the imperial tutor of the Dali continent. That was because everyone who went to the sea knew the answer. They could not force someone to do something they did not want to do. After all, the other party was Chui Dong, the person who dared to betray his own master and ancestors. Even the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple despised him. As for speaking harshly to Chui Dong, there was no need for that. The great cultivators of the Tonga continent, including the old Heaven Lord and Ji Hai, still had that bit of magnanimity. As for Chui Shi, he didn't make any sarcastic remarks about the culture of Tong Yi continent other than that sentence. Back then, someone asked Chui Dong if the Tonga continent could break the rules and merge the two continents because of the situation. If the North Continent did it, the Confucian temple might not agree. Chui Dong only said one thing. If the sword cultivators of the North Continent agreed, it meant that all the cultivators of the continent agreed. The Confucian temple had no choice but to agree. Even if they did not agree, what could the Confucian temple do? Zhong Kui admired this former disciple of the Confucian saint, who had a bad reputation in the Confucian school. When Chui Dong used the power of the world to reason, no matter who you were, you should listen obediently. Zhong Kui looked at the group of rain dragon sect cultivators in the distance and said, "It would be good if everyone in the rain dragon sect was like that." Huang Ting shook his head and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." It's already surprising that the rain dragon sect, with such a foul atmosphere, has ancestor Yun Qian. In the end, Yun Qian took the group of rain dragon sect disciples and traveled to the old dragon city. Then, he announced his name to the vassal king's mansion, saying that he was willing to help the central region of the Aquarius continent. The vassal king's prince Song Mu personally received him. Before the sea of people reached the main hall, Song Mu gave an urgent order to mobilize a Dali military ferry and change its purpose temporarily. It took ancestor Yun Qian, including a few dozen cultivators, to the central region of the Aquarius continent. Yun Qian sat down in the vassal king's mansion and drank tea. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the tea was still cold, and they were ready to leave. Song Mu personally sent the group of rain dragon sect cultivators to the military ferry in the inner city. Then he cupped his fists and thanked everyone, including ancestor Yun Qian. He said that from today onwards, the vassal king's mansion was open to all rain dragon sect cultivators. Aside from that, the young vassal king did not exchange any pleasantries at all. The ferry docked at the source of the Aquarius continent. The person who received the message on a flying sword was one of the three Aquarius continent's supervising officials, Lu Qingfeng. He gave the cultivators of the Rain Dragon sect a copy of the progress of the Aquarius continent's excavation. Afterwards, he asked ancestor Yun Qian about the details of the Rain Dragon sect's water techniques, as well as seeking ancestor Yun Qian's advice. The two of them carefully revised and perfected an existing plan that the supervising official's estate had rushed to come up with overnight. If the young vassal king of Old Dragon City, Song Mu, gave off a feeling of being swift and decisive, then this supervisor Lu gave off a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Yun Qian sighed emotionally. On the Tong Yi continent, Even when they were fleeing for their lives, they still gave off a feeling of disarray. However, on the Aquarius continent, everything seemed to be going according to plan without any stagnation at all. It was fast and orderly. In the small town of the Dragon Province's Huang district in the Dali continent, a new shopkeeper had appeared in the Riding Dragon Alley. His name was Changming. Wei Pai had just broken free from a night banquet. Coupled with the sword immortal Miyu, he had a secret discussion with this fellow Changming who had come from afar. After confirming her identity without a doubt, Wei Pai did not immediately open the restrictions on the blessed land. He only said that he still needed to wait for the head caretaker of Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian, to make a decision. As a result, Changming temporarily helped out at the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley. Changming fished out his life-bound gold essence copper coin and was rather surprised. Golden light flowed and shone brilliantly. It was as if his life-bound had merged with the world. Sure enough, choosing this place to cultivate was the best choice. Changming was looking forward to the lotus blossom blessed land even more. On Luopa Mountain, Wei Pai and Miyu sat by a stone table. The Northern Mountain Lord was rather helpless. Actually, with his relationship with Luopa Mountain, there was no need for Zhu Lian to give the word for Changming to take up residence. In reality, it was impossible for Wei Pai to do such a thing. He had already passed the tongue leaf umbrella to Cui Dongshan according to the instructions in the secret letter. If nothing went wrong, it should end up in the hands of a cultivator from the Tong Yi continent in the end. It might be Taiping Mountain, Zhongkui, or even the protector of Luopa Mountain, Zhou Fei, who used it to take in the refugees. However, it was unknown whether the lotus flower blessed land, which had just been promoted to a medium blessed land for a few years, would return to its original state after returning to Luopa Mountain and become an inferior blessed land with thin spiritual energy. After all, once the refugees returned home, they would bring along the spiritual energy with them. The more people there were, the more fate and spiritual energy they carried, the more the lotus flower blessed land would be damaged. Wei Pai looked into the distance and thought of the sinister landscape travel book. He muttered, "Chinpingan, oh Chinpingan, is it necessary? Is it worth it?" Miyu smiled and said, "Wei Shanjun, it seems like you still don't understand our mountain lord, or rather, you don't understand the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword, Aura." Miyu turned to the black-clothed girl who was silently eating melon seeds and asked with a smile, "Little Mealy, how you write the couplet in the shop that sells the Mute Lake wine?" Mealy quickly put down the melon seeds and picked up the golden carrying pole on the table. She stood up and said in a clear voice, "Sword, immortal 3-foot sword, looking around blankly, where is the enemy? The hero is lonely." Mealy moistened her throat and continued to shout in an even louder voice, "2 tails of wine in a cup with you to quench the sorrows of the ages. Until we are drunk, what is money?" The little girl raised the golden carrying pole in her hand high. "Look, I have the golden carrying pole. What is money?" Miyu drank a big mouthful of wine and thought of the past. It snowed in the summer palace, and the hidden official's sword cultivators built a snowman together. The young hidden official and his disciple Guojuju laughed and said a sentence. "I don't believe that the world is so bad." Miyu felt that even today, standing here, the young hidden official would still think so, and firmly believe it. That was because some knowledge had little to do with the way the world was. At the Yang family shop, the shop assistant named Yang Hua had a rare smile on his face because he recognized the woman who came today. She was Li Lu, Li Er's daughter, and Li Huai, that little bastard's older sister. In the past, Yang Hua still had some thoughts, but the elders in his family didn't agree, saying that it wasn't about money. When Yang Hua asked again, the elders only said that it was the old master's idea and didn't agree, telling him to give up. However, Li Lu, who had always been alone, was accompanied by a fat woman in coarse hemp clothes today. She was a bit of an eyesore. Yang Hua couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. For a woman to be so fat, how much could she eat? The woman smiled shyly at him, giving Yang Hua a fright. The woman lifted the curtain and stood sideways. When Li Lu stepped into the backyard, the woman put down the curtain and smiled at Yang Hua again. Yang Hua looked at the mountain-like woman behind the counter and secretly raised his arm. He felt that even a big man, like himself, wasn't her match. Li Lu sat on a bamboo chair that creaked as soon as she sat down. This was the handiwork of her younger brother, Li Huai. The woman who carried the entire waterhole with her stood behind Li Lu, not daring to breathe loudly, because she knew the identity of the old man sitting on the steps and smoking. In the ancient era, he was in charge of one of the two immortal promotion platforms. A woman in green landed in the courtyard on a sword and sat on the bench in the corridor. Old Man Yang tapped his pipe on the stairs and said, "That's how it is. If you succeed and protect Aquarius continent, then it will be a great merit. If you can't, then it will be a disaster. In the past, I have been restricting the two of you, but after this, you can do whatever you want." When the woman saw the woman in green who was only at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, she was shocked and horrified. It was a completely unreasonable instinct. The woman wasn't stupid. After all, she was an ascendant realm great demon who was familiar with the past. Thinking of Li Lu's real body, she immediately guessed the identity of the unfamiliar woman. The supreme deity sat on the throne and looked down on the world. The sun boiled the sea and refined all living things. Wherever the sun shone, it was the territory. At first, the woman became more and more cautious. Gradually, her entire face and eyes began to change, and her ferocious nature erupted. After all, a great demon was an ascendant realm true to her name. Even if she was extremely afraid, once she reached the limit, her nature would be revealed. As an ascendant realm cultivator, how could she just wait for death? She had to kill with all her might. Wan Xiu slowly retracted her gaze from the woman. She took out an embroidered handkerchief, picked up a piece of cake, and chewed slowly. Li Lu said, "I'm fine with it. It's up to her." Wan Xiu nodded. "I only have one request. No matter if it's successful or not, the merit of the Confucian Temple must be credited to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. It can be halved." Old Yang hesitated for a moment. "I'll discuss this with Chui Dong. Since you're willing to have it, it shouldn't be a big problem." Li Lu said, "Then I'll do the same. It'll be credited to Li Huai." Old Yang said angrily, "Why are you giving it to him? Does that brat need it? He'll find it too heavy to step on dog poop shoes." Li Lu smiled and immediately dismissed the idea. However, Li Lu took out the red string she got from Li Huai and tossed it to Old Yang. She sneered and said, "What do you mean? She's trying to take advantage of my younger brother. Is she tired of living? Why don't I use my merit to exchange for her life? Is that enough?" Old Yang frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll clean up the mess." Wan Xiu suddenly asked, "What's the matter with that travel book?" Old Yang sneered. "There are two branches in the family. One branch wants to be an official historian. They're trying their best to break away from the status of an official historian. They're unwilling to be a descendant of a branch of history. They hope to prove their great Tao through a blessed land of white paper. The other branch wants to be an unofficial historian. The latter has a great plan." Old Yang waved his smoking pipe. "You don't have to care about these things. It's urgent to break through the realm and ascend to the Jade Urn realm. Now you don't have to hide too much." Wan Xiu glanced at the woman who had finished the pastries in her hand. Once she killed her, she would have a chance to go directly to the immortal realm. Li Lu said coldly, "Wan Xiu, restrain yourself Wan Xiu languid sat on the bench, squinted, and asked with a smile, "Who are you?" The woman was uneasy. This was a real fight between immortals. Wan Xiu asked, "Can he come back?" Old Yang was silent, but the smoke in the small courtyard was getting thicker. Then the woman was shocked again. She turned her head and looked at the woman in white behind Old Yang. She was tall and had a pair of golden eyes. After seeing this person, the woman felt a little tired. She shouldn't have followed Li Lu here. It seemed that even she, an ascendant realm cultivator, was not enough here. If she had known, she would have gone to the North Continent to provoke immortal fire dragon. The tall woman smiled and said, "Of course." She lowered her gaze and looked at Old Yang, who was sitting on the ground. "Tell Chui Dong, and ask him to tell the Confucian Temple that I'll turn Haoran World and Qingming World into a family." Old Yang said, "As long as you stay here, Chen Pingon will have a chance. He's tough. Besides, he's right to be patient. If you go there with him, he might lose his life in the Great Wall of Sword Aura." She said, "If I stay there alone, I'd rather die than live." Old Yang said, "I think staying there is the best way to cultivate. Climbing the mountain is important, but cultivating the mind is difficult. Being scolded and doing a few good deeds doesn't mean it's cultivation." She sneered. "You and Chen Qingdu seem to be qualified to say that." Old Yang nodded. "Not bad." Old Yang waved his pipe. "You still have to be careful. Those king-level monsters won't let you boil the sea." Wan Xiu left the courtyard on her sword. Li Lu brought the woman to the ancestral home. Old Yang stood up. "If something happens to me, please take care of me." She nodded. "There are only a few old friends left. You old bones, take it easy." Old Yang smiled and repeated the words, "Not bad." In the middle section of the Aquarius continent, on a newly built dam, a young man in white was riding on a child. Beside him was an old Confucian with white hair. Lin Shi followed silently. The young man was cursing the old bastard for being a jerk. Lin Shi pretended that he didn't hear anything. In fact, the old man and the young man were both his martial uncles. The imperial tutor asked Lin Shi, "What do you think of Lu Qingfeng's character?" Lin Shi said, "He was born to learn martial uncle's knowledge. He is a good person, and his knowledge is not lacking." Chui Dong said, "There is nothing wrong with looking at things, but looking at people is one-sided. That Lu Qingfeng is cold and warm-hearted. Don't be fooled by his warm-heartedness. The key is his cold eyes." Chui Dongshan laughed. "Old bastard can still speak like a human. That's rare. Yes, 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 that Lu Qingfeng is willing to treat the world with kindness, but that doesn't mean that he thinks highly of the world. In fact, Lu Qingfeng doesn't care what the world thinks of him. The reason why I admire him is because he is like me. The order cannot be wrong." Chui Dong said, "I am going to North Continent's Skeleton Beach's Gui Ming Valley." Chui Dongshan hesitated. "Why can't I go? I have Brother Gao to lead the way." Chui Dong said, "Your cultivation is too low. That Gao Cheng might not listen to you. The Aquarius continent doesn't have the time to fight with him. He wants to complete his grand Tao and understand the most fundamental samsara technique. The Aquarius continent has given him the chance. At the crucial moment, I will borrow Zhong Kui from Tongyi continent. You go and find the great monk who has wandered to the White Cloud Monastery. There are some things that need to be done beforehand. If not, the taboo will be too big, and the gains will not make up for the losses. I will definitely not allow the Aquarius continent to remain as a mess even if we manage to defend it." If the people of Tongyi continent were not so lax, Chui Dong would have thought of linking the Aquarius continent and Tongyi continent together. With Zhong Kui and Gao Cheng, and of course with Chui Dongshan, it was possible. Chui Dongshan extended his hand and pressed on the child's head and scolded, "Brother Gao, that shameless old bastard wants to scam you. Quickly spit on his face and help him wash his face." Chui Dong emphasized. I am talking to you about serious matters. Chui Dongshan raged. I am not deaf. Before Chui Dong left, he seemed to have said some nonsense for no reason. Cultivate well in the future. If you see the old elementary scholar, you can talk about all the merits and demerits, but in my heart there is nothing much to talk about with him. Chui Dongshan said unhappily, if you have the ability, go talk to him yourself. I am not a messenger. Damn it, we are 2 generations apart to call the old elementary scholar ancestor. That is embarrassing. Chui Dong looked up at the sky and said indifferently, because I do not have the ability, that is why I am asking you to talk to him, Dolly Imperial Tutor. Shrinking earth, mountains, and rivers in a blink of an eye, he was 1,000 li away. The huge Aquarius continent was like a small world for this ascendant realm scholar. Chui Dongshan jumped down from the child and waved his sleeves with all his might towards the direction where Chui Dong's figure disappeared. He punched out with both hands and scolded scram scram. However, Lin Shuyi knew that this junior martial uncle Chui Dongshan, who looked frivolous, was actually very sad. When Chui Dong left Aquarius continent for North continent, there were already great cultivators who used their powers to isolate heaven and earth. In the northernmost part of Aquarius continent, Wan Xiu shook the bracelet on her hand, and a fire dragon suddenly appeared, heading north. Under the sun, many rays of light between heaven and earth seemed to gather on that path. In the southernmost part of North Continent, Li Lu stood at the seaside, parting the sea. On the line, on the right side, there were many sword immortals and upper 5 realm cultivators guarding the array. Tai Hui sword sect Master Qi Jinglong and disciplined patriarch Huang Tong. Floating duckweed sword lake Luo Kai, who had just returned from South Whirlpool Continent, and the number 1 sword immortal in the north by Sham. Hemp sect master, disciplined patriarch Nalen, sect master Zhu Quan on the left side. There were only 2 ascendant realms. They were old acquaintances, Venerable Fiery Dragon, and the woman from Lushui Pit. Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed, and the woman laughed along. Lu Ji, Madame Huanyan, and Spring Banner sect sword immortal Xiao Yunyan rushed to South Whirlpool Continent together. The big bearded wanderer of the wasteland sovereign realm was the first to arrive at the seaside of South Whirlpool Continent, asking the sword scholar Chen Chunan. Half of South Whirlpool Continent's cultivators could see the sword gleam that tore through the night sky. A half moon appeared on the sea, and it just happened to cover the entire Whirlpool Continent. After the sharp sword gleam broke through the moon's barrier, it was absorbed into the sleeve of Chen Chuanan's Dharma form. On the top of a mountain, near the sea, Madame Huanyan asked softly, "Why did Lu Cha do this? Isn't he helping Chen Chunan temporarily?" Xiao Yunyan said, "It's because of his respect for Chen Chunan that Lu Cha came specially to hand over this sword. Of course, that's not all. After the sword, the Central Plains will focus more on defending South Whirlpool Continent. A large group of Central Plains cultivators, including the Huai family patriarch, are already on their way to South Whirlpool Continent." Madame Huanyan mocked, "Are they here to watch the show? Why don't they learn from Zhou Shinji and guard the mountains and rivers of Fuyao Continent?" Xiao Yunyan said no more. The tall and thin great sword immortal, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and nodded slightly. It turned out that Chen Chunan had retracted his Dharma form and appeared beside them. Madame Huanyan, who was mocking him just now, kept quiet out of fear. She didn't have a good impression of the vast world to begin with. After following Lu Ji, Madame Huanyan liked to consider herself as half a member of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was just that she was in awe of this mellow scholar beside her. After all, there were still some scholars in the vast world. It seemed that wherever they were, there was logic. Provoking them was more terrifying than provoking some unruly ascendant realm cultivators. After greeting everyone with a smile, Chen Chunan looked at the sea. There was a sun and a moon on each of his shoulders, but there was a crack on the moon. Chen Chunan and Lu Ji smiled at almost the same time. The 9 martial arts fate of the vast world surged into half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the Wasteland world. It was the same in the Wasteland world. A majestic martial arts fate surged into the Great Wall of Sword Chi again. At the cliff of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the dragon monarch laughed and said, "Mad dog, there was a Chi refinement warrior with a screw loose. He didn't even think of becoming a nascent soul sword cultivator in one go. He purposely destroyed his core repeatedly and destroyed his soul time and time again. Then he merged with the Great Wall of Sword Chi to reconstruct his physical body and recover his soul. He used this unprecedented method to refine his martial body and reach the peak of pure martial arts." "695. In a forbidden land in the Central Plains, within a radius of 100 li, the scenery was enchanting. There was only a single 2-story building that looked like a small study that had been plucked from the courtyard of a wealthy family. The plaque wasn't big, but its meaning was great. Suppressed by Zay. In the middle of the hall, there was a portrait of the Holy Master. If it wasn't for the plaque revealing the secrets of heaven, cultivators who entered this place by mistake would think that the owner of this place was a Confucian disciple living in seclusion. A middle-aged man was flipping through a book. Every year, gentlemen and sages from the Book of Rites Learning Palace would send books here. They didn't care about the topic, whether it was the exegesis of the sages, the notes of the scholars, or the strange. The Book of Knowledge would be placed on a small mountain at the edge of the Forbidden Land. The small mountain wasn't anything special. There was only a broken stone tablet on the ground, and one could vaguely see the words, "Spring King's first month reign shook the Book of Books." The gentlemen and sages only needed to place the book on the stone tablet, and a woman would come to take the book and give it to her master, the great demon Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe put down the book and looked at the woman outside. He asked, "Are you worried that the situation in the Tongya continent will affect Madame Huan Sha, who broke her own tail?" Hearing the question, the woman immediately turned around and said respectfully, "Master, seeing the pitiful end of the Rain Dragon sect, I am indeed worried about Madame Huan Sha's safety." Madame Huan Sha wasn't just one of the 4 madams of the Haoran world. She was equally famous as Madame Qing Immortal Mountain, Madame Huanyan of the Plum Blossom Garden, and Madame Zhong Gui of the Moon Palace. She was also one of the 2 heavenly foxes of the Haoran world, 9-tailed. The other was the ancestor of the woman in the palace dress. The latter couldn't avoid the heavenly tribulation back then, so she could only go to Mount Longhu to seek the protection of that generation's heavenly master. Her fate was great, and she obtained the seal of the Heavenly Master Seal. Not only did she survive the 5 Thunder heavenly tribulation, she also successfully broke through to the Ascendant realm. The woman in the palace dress had a bitter expression. She blamed Madame Huan Sha for abandoning the heavenly fox realm and staying out of the matter. If it were her, she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Bai Zhe came to the door. The woman in the palace dress moved slightly away from her master. She had been with her master for 1,000 years, and she didn't dare to break the rules. Bai Zhe said, "Qinging, what do you think of the Haoran world?" The fox demon named Qinging replied, "In the desolate world, the demonic beast army's combat prowess is concentrated, and their hearts are focused on one thing. They are here to fight for territory driven by profit. The immortal and ascendant realm experts, immortal and ascendant realms, immortal, ascendant, and ascendant." Years ago, because she revealed her thoughts and spoke without restraint, she was beaten to the bottom of a valley by her master on a snowy walkway in a small continent. She called out her real name, and her tail was casually cut off by her master. Bai Zhe said, "Just say it." Qing Ying received the decree and continued, "Tongye continent has been isolated since ancient times. They are used to living a comfortable life. Once the academy can't stop the cultivators from escaping, the immortals on the mountain will lead the dynasties below. The situation will deteriorate instantly. If the demon clan invades Tongye continent, it will be like the situation of the elite cavalry chasing after the refugees. The losses of the demon clan at the foot of the mountain will be negligible. Tongye continent will only have 7 or 8 sects left to protect itself. The Aquarius continent was too small, and the sword cultivators of the North continent had suffered too many casualties at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, the people there were tough, but it was easy for them to fight for themselves. This kind of war was not a fight between cultivators on the mountain. When the time came, the outcome of the North continent would be tragic. The merchants of the White Snow continent ran amok and had always valued profit over friendship. When they saw the outcome of the cultivators of the North continent, they were scared out of their wits and had to weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, this battlefront that included the 4 continents could easily be defeated one after another. In addition to the distant Fuyao continent, Jinjia continent, and Liuxia continent, perhaps the last half of the vast world would fall into the hands of the demon clan. Once the situation is gone, even if the central divine continent has a strong foundation and can fight against 8 continents, how can it resist? It can only wait to be exploited and eaten up by the demon clan. Bai Zhe smiled. Talk on paper. Qing Ying did not dare to question her master. Bai Zhe walked down the steps and started to walk. Qing Ying followed behind. Bai Zhe said slowly, "You are talking on paper. The gentlemen of the academy might not be so. All knowledge in the world leads to the same destination. War is actually the same as learning. What is learned on paper is shallow, and what is learned must be experienced." Back then, the old Xiuzai insisted that the gentlemen and sages of the academy should try their best to stay away from the affairs of the imperial court. He did not want to be the retired emperor who was not in the imperial court. However, he invited the militarists and cultivators of the school of Moism to explain in detail the pros and cons of every war to the academy. He even listed the military studies as a compulsory subject for the academy to become a gentleman. Back then, this caused a lot of criticism in the Confucian temple. People thought that it was a mistake to put effort into the wrong path instead of paying attention to the essence of being a gentleman. Later on, the secondary sage nodded his head and concluded that the important matters of the country should be in worship and war. This was how this matter was carried out. Qing Ying knew about the inside story of the Confucian temple, but she did not pay much attention to it. So what if she knew? Even if she and her master were to go out, they would need the approval of the 2 vice leaders of the Confucian temple and the 3 grand chancellors. If any of them were to shake their heads, it would be impossible. I can tolerate a few pornographic novels, but if there's another portrait of you, it's too disgusting. Hearing the title of old scholar, Qing Ying immediately lowered his head, and the resentment in his heart disappeared in an instant. Back then, when she was picked up by Master Bai Zhe and brought home, she asked curiously why there was a portrait of the holy ancestor hanging in the Xiongtown Tower. She knew that even the Sage of Rites, who set the rules of etiquette for the world, treated her master with respect and addressed him as Sir. Her master only addressed him as little teacher at most. Master Bai Zhe never treated the vice hierarch of the Confucian temple and the grand chancellor of the Learning Palace well. Even when the sage master visited, he stopped at the door. In fact, this so-called Zhenbei's was completely different from the other 8 towers that suppressed fate. It was really just a decoration. The plaque of Zhenbei's did not need to be hung. It was only written by the old master himself. The old master once said the reason himself. The reason was none other than to prevent the sages of the academy from entering the door. Even if they had the face to bother Jinbeis, they would not have the face to enter the house. There was only one exception, the old scholar. When Qing was on her way to collect books, she missed the Sage of Rites, who was at the peak of his power. It was only after the incident that she heard from a small scholar perched on a beam in the room that the old scholar had not only walked in happily, but had also said that Master Bai was being too rude. He was living under someone else's roof, so it was one thing if he didn't know how to respect his master, but he should at least give him some face and put on an act. If he hung up, it would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. It would be a waste not to hang up the portrait. Then the old Shiozai decided to hang the portrait of the holy ancestor on his own accord. Fortunately, Master Bai Zhe did not take it down and threw it out the door. He just hung it there. The old elementary scholar, who was sent out of the fifth world by Yi, turned around and shook the scroll in his hand. I was just worried that the old man would feel lonely standing alone on the wall. He might not be happy with the pictures of the Sage of Rites and the third prince. Others might not know, but Master Bai, you should know that the old man and I get along very well. Bai Zhe smiled. Don't be so shameless. The old scholar was filled with grief and indignation. He stomped his feet and said, "The world is so big. You can only put a few of my books here and hang a portrait of me. You have the heart to refuse? Is it an eyesore or something?" "It's an eyesore." Bai Zhe nodded and said, "Luo Pa Mountain Ancestral Hall. Your last disciple, didn't he hang a portrait of you?" The old scholar's eyes lit up. He was waiting for this sentence. It would be fun to chat like this. Bai Zhe, that bookworm, was harder to chat with. He placed the scroll on the table and walked towards Bai Zhe's study. Sit, sit, sit and chat. Don't be so polite. Come, come, come. I'll have a good chat with you about my last disciple. You've met him before, and I'll have to borrow your auspicious words. The relationship between us brothers is not shallow. This is called becoming even closer. Ooh, the old scholar smiled at Qing. You must be Miss Qing. You're really pretty. Later, I'll have to trouble you to hang the portrait. Remember to hang it lower. I'm sure this old man won't mind. I'm very particular about etiquette. Master Bai, whenever I'm free, I don't even go to the Confucian temple. I'll come to your place to sit for a while. When you're free, why don't you come to Luo Pa Mountain for a visit? Who dares to stop you, Master Bai? I'll be angry with him. If he sneaks into the Confucian temple, I'll jump up and slap him. I promise I'll stand up for Master Bai. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, you've met Nguan Shu and Ling Junzi at Luo Pa Mountain. They're such cute children. One is kind, and the other is simple-minded. Which elder wouldn't like them? Qing originally admired this sage of literature, who had lost his status as an accompaniment. However, after seeing him in person today, her admiration disappeared. The so-called sage of literature who had great eloquence and solid knowledge was nothing more than a scoundrel in today's eyes. From the old scholar sneaking into the house behind his master's back to now, he was full of nonsense. Which of his words matched his identity as a sage? Which of his words had the aura of a sage? When the sage of literature visited, even though he didn't say much, Qing still admired him. From the bottom of her heart, the old scholar sat on the only chair behind the desk. Since this Xiongzhen building didn't host guests, there was no need for an extra chair. Bai Zhe didn't mind the old scholar's reversal. He stood and said, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, I won't see you out." The old scholar moved his butt and sighed. "It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such a comfortable life," Bai Zhe said. "Now that I've thrown you out of this place, you've lost all your dignity." The old scholar slammed the table. "So many scholars can't even study anymore. They're dead. What's the use of dignity? How can you, by Zay, be worthy of this room full of books? Ha! Ching Ing was taken aback. Bai Zai frowned and said, "This is the last time I remind you. We can talk about the old days, but I'll bear with you. There's no need for you to argue with me about righteousness. The little bit of incense between you and me can't withstand your arrogance." The old scholar's expression changed immediately. He lifted his but a little to show his apology and sincerity. He didn't forget to wipe the place where he slapped with his sleeve and laughed. "I was talking to you in the tone of the third brother and the two deputy hierarch. Don't worry, I won't talk about the history of the world or the great cause of the world. We're just talking about the old days. Miss Ching Ying, find a chair for our master Bai. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty if I talk while sitting down." Bai Zai waved his hand and motioned for Ching Ying to leave the room. Ching Ying didn't dare to show her emotions on her face. She bowed politely to the old scholar and left. The old scholar smiled and watched the girl leave. He opened a book and sighed softly. Even if you don't care about etiquette, you still have to follow the rules. Etiquette is the greatest virtue. Bai Zai said, "Patience is limited. Cherish it." The old scholar kept flipping through the books, putting them down one by one and picking them up one by one. He craned his neck and glanced at the notes written by Zai in the blanks of the books. He nodded his head and said, "The study of biographies, exegesis, and interpretation." If he dares to talk back, I'll make a paper man the size of a human and secretly put it in the Confucian temple. Bai Zai reached out and grabbed the mountain-searching map from the beam in the room and threw it to the old elementary scholar. The old scholar hurriedly threw it into his sleeve and patted Bai Zai's sleeve. "Hero, you're really a hero." Bai Zai shook his sleeve and said, "You stole it when I was traveling." The old scholar nodded and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you think I don't know the rules? I'm not a hammer. I won't make things difficult. For Mr. Bai." Bai Zai's expression was indifferent. "Don't forget, I'm not a human." The old scholar stomped his foot and said, "I don't like to hear that. Don't worry, I'll scold a sage of rights for you." "What sage of rights? So what if he has great knowledge and rules?" "I'll scold him all the same. When I was forced into the Confucian temple to eat cold pig's head meat, I was the most respectful to the statue of Sage of Rights. The incense offered by other seniors to accompany the sages was just ordinary incense, but for the old man and the Sage of Rights, I had to grit my teeth and spend a lot of money to buy incense from the mountain. The old scholar suddenly stopped talking and disappeared in a flash. He came in a hurry and left even more hurriedly. He only reminded Bai Zai not to forget. A middle-aged man with an elegant face appeared outside the house and bowed to Bai Zai. Bai Zai bowed back for the first time. They crossed the threshold together. The middle-aged man saw the scroll and gently opened it. He couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't the old scholar's portrait, but this man's. So it was actually a portrait of the Sage of Rights. Bai Zai rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, "Isn't he annoying?" The Sage of Rights smiled and said, "I'm fine, but our holy teacher is the most annoying." When the statue of the old scholar was moved out of the Confucian temple, the old scholar didn't care. But later, the statue was smashed by scholars from all over the country. In fact, the holy teacher was dragged to the side by the old scholar to watch. The old scholar didn't complain much, and only said that scholars cared about their reputation the most. He had to endure the humiliation even if it was unbearable. But in the future, shouldn't the Confucian temple be more lenient to the Sage of Rights? Cui Dong, just let him be. After all, he was thinking about the future of the human world. Shao Qi was such a good seedling, so he should be more protected. When I break through the bottleneck of the ascendant realm in the future, old man, don't just watch and do nothing. Is the rules of the ceremonial sage more important? Or is it the face of the holy master more important? Anyway, he just bargained over there, pestering the holy master and not letting him go until he nodded. He felt that the old scholar wasn't a scholar at all. That must be because he hadn't seen the Sage of Rites participate in the debate between the three sections. The old elementary scholar, who had said to Bai Zhe that the lineage of the literary sage never begged anyone, was actually the teacher of the lineage of the literary sage. He had done many things, given up everything, and sacrificed a lot. Great sword deity Zhang Lu, who was guarding the gate, was still hugging his sword and taking a nap. He had seen the end of the Dragon Rain sect. He had seen it with his own eyes and felt that it was far from enough. Zhang Lu, wouldn't give a sword to the cultivators of the vast world, but he definitely wouldn't give a sword to the vast world. He was just watching the show. After all, the vast world liked to watch shows more than him. The former hidden official Xiao Chua, who had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the two sword deities Luo Shan and Zhu, and from the old hidden officials line, as well as Fei Fei and Yang Ji, who were in charge of clearing the way to the Tongya continent, were originally going to disembark at the Tongya continent. However, Fei Fei and Yang Ji, as well as the hidden Yao Jia, suddenly changed their route and went to the vast sea between the Aquarius continent and the North continent. Only Xiao Chua, who had forcefully opened a continent's mountain and river barrier, and then broke through the Tongya Heavenly Umbrella's mountain and river formation. As a sword cultivator, she still had to ask the left and right. The right and left turned into a sword light and went overseas. Xiao Chua wasn't interested in the Tongya sect, so she left the group of ants behind. She spat on the ground and then turned to follow the left and right. Although Xiao Chua could break through the two great formation barriers and go to the Tongya sect's territory, she was still suppressed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. This made her very dissatisfied. So the left and right were willing to take the initiative to leave the Tongya continent. Xiao Chua followed behind and said a rare sentence on the battlefield. Left and right, you took a punch back then. Have you recovered? If you're killed by me, don't blame me for taking advantage of you. The left and right were too lazy to speak. After all, the logic was in the sword. Xiao Chua was even more unreasonable. Since the left and right had so much sword qi that they were the most powerful in the world, then they would destroy as many as they came. The cultivators of the Tongya sect all looked up at the place where the two figures disappeared. Most of them were frightened. They didn't know who the little girl with the goat horn braids was, and which sovereign great demon was she. After the bearded man, Wen Jian and Chen Chunan, the south swirling continent temporarily stopped fighting. The great demon army of the desolate world only continued to move mountains and seas. They smashed countless mountains into the sea to pave the way and station their troops on the sea. 1,000 miles away, they faced off against the south swirling continent. Occasionally, there would be great cultivators from the world who came to the aid of the Chen clan. They would smash the sea with their mystiques and spells, and there would be great demons coming out to counteract those shocking spells. That was all. Among those who attacked the south swirling continent, there was the patriarch of the Huai clan, who was ranked at the bottom of the 10 in the Central Plains Divine Continent. On the Fuyao continent, there was the old sword immortal Zhou Xinji, who was ranked even higher than the patriarch of the Huai clan. He personally oversaw the Shanshui Grotto, which didn't even have a portrait of the patriarch. The scholars of the Central Plains Divine Continent, the Drifting Dawn Continent, and the White Snow Continent had all rushed to the southwest Fuyao Continent, the West Gold Armor Continent, and the South Swirling Continent. In the Shanshui Grotto of the Fuyao Continent, a burly old man stood outside the patriarch's hall. Beside him was a young and handsome man, Qi Tingji of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Other than that, there were a few other young people. Among them was a white-robed youth who was even more handsome than Sword Immortal Qi. He was a martial artist around 30 years old Chao Ci. There were also 3 people Chao Ci was familiar with: Lu Yuzhou of the White Snow Continent, Huai Qian of the Central Plains Divine Continent, and the female martial artist Yu Zhuanfu. Huai Qian seemed to have not recovered from a serious illness. His face was pale, but he didn't look dispirited. A nascent soul sword cultivator, Nailan Saihuan, who claimed to be from the inverted hanging mountains Spring Banner House, was the nominal owner of the Shanshui Grotto. However, she was currently doing business in a secular dynasty. She had been the manager of the Great Wall of Sword Chi's Nailan clan for many years and had accumulated a lot of personal wealth. The Summer Palace and the hidden official's lineage did not restrict her actions after she entered the righteous world. Furthermore, the Great Wall of Sword Chi was gone, so there was no need to talk about the hidden official's lineage. However, Nailan Saihuan did not dare to go overboard. She did not dare to earn money that went against her conscience. After all, the south-swirling continent still had Lu Ji, who seemed to have a good relationship with the young hidden official. Zhou Xinji, who had just arrived at the Fuyao continent, asked, "Does my martial nephew have any last words?" Qi Tingji shook his head and said, "No." Zhou Xinji said, after being a good-for-nothing for his entire life, he finally accomplished something. Ku Xia should say a few words for himself. I heard that there's a deceitful wine shop at the Great Wall of Sword Chi that has a signboard hanging on the wall. Ku Xia didn't write a few words? Yu Zhuanfu shook his head and said, "No." Zhou Xinji was a little regretful. If I had known, I would have advised him back then. Since he really likes that woman, he should just stay there. Anyway, when he returned to the Central Divine Continent, I wouldn't have thought highly of him. My martial brother is stubborn, and the disciple he taught is also stubborn. What a headache, Yu Zhuanfu said in a low voice. Grandpa Zhou, Senior Ku Xia has never been a good-for-nothing. Zhou Xinji immediately smiled and nodded. After all, he's my martial nephew. He can't be that good-for-nothing. It's just that my martial uncle has high standards. Only I can say such things. Would outsiders dare to say such things? Naturally, they wouldn't dare. Lu Yuzhou secretly came to the Fuyao continent without his family's permission. He was trembling with fear, but he was also very excited. This time, he went without his parents' permission, and he did not take anything less with him. The 3 items that were close to him were packed to the brim. He wished he could give them to anyone he saw. If others were safe, he would be safe. Unfortunately, his good brother Chao Ci and his friend Huai Qian did not take them. Sister Yu was also a pure martial artist. Due to her pride, she could not refuse. She just symbolically took the warp and weft armor and wore it. Lu Yuzhou still had a few decent robes among the items. Lu Yuzhou carefully glanced at Huai Qian, then at Yu Zhuanfu. He felt that the atmosphere was strange. A few years ago, Yu Zhuanfu had returned from the Great Wall of Sword Chi and broken through to the far-roaming realm. But after Huai Qian returned from the North Continent, he had fallen a lot. He did not break through and had been stuck at the sea-viewing realm. As expected, the North Continent was not a place for foreign geniuses. It was easy to fail miserably. No wonder his parents could agree to anything and turn a blind eye to anything. Only the matter of traveling to the North Continent made him swear that he would not go there. As for this trip to the Fuyao continent, Lu Yuzhou naturally would not stay in the Shanshui cavern. His cultivation was not enough. Chao Ci was the first to leave the Shanshui cavern's ancestral hall. She planned to go somewhere else to relax. Yu Zhuanfu hesitated for a moment before following Chao Ci. Zhou Xinji stroked his beard and smiled. He glanced at the sickly Huai Qian. This little brat had been shrewd and scheming since he was young. Zhou Xinji did not like him from the bottom of his heart. Back then, when the Yu family and Huai family got married, the old sword immortal had scolded old Yu for being obsessed. But it was the Yu family's matter. Shou Shinji could scold him in private, but it could not change anything. Huai Qian bid farewell to the two sword immortal seniors and left. But he did not go the same way as Chao Ci and Yu Zhuanfu. Lu Yuzhou hesitated for a moment before following Huai Qian. Lu Yuzhou asked softly, "What happened? Can you tell me?" Huai Qian smiled. "I was too smart for my own good. I suffered enough in one go. That's what happened." Lu Yuzhou said carefully, "Don't blame me for being nosy. There's really nothing between Sister Yu and Chao Ci. Back at the ruins of the Jinjia continent, Chao Ci was purely helping Sister Yu teach boxing. I was watching." Huai Qian shook his head. "I'm not blind. I know that Yu Zhuanfu has no feelings for Chao Ci. Chao Ci has even less feelings for Yu Zhuanfu. Besides, I didn't refuse the marriage arranged by the elders of both sides. It's not like I like it that much." Lu Yuzhou wanted to say something but stopped. Huai Qian said, "It's not important at all what Yu Zhuanfu encountered or experienced at the Great Wall of Sword Qi over at Chao Ci's side." Yu Zhuanfu smiled and asked, "Are you feeling a bit pressured? After all, he's also at the pinnacle stage." Chao Ci shook her head and looked towards the south. She was in high spirits. "The 10 realms will determine who's the best. I'm waiting for him to come. I know that he doesn't care about winning or losing, but to lose 3 matches in a row in front of the woman he loves, he'll definitely want to get back at me." Chao Ci turned her head and smiled at Yu Zhuanfu. Yu Zhuanfu was eating a pancake with her head lowered. This was the only good thing about returning to the vast world. She raised her head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Chao Ci asked, "Are you?" Yu Zhuanfu blinked her eyes and said, "I don't like Qin Pingan. I lost 3 matches to him at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Of course I want to get back at him." "What are you thinking? It's not like Chao Ci." Chao Ci said, "I want to ask you, when Qin Pingan returns to the vast world in the future, do you want to use the Wen Quan?" Yu Zhuanfu chuckled. "Chao Ci, you're a bit more talkative now. You're not quite the same as before." Chao Ci said, "I'll reach the 10 realms here." Yu Zhuanfu nodded. "I'll wait and see." After shattering his Jindan 12 times in a row, he finally reached the pinnacle stage. But after becoming a martial artist of the 9 realms, the shattering of the Jindan did not benefit the martial Dao much. There were still some benefits, so Qin Pingan continued to shatter his Jindan. After 3 times, it became completely useless and could not help the martial Dao at all. Only then did Qin Pingan call it a day and begin to form his Jindan for the last time. The last time Li Jin appeared, he threw a well-printed travel book of mountains and rivers to the cliff here. After that, he went to the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and did not appear again. After Qin Pingan formed his Jindan, he had nothing to do. He sat cross-legged with his saber across his knees and began to flip through the insinuating stories of mountains and rivers. He could not help but laugh as he read. Gu Chan's name was not as good as Gu Kan's, which meant beautiful jade. As for the village customs at the beginning, it was written very well. It reminded him of many things of the past. Unfortunately, there were still some things that were not written. Qin Pingan threw the travel book outside the city. It fluttered in the wind and landed somewhere unknown. Qin Pingan pressed his hands on the narrow saber and looked up at the vast land in the south. What was written in the book was not what he really cared about. If he dared to write about some things, it would be difficult to discuss when they met in the future. For example, it was not written in the book that in the shabby alley, a child once happily said, "The little ones are more delicious." The 9 realms martial artist in a bright red robe stood up. After his body stabilized, he no longer looked like a ghost. Qin Pingan walked slowly. He gently tapped his shoulder with the narrow saber and murmured with a smile, "Shatter, shatter, peace, peace." 696. The cold wind was fierce, the clouds were low, and the people were in danger. He couldn't travel far away, and he couldn't go back to his hometown. What a pitiful stray dog. Lu Bai looked at the distant figure on the opposite city wall. She didn't withdraw her gaze until her vision was exhausted. She only hated that her realm was too low, and she couldn't kill the young hidden official with her own hands. Sword Immortal embryo Lu Bai of the Jia Shenying Sword Immortal clan was a disciple of the world literati Zhou. However, during that battle, the Jia Shenying Sword Immortal clan had 5 Sword Immortal embryos. They had originally placed high hopes on them, but in the end, they had disappointed everyone in the wildlands. Among them, Lu Bai had suffered the most miserable fate. Her neck had been broken by Qin Pingan. If her soul was gathered back, she would have to use the life lamp afterward. Even if she could rebuild her body and cultivate a new life flying sword, she would stop at the nascent soul realm. Although Lu Bai's ranking in the moon supporting mountain had plummeted to the 59th place and she was no longer a great sword fairy, she still had a chance to enter the Jade realm in the future. Lu Bai chose to cultivate in the position closest to the Dragon King. So every time Li Jin came to pick a fight with Qin Pingan, Lu Bai saw and heard it. After half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was taken by the savage world, the moon supporting mountain's 100 sword fairies, except for Xichen, Fei Ran, and Zhu Gong, had gone to the vast world. The rest were cultivating their flying swords on the city wall. The Dragon King suddenly said, "If you practice the sword in the future just to be able to kill Qin Pingan with your own hands, to be honest, you absolutely can't do it. Qin Pingan will either be killed by my sword because he can't defend half of the city wall, or he will use some inexplicable method to escape far away. Even if you are lucky enough to catch up, he will just break your neck again. Moreover, it will be easier for him to kill you than last time." Lu Bai's expression was complicated. "Senior Dragon King, is there no third possibility?" The Dragon King shook his head. Lu Bai said, "Then I will watch him die under the sword of Senior Dragon King." The Dragon King said, "Shouldn't you be worried about your situation now?" Since he was unable to break through, and was unable to grasp a strand of ancient sword intent, what was the point of sitting here? Watch Qin Pingan break through again and again? What I said earlier was not child's play. Those who were lucky enough to climb up the city walls to practice their swordsmanship, if in the end they turned out to be trash who couldn't catch anything, then there was no need for them to go to the vast world and embarrass themselves. When the time comes, I won't be able to protect you, and your husband won't be bothered to protect you because you're the one who wants to die." Lu Bai stood up and bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Then Lu Bai asked the most curious question, "Senior Dragon Monarch, since he has already fused with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, why can't he even grasp a single strand of sword intent? Was it simply impossible? Otherwise, with his temperament, he would only crazily seize the sword intent." The Dragon Monarch smiled and said, "Regarding this matter, I am also a little puzzled. If you have the chance, you can ask that scholarly Mr. Wenhai of yours. If he has an answer that can dispel my doubts, I will guide you in your sword arts." The Dragon King suddenly struck out with his sword, shattering a majestic fist intent that poured down like a waterfall. It was that young recluse who had nothing to do, so he wanted to punch the demon army that was passing through. Lu Bai bit his lips. Qin Pingan's punch just now, although the Dragon Monarch's sword seemed to be very understated, as if he had casually smashed the fist intent, this was the sword of a King's Sword Immortal. On the other side of the cliff, Lu Bai was still wearing that eye-catching bright red robe. It was a stark contrast to the gray robe of the Dragon God. After reaching the peak of the mountain, even Lu Bai, who hated him to the core, had to admit that Lu Bai's fists were above the sky. Not to mention that the other party was also a sword cultivator with 2 extremely strange flying swords. How could she kill him? In fact, deep in her heart, if it weren't for the Dragon Monarch guarding here and staring at Qin Pingan, Lu Bai knew that she would most likely die in an instant if she practiced her sword here. However, it was the master's idea for her to practice here. The master said that in the future, her inner demon must be Chun Pingan. If she wanted to succeed in breaking through the realm, she must be prepared early and cultivate her heart well. Lu Bai tried to suppress the ripples in her heart and asked, Dragon Monarch, since his fist and sword are destined to return without success, why does he often come here to travel? Lu Bai had a deep understanding of the young recluse. He specifically asked the leader of the First Army, Mu Ge, and his senior brother, Si Chen, to ask for a detailed secret file about Chun Pingan. This foreigner from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was extremely meticulous and utilitarian, especially in the battle. He was best at exchanging injuries for lives. He was definitely not a person who liked to put on airs. The Dragon Monarch smiled and said, because that mad dog doesn't want to really become a mad dog. Lu Bai was puzzled, but he no longer asked. He sat on the ground again to nourish his sword intent. After Chun Pingan's punch failed, his figure suddenly disappeared, and he instantly moved far away. It seemed that he was bored and had come here to take a breather and greet the Dragon Monarch. Chun Pingan stood on a city wall with a sword. He looked up at the sky. Although his vision was blurred with the borrowed cultivation of the Jade Raw realm, his perception of the flow of heaven and earth was clear. He knew that it was going to snow. Chun Pingan was indeed looking forward to the snow. As long as it snowed, it would not be too lonely. He could build a long row of snowmen. When the time came, looking from afar, it would be like a row of birds resting on a low branch. Chun Pingan previously entered the cave-dwelling realm in prison and became an immortal in the Middle Five Realms. Entering the Middle Five Realms was equivalent to crossing a natural moat. After that, the Sea-Viewing Realm, the Dragon Gate Realm, and the Jindan Realm were like a hot knife through butter, because in these three realms, other than the Jindan Realm, there were other mysteries. Previously, in the Sea-Viewing Realm and Dragon Gate Realm, his efforts were only focused on the opening of acupoints. Previously, Shuangjiang wanted to use 10 small coins to buy his life from Chun Pingan in exchange for a chance to leave the prison. At the beginning, Chun Pingan asked for Shuangjiang to secretly protect Ning Yao and pave the way for the traveling sword cultivators in the Fifth Realm. This was to prevent Qi Shou from becoming too powerful, because Qi Shou was the new criminal official. He was the eldest sword immortal's choice. In fact, Chun Pingan originally wanted to let Qi Shou be the hidden official. Then he would let Dong Bude, Su Ning, and the other hidden officials' line of sword cultivators take over. The life lamp in Gao Yeho's hand was reignited. When she gradually grew up in the next life. Even if Qi Shou became a legitimate hidden official, he would not be able to cause any big trouble. Because from the beginning, Chun Pingan never thought of letting Ning Yao become the second eldest sword immortal. The next leader would be the reincarnated head of the Chun clan, Qin Shi. However, since the eldest sword immortal had chosen Qi Shou to be the criminal official, Chun Pingan also had a way to deal with it. In the Fifth Realm, the criminal officials' line seemed to be powerful and could suppress the hidden officials and Gao Yeho's lines. However, in the future, only sword cultivators and martial artists could enter the criminal officials' line. This was a trump card and an open scheme. After losing the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the number of sword cultivators was destined to decrease. Even if there were more and more pure martial artists, the criminal official's power would still seem to be powerful. However, with the second in command, Nya Xian, who was responsible for secretly restraining Qi Shou, the criminal official's line would be split into two big mountains. Jiang Yun and Yuan Zhouhua, the martial artists, were destined to be the first to occupy a portion of the martial fate in the Fifth Realm, compared to the hidden official's line. This batch of children was actually the most affectionate. However, If Chisho really had the ability to make Nya Xin lead this batch of children to switch sides, then Chisho should be able to suppress Qinshi and monopolize the power. If he had such temperament and skills, Qin Pingan also did not mind the ambitious Chisho being in charge of expanding the territory. However, if even the criminal officials' line of criminal officials could not convince the masses and unite them, then what right did Chisho have to lead the sword cultivators and stand tall in that brand new realm? In the end, Qin Pingan did not deliberately target Chisho, nor did he have any personal grudges with Chisho, which was why he deliberately suppressed Chisho. Instead, Qin Pingan was worried that Chisho's actions would be too extreme, causing the sword cultivators to lose the advantage of first come, first served in the fifth realm. As the cultivators of the three realms entered one after another, it would eventually cause the city to become the target of public criticism, with enemies on all sides. However, he never expected that doing business with Frost Descent would bring such a pleasant surprise. Only now did Qin Pingan realize that the business deal back then might have been the most profitable one he had ever made in his entire life as a burden dealer. For example, Qin Pingan's narrow saber from the ancient dragon-slaying platform could help him absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth faster. Frost Descent had also explained the cultivation secrets of the three realms in detail, as well as the method to combine the items of the Great Refinement and Intermediate Refinement. For example, refining the imitation of the Baek Okkyang building into a sword to assist his natal item could refine the chi of the five elements produced by the small world in the human body. There was also how to refine the sword immortal banner at the peak of the mountain temple. With his fake cultivation, he could shrink mountains and rivers without stopping, and his body would follow his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, he would move in a frenzy. However, such a situation that seemed like an immortal riding the wind had severe repercussions. It would cause Qin Pingan's soul to move further and further away from his body, causing Qin Pingan's state of mind to become more and more separated from his body. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain had clearly seen through Qin Pingan's predicament when he stopped Xiao Chua's punch. As long as there were no external forces to help Qin Pingan temper his body, it would be extremely difficult for Qin Pingan to stabilize his far-travel realm, let alone reach the pinnacle of the mountain peak realm. What made Qin Pingan the most helpless was that after the unification of Tao, he had completely lost the ability to calm his mind and forget about his body. Qin Pingan had tried meditating with old monks and Taoists, but it was all to no avail. Even Qin Pingan had used his half-baked white bone temple, and all his methods were to no avail. Even if Qin Pingan wanted to slack off and not cultivate qi, it would be difficult for him to do so. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do. Li Zhen was indeed not good at fighting, but he had a good brain. Coupled with the Dragon Monarch's methods, Qin Pingan might become the first pure martial artist in history to not be severely injured, but to drop his cultivation level. 2 blunt knives were cutting flesh. One was cutting the body of a martial artist, while the other was whittling away half of the great wall of sword chi. The moon-bearing mountain 100-sword immortals behind the Dragon Monarch were all genius sword cultivators. They nurtured their flying swords, sharpened their sword wills, and constantly gained the recognition of ancient sword wills. Bit by bit, they absorbed the fate of the sword. The more they gained, the more Qin Pingan lost. It was another slow torment in his state of mind. It was as if he could only wait for death. Qin Pingan was prepared for such a situation. In his early years in the Summer Palace, he began to walk alone and slowly. However, he still underestimated the consequences of fusing with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He was like a lonely ghost drifting around half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the end, it could not solve the real problem. It would also damage the body of a martial artist bit by bit. However, Once he stood or sat down, no matter how much Chin Pingan liked to review things after more than 30 years, no matter how many mountains and rivers he had traveled, experienced, and seen, how many stories he had seen, how could he withstand dozens of repetitive deliberations and pondering over the details? The words that Chin Pingan engraved on the bamboo slips were also repeatedly recited by Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan once tried to take out something close to him to relieve his boredom, such as counting the immortal coins. However, the dragon monarch almost slashed him into pieces. Other than cultivation, he could only cultivate. Otherwise, if he continued to stay on the city wall for less than a year, Chin Pingan would feel like he had spent a long and slow 60-year cycle. If it was like this for a year, what if it was 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years? He would go crazy. Chin Pingan could only calm his mind and focus on his cultivation. He broke through realms very quickly. However, after forming his core, the nascent soul realm that seemed not far away, the nascent soul realm that was only a step away from becoming a sword immortal, suddenly made Chin Pingan feel uneasy, especially once he successfully reached the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Chin Pingan once looked calm and composed when he was at the demonic frost descent from beyond heaven, but he was actually very afraid. Compared to standing at the edge of the cliff in the past, he chose to stand beside the dragon monarch this time. Li Shun's face was full of smiles. Chin Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and smiled. "Are you a dog? Your nose is so sharp. It's a pity that I didn't step on poop. Go and look under the dragon monarch's robe. You might be able to eat your fill." Li Shun waved his hand and smiled mischievously. "Lord Hidden Official, don't be so quick with your words. I don't care if I lose. I'm here today to tell Lord Hidden Official 3 pieces of good news. Lu Bai obtained a sword intent from Zhou Cheng. You see, obtained a sword intent from Wu Qingpei. I also have some small gains. Sigh, to be honest, I still feel bad about profiting from a dead person." In fact, Chin Pingan didn't feel any ripples in his heart regarding these opportunities. A sword cultivator was a sword cultivator, a traveler with the purest Tao heart in the world. Li Shun asked, "Lord Hidden Official, guess which sword immortal I obtained the sword intent from?" Guess. A few years after his death, it was a great sword immortal. Li Shun took out his flying sword. With a slight movement of his mind, a sea of clouds gathered outside the city. Chin Pingan's face was gloomy. He clenched the saber in his hand tightly. He endured it and finally cursed. Then his face suddenly changed. Languid smiled and said, "Are you satisfied? Are you happy?" Li Shun asked, "How did you know?" Yao Chengdao's natal flying sword could connect the sea of clouds. Of course, it was Li Shun who asked the sword immortals on the city wall to help. He deliberately wanted to annoy Chin Pingan. The ranking of the 100 sword immortals of the moon supporting mountain was not based on their level. There were young sword cultivators of the cave-dwelling realm and also famous great sword immortals like Shurchen. Chin Pingan twitched the corner of his mouth. "It's more useful for me to think with my knees than you to think with your brain." Li Shun, other than having half a bucket of bad water in your stomach, what else can you do? Come play with me. I cannot use my sword, and not bully people with the jade unpolished realm. I also have to suppress my realm at the far travel realm. How about that? If you are not sure, it's okay. I'll let you add Lu Bai. Anyway, her bottleneck to enter the upper 5 realms is definitely on me. I can take this opportunity to cut off her heart's devil. According to the landscape travel book, I treat women with tenderness. Last time, I accidentally broke her neck. It's my fault. Lu Bai just sat quietly and nurtured his sword. He seemed to turn a deaf ear. The 2 sides of the great wall of sword aura were almost 2 different worlds. Therefore, Chin Pingan might not be able to see through Lu Bai's heart. Li Jun knew that Lu Bai was not as calm as he looked. Li Jun asked, in the vast world, did anyone tell you that you will definitely become another extreme Qin Pingan? If there is, I must become friends with him because he helped me speak my mind. Chun Pingan smiled and said, yes, Funan Hua from Windy City. There was really someone, but of course it was not Windy City or Funan Hua, but Li Baozhen. Li Jun sneered and said, Windy City's surname is Su, but Old Dragon City's surname is Fu. Chun Pingan nodded and said, it's better for you to think with your, but then with your brain. Change it in the future. Also remember to change your food. Teasing this, Li Jun was one of the few things that made him feel better. As for whether Li Jun minded or not, Chun Pingan was not really his ancestor, so he didn't care. Li Jun didn't want to talk nonsense with that person about this kind of thing, so he smiled and said, even if you were lucky enough to escape back to the vast world, even if you were lucky before that, what did the last hidden official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi did is already widely known. But deep in the hearts of the cultivators on the mountain, what is the real impression of you? Qin Pingan, no matter how many good deeds you do in 100 or 1,000 years, no matter how long you pretend to be a good person, you will always be a hypocrite from the lineage of the sage of literature. Qin Pingan held back his laughter. Li Jun frowned and said, is it funny? Qin Pingan looked at the Dragon Monarch. Senior Dragon Monarch, please explain to this little fool. The Dragon Monarch smiled and said, he was originally a bastard from the Mud Bottle Alley who was scolded. Why would he care about this? The lineage of the sage of literature only has a few people. Who would care? Cui Dong? Left or right? Chun Pingan smiled at Li Jun and said, let me teach you one last principle. The good deeds of a hypocrite are still good deeds. A true villain is still a villain, no matter how many deeds they do with a clear conscience. You, on the other hand, can't be a good hypocrite. A true villain is useless. And you have the face to ask me about it? Are you worthy? Chun Pingan stretched out his hand towards Li Jun and clenched his fist lightly. Since you are not related by blood, we have to settle the score clearly. Remember to pay with your life in the future. If not for the Dragon Monarch overseeing the opposite city, and only those bullshit 100-sword immortals of moon-bearing mountain cultivating there, Qin Pingan would have already killed his way over. Li Jun tilted his head, stretched his neck, and pointed with his finger, smiling. Slash this way? Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and grabbed the Zhangkan that was placed on the city wall far away into his hand. He left the scabbard where it was and drew the narrow saber out of the scabbard, flying over like a rainbow. Chun Pingan slashed with his saber. Li Jun mistakenly thought that the Dragon Monarch would help block it, so he did not dodge. In the end, he lost a protective treasure on the spot. Li Jun fell heavily 100 feet away, covered in blood, and sat on the ground. Dragon Monarch. The Dragon Monarch killed Qin Pingan with one slash. Chun Pingan's figure appeared on the spot. The Dragon Monarch's every slash was too accurate and did not benefit Qin Pingan's physique at all. Li Jun stood up, shaking off the bloodstains on his robe. His face was pale and his eyes were eerie. He smiled. Qin Pingan, Luopa Mountain. Right? When I break through, I will go to the Aquarius continent. As long as it is someone close to you, I will help you kill your enemies. As for those close to you, I will help you get closer to them. A Yuaniing Dharma idol suddenly appeared behind Qin Pingan. Do I need to wait to break through? Li Jun hurriedly retreated, like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. The Dragon Monarch said, helplessly, it's fake. He is now in the unpolished Jade Realm. Is it difficult to create a Dharma idol? In fact, Li Jun was fine. At most, it was a false alarm. However, Lu Bai began to tremble slightly, as if he had seen his inner demon in advance. Qin Pingan turned and left with a laugh. Xiao Yuan Dynasty, Imperial Tutor's residence. The white-robed youth Lin Junbai took off his boots and was sitting alone in the corridor playing cards. After returning to his hometown, Lin Junbai began to live in seclusion in the name of seclusion. His teacher even helped him to close the door and refuse guests. Everything after Lin Junbai returned to his hometown was as Mr. Chui and the young hidden official had expected. He was no longer just a disciple of the imperial tutor of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. He was no longer just the #1 genius of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. Instead, he was regarded as a well-deserved scholar by all the academies of the Central Divine Continent. Jiang Guanqing, one of the sword cultivators in the same group, had originally wanted to brag about Lin Junbai's glorious achievements in the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the capital. However, as soon as the banquet ended, he was summoned to the study by his father, whose face was livid and berated to his face. He was asked if he wanted his name to be removed from the ancestral hall's family tree, and then expelled from the Hall of Ancestral Masters. His father did not explain the reason in detail. In the end, Jiang Guanqing did not understand where he had gone wrong. He had clearly done a good deed out of goodwill. Why did it seem like he had committed a capital offense? His father only said one sentence, that Yan LV is more of a lackey than you are at Lin Junbai's side. Did you see him say anything more? Today, there were guests visiting. It was Jin Jinming and Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei had been saved by Jin Jinming on the battlefield in her hometown. Lin Junbai had also saved her. This was no longer a case of going through thick and thin together. It was a true relationship of life and death. During that trip, Zhu Mei's impression of Lin Junbai changed from good to excellent. Of course, there was no such thing as romantic feelings. However, the more this was the case, the more Zhu Mei's impression of Lin Junbai came from the bottom of her heart. In the eyes of some important figures, some of the rumors about Lin Junbai were even more credible. When Lin Junbai heard the news, he glanced at his boots. However, he did not put them on. He walked barefoot towards the entrance of the courtyard. However, Lin Junbai hesitated for a moment and still put on his boots. He then stood at the bottom of the steps. When the two of them appeared at the entrance, he smiled brightly and said, "Welcome, welcome." Lin Junbai extended his hand and said to Jin Jinming, "According to the agreement, bring out the good wine." Jin Jinming, who usually did not smile, teased a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Jindan realm. "Your earthly immortal senior is here to give you face. You should be the one to bring out the good wine." Lin Junbai nodded and said, "There is wine. The honest Mute Lake wine is the only one of its kind." Zhu Mei was very happy. They were all from the Xiao Yuan dynasty. However, compared to the trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, their relationship was as different as heaven and earth. It was too different. Therefore, Zhu Mei also joked, "Junbai, how are the chess skills of the girl that Sister Yu introduced to you? Is she good? Did you forget to look at her face because you wanted to win, or did you lose because you looked at her face?" Lin Junbai smiled and said, "Her chess skills are not bad. She looks better than you." Zhu Mei gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Junbai, you're an honest person." Zhu Mei and Lin Junbai sat in the corridor together and looked around. The scenery here is really good. It's suitable for cultivating one's mind. Lin Junbai pointed at a tall feng shui stone that was surrounded by mist and said, "This stone was picked up from the bottom of the Black Lake. It directly emptied my master's wallet." Lin Junbai's master was the imperial tutor of the 6th great dynasty in the world. He once had a grudge with the sage of literature's lineage. A few scholars from the Xiao Yuan dynasty once traveled a long distance to the Confucian temple and personally smashed the sage of literature's statue that had already been moved out of the temple. After returning to their hometown, their official career was smooth, and they had a meteoric rise. However, they were not received by the imperial tutor, even though they visited the imperial tutor's residence a few times. Instead, they were personally taught by the chess master Shi Lu, who wrote the quasi-pavilion chess manual. Qin Jinming took the jug of wine that Lin Junbai brought back from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After taking a sip, he said softly, "Even though I've returned to my hometown for so long, I still often feel like it's been a lifetime. Every time I wake up, my flying sword is already by my side. As a result, my progress in swordsmanship is extremely slow. It's difficult to break through the bottleneck. I've failed to live up to the ancient sword will that I obtained from the city wall. Not many of the genius sword show from the Xiao Yuan dynasty obtained sword wills from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Jin Jinming obtained one. Yan Elvi also obtained one. Zhu Mei did not have this opportunity. However, Lin Junbai obtained 3 strands. This was because Lin Junbai later entered the Summer Palace as a sword show of the secluded official's lineage. There were not many opportunities to go out of the city to fight. Otherwise, he might have obtained another strand of pure sword will. Zhu Mei was a little embarrassed. "I'm fine. I just occasionally have nightmares and wake up in fright. Later on, my family bought me some scented water scents to calm the mind. I rarely have nightmares anymore." Lin Junbai took a sip of wine and said, "The reason why I pretended to be in seclusion here is just a method to gain fame. It's rather boring. However, I really don't dare to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to fight again." Qin Jinming heaved a sigh of relief. Today's trip was not in vain. Lin Junbai was still the same Lin Junbai in his heart. He felt much better after drinking the wine. Qin Jinming tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He wiped his mouth and laughed heartily. "It's a pity that you Zhuanfu went to the Fuyao continent. Otherwise, we would have come to visit you together." Zhu Mei whispered. "That Huai Qian who likes to smile all day seems to have followed my Zaishi to a place called the Mountain Cave in the Fuyao continent." Lin Junbai was the first sword show from outside the Summer Palace to leave the Summer Palace. Deng Liang, Chao Gun, and Xianxin left the Great Wall of Sword Qi later than him. However, it was unknown if they had left the inverted mountain with their fellow sword immortal seniors when they returned home. Did they bring 1 or 2 sword immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Qi with them? Unfortunately, every sword immortal from outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi did not do anything or say anything after returning to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were similar to Lin Junbai. They chose not to mention anything about the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lin Junbai dispelled his thoughts and purposely imitated Zhu Mei and whispered, "That famous Huai Qian, how does he look like? Do you have feelings for him?" Zhu Mei shook the wine flask and giggled. After seeing Lin Junbai so many times, "Other men are just average looking." Lin Junbai smiled. "Say that after you have seen Chao Ci." Zhu Mei was not careless. She said regretfully, "It's a pity that I haven't seen him. In the future, I must drag Zaishi to the great Duan dynasty to see that white-robed Chao Ci and then martial god Pei." Jin Jinming suddenly felt embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, she could not help but ask telepathically, "Junbai, do you know where Situ Weiran went? Is it the 5th world? If you can tell me, just tell me. However, if it involves the secrets of the Summer Palace, just pretend I didn't ask." Lin Junbai shook his head. "I'm not too sure about Situ Weiran's whereabouts. However, I can try to ask around for you. Mr. mentioned something not long ago. Chen Sanxiu and Taizhang are currently in the Central Divine Continent. They just visited the Li Ji Knowledge Palace." Jin Jinming raised her wine pot and thanked Lin Junbai. Zhu Mei said, "Junbai, where is that hidden official? Previously, the martial arts phenomenon caused a huge commotion. Everyone said that it went to the old site of the inverted hanging mountain. Therefore, there are many rumors now. Some say that the 2 worlds are now intertwined. It's even harder for martial artists to break through to the next realm. Isn't Chun Pingon a pure martial artist? Could it be him? But it doesn't make sense. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has been breached. Lin Junbai was silent for a long time. Then he shook his head and said, I don't know. In the sky above the central part of the Tong Yi continent, a nascent soul realm consecrator of the Jiang family sat on a priceless treasure boat. He was accompanied by two extremely beautiful women. On the other side of the treasure boat, there was a middle-aged man in black robes. His name was Chao Jun. It was said that he had been a cultivator following the Dali army for many years. The two women were Sui Yuyu, who came from the Book Lake True Realm sect to the Tong Yi continent. She was holding a small oil paper umbrella with a parasol handle. There was also Yer, who had been Jiang Shangzhen's servant for many years. This was the entrance to a lotus root-blessed land. The parasol umbrella was handed to Sui Yuyu by Cui Dongshan. There was also a secret letter for Sui Yuyu to pass to Jiang Shangzhen. Beside Sui Yuyu was the woman beside Ding Ying of the lotus root-blessed land. Her name was Yaer. She had ascended with Zhou Fei and left the blessed land. Back then, Zhou Shi of the Springtide Palace and the sword immortal Lu Fong of the birds, I Peak hurriedly left the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom as soon as the heavenly drum sounded, in order to avoid being hunted down by Qin Pingon, who was a banished immortal. However, for some reason, the Springtide Palace and birds I Peak were still there. Zhou Shi and Lu Fong were no longer in the blessed land. Yet had returned to the old place several times. However, due to her duties, she had to leave often to follow the Jiang family consecrator and Sui Yu to open the restriction of the blessed land and take in the refugees. There was another person who returned to the lotus root blessed land with her. It was the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian. He was in the capital now and had never left. There were also two people from the Great Spring dynasty of the Tong Yi continent. One of them was a young cripple who was very good at reading people's expressions. The other was a stubborn old hunchback who was nicknamed Third Master. There was also that sloppy sword cultivator with two swords hanging from his waist. He had a pair of very feminine peach blossom eyes. From Yipper's point of view, this guy called Chao Jun had a pretty good appearance, but his mouth was a little cheap. He came from the South Whirlpool continent, but his hometown was the Pearl Grotto heaven of the Aquarius continent. He kept saying that his ancestral home was in the Mud Bottle Alley. Yet did not understand what was so special about being from the Mud Bottle Alley. She only heard that Marshall Mountain's Makushuan came from the Pearl Grotto heaven's Apricot Flower Alley. She had privately mustered up the courage to ask Wei Xian, but to no avail. To Yaer, Wei Xian and Sui Yu were true ancients. They were also the most powerful people in the history of the Lotus Root Blessed Land. Therefore, even though she had followed Jiang Shangzhen for many years, she still could not help but be in awe of the two. When they first came to the Lotus Root Blessed Land, they followed Wei Xian to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom. One could imagine how strange the atmosphere was at that time. An emperor who had been dead for God knows how many years went directly to the main hall. He squatted beside the dragon throne and knocked on it. His back was facing his two descendants who were separated by many generations. The refugees were previously divided into two groups by Jiang Shangzhen and arranged in the Lotus Root Blessed Land. Wei Xian, Sui Yu, Yaer, Chao Jun, and a strange Yin spirit who secretly protected Chao Jun. There were also two negligible people from the Great Spring dynasty. In addition, there was also a group of Jiang clan disciples who helped to keep an eye on the two large groups of refugees who were majestically pouring into the Lotus Root Blessed Land. One group was the people at the foot of the mountain who only cared about crazily moving north. The other group was the cultivators on the mountain, their disciples and family members. The former group did not need to spend a single copper coin to seek refuge in the blessed land. The latter group was miserable. If they did not need to rush and cross continents to reach the Aquarius continent and accidentally died on the way, they just had to pay a large sum of money, according to the number of people, and then according to the realm, cultivators in the lower 5 realms all had to pay a small sum of money. Immortals in the middle 5 realms all had to pay a grain of money. If they did not have money, they could borrow from others. If they did not have money, they could scram. If they dared to barge into the blessed land, they would first be beaten half to death by the Jade Gui sect and Jiang clan's consecrators before being thrown far away. According to Jiang Shangzhen's instructions, this sum of money was the money to buy one's life. How could a cultivating immortal on the mountain not be worth a small sum of money? However, as long as it was a nascent soul cultivator, no matter how much money they gave, the blessed land would not accept it. In addition, if the officials of the secular dynasties wanted to seek refuge in the blessed land and had their own status, they had to pay money. The price was calculated according to the rank of the officials. If they did not have immortal money, they would ask their immortal money. If they could not borrow it from their immortal friends on the mountain, then they would use their worldly possessions to exchange for it. Among the disciples of the Jiang family, there was a person who was in charge of the eyes. Antiques, treasures, ancestral paintings, and the secret treasures of the palace were all money. If it was too much to hide one's identity, for example, if one was obviously a descendant of the dragon, a descendant of the heavenly emperor, but insisted on saying that he was a well-to-do family in the marketplace, then once he was found out, he would be directly thrown out of the blessed land. Of course, half of his wealth would be left behind, allowing him to tour the blessed land and see the beautiful rivers and mountains. Would he not have to pay money? In 2 secluded areas in the wilderness of the lotus root blessed land, Jiang Shangzhen had long drawn out 2 large territories. The distance between each territory was far away. He also asked the 2 consecrators of the Jade sect and the Jiang family to draw mountains and rivers respectively and set up restrictions to isolate the heaven and earth as much as possible to prevent the spiritual energy of the blessed land from being absorbed by the foreign chi cultivators. He also tried his best to prevent the commoners who entered the blessed land from being contaminated by the blessed land's fate energy. Although it could not completely block the flow of fate energy and spiritual energy with the mountain and river restrictions, it was at least much better than the worst-case scenario that Wei Pai and Mi were worried about. Among them, the Nanyuan Kingdom secretly mobilized an elite cavalry of more than 10,000 people to patrol the borders. Wei Xian personally led the troops, but his public identity was only a newly appointed military general. It was not that there were no chi cultivators who knew that the ants at the foot of the mountain did not have to pay at all when they entered the blessed land. They then started to cause trouble. The most chilling thing about Jiang Shangzhen was that he did not mention the rules in advance after receiving the money. The 2 nascent soul consecrators and a group of Jiang family disciples only started to announce the 2 rules after killing a large group of cultivators in the name of "when in Rome, do as the Romans do." The first rule was that any chi cultivators who enter the blessed land must cherish their lives after surviving. They must not wander around, as they might die. Whoever dared to cross the border and leave without permission had to be executed on the spot without asking for the reason. The second rule was that all the immortals who scolded Jiang Shangzhen, their savior, would be repaying kindness with evil. If they did not know what was good for them, they would also die. The last rule that was not considered a rule was that if you want to seek revenge, come to the Jade sect and look for me, Jiang Shangzhen. I beg you, right now. The small Wutong umbrella actually accommodated more than 1 million refugees who had left their homes. After all, there were relatively few cultivators, including the miscellaneous people who followed the chi cultivators. There were no more than 6,000 people in total. During this process, how to choose between human lives and divine money, how to distinguish between friends and strangers, and all kinds of dark secrets of the human heart could be seen at a glance. No matter what, Jiang Shangjin's action had saved the people. It was 300,000 more than Cui Dongshan's expectation in the secret letter. Not only that, Jiang Shangjin also relied on the money to buy passage for killing the rich to help the poor, to prevent the lotus root blessed land, a middle-class blessed land, from falling to a low-class blessed land. When the batch of divine money was refined, even if business was business, excluding the cost of the Jiang family's construction of the mountain and river restriction, the spiritual energy in the blessed land could still increase by 10%. Besides, Jiang Shangjin did not think that business was business. Having too much money was troublesome. The only fun was to make money. As for the many worldly nobles who hid their heads and tails and hid beside the cultivators on the mountain, after moving, they were really rich. Many of the wealthy families at the foot of the mountain were not inferior to the money bags of a certain Jindan Earth immortal. Besides, Jiang Shangjin was really good at making money. There were too many ways, and all kinds of things. After settling down in the lotus root blessed land, did they want to continue living a life of luxury? Did they want to stay in the immortal mansion? If they did not have some delicacies every day, would they be worthy of their noble status? And a few talisman beauties who were good at singing and dancing to relieve their boredom? Therefore, this was the main source of income for the lotus root blessed land. This group of people was even willing to give money. On the Drifting Clouds treasure boat, Yipper said, "Sister Sui, we just need to go to the Northern Ferry, and you can take the Wudong umbrella back to the Aquarius continent." Sui Yu nodded. Chao Jun came from the back of the boat and said, "Anyway, the matter is almost done. I'm not going to the ferry. You don't have to worry about me." Sui Yu said, "As you wish." Chao Jun stepped out of the Drifting Clouds treasure boat and flew away, looking at the general direction. It seemed like he was going to the Tong Yi sect. The reason why Chao Jun did not directly return to the Aquarius continent and instead chose to part ways with Wei Xian and Sui Yu and go to the Tong Yi sect alone was to find the culprit that destroyed his sword heart. If not for that person, Chao Jun, as the #1 sword immortal in the South Saw continent, would not have been stuck at the Oris core bottleneck. Chao Jun's heart lake was originally filled with the wonders of the universe. After his sword heart was destroyed, Chao Jun quickly became the laughingstock of the continent. Chao Jun became depressed and did not care about anything. He changed his name and wandered the Jianghu. There was once a sword cultivator of the same age who laughed and said, "That person is indeed a scholar. He even knows how to listen to the rain." These words were said to Chao Jun face to face. When Chao Jun heard this, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Beside the Tong Yi sect's thatched cottage, Chao Jun saw the man who was said to have just returned from the sea. It was said that the entire northwest coast was destroyed by Left Hand and an unknown young lady. Fortunately, unless half of the Tong Yi continent sank into the sea, the 3 enclosures' 4 divisions formation still existed. Chao Jun looked at the man and smiled. "Great sword immortal Left Hand. Nice to meet you." Left Hand asked, "You are?" Chao Jun was speechless. King destroyed my sword heart and then forgot who I was? Chao Jun said, "South Saw continent sword cultivator." Chao Jun Left Hand thought for a while and remembered, "What's the matter?" Chao Jun said in a deep voice, "Left Hand, don't die. I still want to practice swords with you in the future." Left Hand glanced at Chao Jun and asked 2 questions. "Do you dare to stay here? Do you want to return to the South Saw continent as a sword immortal?" Chao Jun hesitated for a moment and nodded with a smile. "Why not? Why not?" Left Hand nodded. "Then stay. You finally look like a sword cultivator." Chao Jun gritted his teeth and could not bear it for a long time. He said angrily, "Left Hand, don't always look so carefree and relaxed. I was screwed over by you. Left hand, and Left Hand asked again, you want to practice swords with me just because you are not injured? If I stand still and you don't stop attacking, who will die first? Chao Jun turned and walked away. Out of sight, out of mind. Wang Shizi and Yu Xian happened to be here on their swords. They had something to ask Left Hand. And Left Hand, they had some guesses about the identity of the sword cultivator from the South Saw continent. Yu Xian said softly, since he can practice swords with Left Hand and Left Hand, he should be a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms, right? Wang Shizi nodded. Logically speaking, that should be the case. However, it doesn't seem like it. Maybe that senior has restrained his sword immortal aura. After all, not just any sword cultivator would dare to practice swords with Left Hand and Left Hand. Generally speaking, those in the Jade realm would not dare to do so. At the Great Wall of Sword, aura, even the great sword immortals who are at the pinnacle of the 10 great sword immortals would not dare to use their swords. Chao Jun had made some progress in his cultivation over the years. It was not easy for him not to be angered to death by Left Hand and Left Hand, but he was almost angered to death by those 2 bastards. However, when Chao Jun turned to look at those 2 people, he still smiled. Sword immortals, you bastards. After Chao Jun left, Wang Shizi told Left Hand, and Left Hand about the matter. After he got the answer, he wanted to leave immediately. However, when he saw that Miss Yu Xian was still standing at the same spot, Wang Shizi thought that he had missed something, so he stayed as well. Yu Xian glanced at him. Out of courtesy, Wang Shizi smiled back. Yu Xian stared at him shyly and immediately rode the wind to leave. Wang Shizi could only follow her, baffled. He looked at Left Hand and Left Hand and Left Hand and smiled knowingly. Most likely, they were an immortal couple? On Luopa Mountain, there was an additional ancient well that had been moved from the small town. It was temporarily placed beside the small pond behind the bamboo building. Miyu stood beside the well. Little Mealy was lying on top of the well. She shouted into the well, "Hey, hey, hey, is anyone there? Can you hear me? My name is Zhou Mealy, the daring Zhou Mealy. I am the deputy branch leader of the Right Protector." You can't hear me clearly, right? Let me repeat myself. Wei Pai said softly. Cui Dongshan only said that this is the reward given by the Dali dynasty for breaking the contract. It can barely be considered a small grotto heaven. When the parasol tree umbrella returns to Luopa Mountain, I will try to connect the grotto heaven with the blessed land. However, the possibility is not high. I'm just trying. Miyu smiled. Anyway, it's still a good thing. Then Miyu said telepathically, as for the sinister landscape travel book, Wei Shanjun, please help to keep an eye on it. Don't let it be leaked to Luopa Mountain. If Mwanshu and Mealy see it, the 2 girls will cry their eyes out. When that happens, I won't be able to stop them. I reckon that they will not be able to hold it in, and will go out to kill people. Oh, Wei Pai nodded. Of course, Miyu said, but on Pei Qian's side, I reckon there's nothing we can do. Wei Pai said, with Li Huai by Pei Qian's side, there won't be a problem. Nanyuan Kingdom's capital, near Baiyun Temple. A spirited young man in white, holding a mountain walking stick in one hand and a child in the other, strode into the house where the monk in chicken soup was. The old monk asked with a smile, "Why didn't you take off your boots before entering the house?" Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged, his hands clenched into fists on his knees. He leaned forward slightly and smiled. "I didn't wear boots. Did you see that?" The old monk said softly, "The first thought is shallow, the next thought is deep, and the next thought is deep. When the thought is deep, you can see the person's heart, but not the original intention." Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves and raised his hand. There were 3 incense sticks in his hand. If the listener obtained the Dharma from the eminent monk, it would be a great ceremony of 3 incense sticks and 9 kowtows. If he did not obtain anything and did not agree with him at all, then he would not light the incense stick. Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's useless for me to meditate and sing." The old monk nodded and said, "Since you said so, you must have your reasons." Chui Dongshan laughed and lit the 3 incense sticks. He let go of them and let them hang in the air. For a moment, green smoke rose in spirals in the house. The old monk in front of him was proficient in the principles of all branches of Buddhism. If it was not for the current situation, Chui Dongshan would be very willing to chat with him for a few days. The old monk looked at the child and nodded. Yes, Chui Dongshan put his palms together and bowed his head in Buddhist greeting. The old monk returned the greeting. Chui Dongshan stretched out his hand. The old monk took out a silver and placed it in the youth's hand. "Take it." After strolling through the Helplessness Pass Bazaar outside the Ghost Valley, Pei Qian and Li Huai continued their journey, accompanied by a silent female Jindan, immortal Wei Taijin, Jinduo Temple, Mute Lake, Huai Huang Country, Baoxiang Country. There were many places to visit, and many people to visit along the way. Wei Taijin did not understand why they insisted on traveling on foot. It was not close to Spring Dew Garden from Skeleton Beach, but she did not dare to say a word. On this day, they left the official road and followed a small path into a deep mountain forest. Finally, they followed a small path with obvious scratches on the ground and quickly climbed up the mountain. Pei Qian gently waved his walking stick. Mountain Lord Tiger suddenly appeared and did not block my path. The wind is high and the moon is dark and gloomy. All the people in the wilderness turned back. What should we do? Li Huai answered, "Run away quickly." "Oh, it's quite a rhyme. You flatter me." Pei Qian suddenly stopped talking and lightly jumped onto a high branch. He looked up at the road above and floated down to the ground. There are people ahead, but they look like a group of scholars. Judging from their footsteps, they don't seem to be martial artists, nor are they mountain spirits or ghosts. Li Huai said, "Then they are like us. They don't have money and can't afford to take the immortal ferry." Pei Qian stopped again and listened carefully. Wei Taijin was puzzled and then shocked. This Pei Qian had heard about the movement on the mountain earlier than her, although Wei Taijin did not take his Golden Core realm seriously, and always felt that he was just an unorthodox fox charm. The keen perception of a Golden Core realm was not something an ordinary martial artist could compare with. Therefore, it did not make sense. However, when Wei Taijin thought about it again, it seemed that what made sense was what made sense. She had been with Pei Qian and Li Huai for a long time. It would be strange if she did not find it strange. Pei Qian said to Li Huai, "There are woodcutters at the top of the mountain cutting trees. They don't know that there are people below. The trees will slide down the road and hurt the people in front. You guys should also be careful. Just hide on the sides." Pei Qian first glanced back at the wooden mountain path she came from. After confirming that there was no one, she bent down slightly and tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. Her figure was as fast as lightning, but she did not make a sound. She quickly arrived a dozen steps away from the group of scholars. Pei Qian stood sideways, facing a tree trunk that was rapidly sliding down the mountain. She stretched out her foot and lifted the tree trunk high up into the air. It landed on the small path behind the group of scholars. At the same time, she gently shook her wrist so that the tree trunk would not crash into the ground and knock down too much. She used her fist intent to lift the tree trunk a little and gently landed on the ground. Afterwards, there were tree trunks that continuously slid down the mountain. They were all lifted up by Pei Qian one by one and gently landed on the ground. When the last tree trunk came to Pei Qian's side, she lifted it up with the tip of her foot. She leaned back and stood on the tree trunk. Together with it, she landed on the mountain path and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The group of scholars that seemed to have taken a trip around the gates of hell were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other in dismay. After surviving a calamity, they rejoiced. Then they felt confused. Why did that girl fly away? She did not even give them a chance to say thank you. Pei Qian stood on the tree trunk and slid all the way to Li Huai and Wei Taijin. She gently stepped on the tree trunk and stopped it from falling. Seeing Li Huai and Wei Taijin in a daze, she asked, "Let's continue on our way." Pei Qian jumped down from the tree trunk and silently said, "Let's go." She gently pushed the tree trunk with her walking stick. The tree trunk continued to slide down the mountain path. Then Pei Qian led them to another mountain path. She did not want to meet the group of scholars face to face. Li Huai had always done whatever Pei Qian said. He walked beside Pei Qian. Wei Taijin could not help but ask, "Miss Pei, what realm are you in as a martial artist?" Pei Qian turned her head and smiled. "I am thousands of miles away from my master. Now, I am only in the 6th realm, on top of the great wall of sword chi." Chun Pingon continued to walk the 6-step stance. His steps were extremely slow, and his punches were extremely slow. He suddenly thought of something and smiled a little. He wondered if his first disciple was in the 5th realm. "697. Chun Pingon stopped his stance and turned to look outside the city wall. More than 1,000 feet away, there was an unexpected visitor hovering in the air on his sword. The number 1 of Moon-bearing Mountain's 100-sword deities, alias Fei Ran, liked to show himself as a green-robed swordsman. Fei Ran smiled and said, "Good fist." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Don't steal it. Don't be shameless." This Fei Ran was the same as that official. He didn't have the slightest demeanor of a sword cultivator. Fei Ran shook his head and said, "I really can't learn it." Previously, he followed the great monster Che Yun to Howren Heaven and used his military merits to exchange for Luhua Island from Moon-bearing Mountain. Fei Ran's choice was a bit surprising. Otherwise, with his status, it wouldn't be difficult for him to occupy half of the old site of Rain Dragon Sect. Therefore, many military tenths guessed that Fei Ran had taken a fancy to the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island. Most likely, there was another cave that wasn't discovered by passers-by, and then Fei Ran took advantage of it. Chun Pingon glanced at Fei Ran and shifted his gaze. Dozens of miles away from the city wall, there was a huge snowstorm. It was especially magnificent. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the Dragon King and couldn't land on the city wall. Fei Ran followed the young hidden official's gaze and turned to look at the snow. He turned back and said with a smile, "When I was young, I studied under Mr. Zhou. I liked to flip through the beautiful poems and poems from Howren Heaven. My imagination was magnificent. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhou's standards were high. When he compiled poems, he usually only used exquisite words and deleted those that didn't meet his eyes. Among them, there was a poem that praised the snow. 5 Ding defeated the clouds with a sword. 300,000 jade dragons died in battle." Fei Ran spoke to the young hidden official with his skillful Howren Heaven. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "The full poem goes, 5 Ding defeated the clouds with a sword, straight to the imperial capital under the Milky Way. 300,000 jade dragons died in battle, defeated by the wind. Your old fox Tong Tian only took half. It's not a big problem. His standards may not be high, but it's not low." Fei Ran nodded and said, "I see. I've learned something." Earlier on the battlefield, Chun Pingon and Fei Ran fought once. They had a bit of fighting spirit and strength, but there was no clear winner. Moreover, the two sides were not really fighting each other. At that time, both sides still had too many tricks up their sleeves. In Chun Pingon's mind, the likes of Firen and Shurchin had the greatest potential to deal with the vast world. They were not just proficient in killing on the battlefield. After experiencing this huge battle, Chun Pingon truly understood a principle. Sword immortals were indeed extremely lethal. Great demons' Dharma spells were naturally extremely powerful. However, under the vast and mighty forces, they appeared insignificant. As long as Firen and her subordinates were willing to work hard, they would be able to help the demon sovereigns and demon sovereigns in the wildlands. In fact, they might even be able to change the customs of the people. In some ways, they would be able to change the lands that had been taken over by the demon sovereigns. Now, what Chimpingon was most worried about was that the various demon sovereigns were studying and figuring out the detailed steps of the Dali steel cavalry of the Aquarius continent. He wanted to know exactly how they were going to mend the broken mountains and rivers and win over the hearts of the people. Then they would turn around and use it on the Tong Yi continent or Fu Yao continent, just like the Jia Shin Tent, the young man who was not a sword cultivator, but compared to Li Zhan, Lu Bai, and the other sword immortal embryos added together, Chimpingon wanted to kill him more. Wooden Clog, who was not of a high realm, had climbed up the city wall and stood beside the dragon sovereign. He wanted to review the battle situation with Master Hidden Official. He humbly asked for advice and bowed as a junior. But Chun Pingon ignored him. With the dragon sovereign beside him, he would definitely not be able to kill him. Since that was the case, what was there to talk about? The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. After all, Wooden Clog's ambition was not to cultivate. Firen turned the tip of the sword under her feet, as if she was just accompanying the young hidden official to enjoy the snowy scenery. Chun Pingon said that Mr. Zhou is known as one high in the barbarian world. It's just that he's a little unlucky and has the same name as the mountain master of an academy in the North Continent. I've heard that the scholarly sage has a bad temper. When you go back, ask Lu Bai to tell your teacher to be careful that Zhou Wenhai is beaten to death by the sage. If that happens, Zhou Mi will be beaten to death by the sage. Firen did not know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and said, "It seems that Li Xin is right. You are a little bored." A scholarly academy master wanted to kill Mr. Wenhai, who was the second highest sovereign. Of course, he was now the third. Xiao Chua acted on his own initiative and placed a chair refined from the corpse of an ascendant realm demon at the second highest position in the ancient well. But Mr. Zhou and Lu Cha did not mind this. Chun Pingon walked slowly, but he did not continue to use his stance to punch. Firen followed him on her sword. They were walking on two different paths, but they were heading in the same direction. Chun Pingon asked casually, "What is the true form of that old fox Tong Tian? There is no record of it in the secret files of the Summer Palace, and I have never had the chance to ask the Sword Immortal." Although Zhou Mi was known as the old fox Tong Tian in the wilderness, Chun Pingon was sure that the second highest sovereign was not a heavenly fox. Zhou Mi looked too much like a scholar. So Chun Pingon had always wanted to ask about its true form and name. But he had been too busy and did not have the chance to ask later. Firen said, "For the Venerable One's name." Chun Pingon said, "I didn't ask you about Zhou Mi's true name." Firen said, "Mr. Zhou must have a true name that he did not use, but he does not have a true name." Chun Pingon replied, "I see. I have learned something." Of course, she could be talking nonsense. After all, if Firen was not bored, she would not have come here. Chun Pingon asked, "Did that Zhang Lu go to the Fuyao continent to seek sword?" The Fuyao continent had a sword cultivator sect. It was deeply rooted and did not have many people. But each of them had great battle strength. In history, no one had ever gone to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to train. Therefore, the heaven and earth sleeve immortal technique and the mountain view divine ability were the two immortal techniques that Chun Pingon had been longing for many years. During the heavy snowfall earlier, Chun Pingon collected quite a bit of snow in his sleeve. It was like eating dumplings during the new year, and he was a little happy. However, when Chun Pingon finished building a row of snowmen, he did not expect that because he was not far enough away from the dragon god, the gray robe's sword light shattered them all. It did not come earlier or later. When Chun Pingon finished building the snowman, the dragon god's sword arrived. "This old bastard, please don't fall into my hands. Otherwise I'll refine his soul and give it to Shiro to wear, so that she can keep Du Mao's shedskin company." Chun Pingon raised his palm, and the 5 lightning gathered in his palm. The lines on his palm were like mountains and rivers. He smiled and said, "If you don't leave, I'll have to send you off. There's nothing to do with this hairpin of mine. Just tell the Jiazi camp to rest assured that there's no secret." Firen hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I'll help you pass the message." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Leave," and threw out a 5 lightning technique. Firen only dodged and did not attack. "I sincerely wanted to give you the wine, and you gave it to me with the 5 lightning technique. What a good return of politeness." Firen even had the mood to bid farewell to the young hermit, and slowly flew away on her sword. Firen's temper had always been to not be anxious about anything. Chun Pingon suddenly looked at Na Firen and asked, "In that carefully selected poetry collection, have you ever seen a poem about traveling immortals that is popular among the people? Usually it would be placed at the beginning or the end of the poem." Firen stopped and smiled. "I'd like to hear the details." Chun Pingon held his hands in his sleeves and walked slowly, reciting the poem loudly. "I live in a house with 10,000 years in the human world. The sun rises high on the east wall. When I open my eyes, I feel disturbed in my dreams. The bright moon falls in my eyes. I urge a cloud to stay in the corner of the world. I'm often accompanied by a stream of pine trees in my sleeves. Drunk, I ride a white deer and greenhorn dragon. The immortals ask for wine when they meet me. My crown hangs on a cinnamon branch in the heavenly palace. My hand grasps a golden crow as a charcoal cage. Sad immortals dream of 1,000 years. Once they dream of me, they miss their immortality." After Firen heard it, she found it strange. Chun Pingon turned his head and said with a sincere gaze, "Why are you in a daze? If you haven't heard of it, quickly memorize it. Later, let Zhou Wenhai bathe and change his clothes first before copying it into the book. It will be the highlight of the world's traveling immortal poems." Fei Ran smiled and said, "Isn't this spacing a little too casual? Sir Hermit, please don't bully me because I'm not a scholar." Chun Pingon said with a look of pity, "The world has a long history. There are so many official dialects. What do you know about flat rhymes? The poem's thoughts are like the fist's intent. If the meaning is great, it will be aggressive and smash down on the head. The scholars of the future will see the poem as if they saw the fist. It will be like being hit in the face." Firen smiled. Chun Pingon nodded. He raised his hand and waved it gently. "It seems like Brother Firen is quite knowledgeable." "That's right, you saw through it. There are couplets and poems in the world. My traveling immortal poem is like my palm lightning technique. It's a combination." Firen flew away on her sword. Chun Pingon lay on the wall and continued to flip through the book. When he threw it out of the city, he regretted it very quickly. He quickly used the earth-shrinking mountain river divine art and went to one of the big strokes on the city wall to grab the book that was floating in the wind. Chun Pingon had already memorized the entire book by heart. He could even recite it backwards without a problem, because the book was an external object of this half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as Chun Pingon dared to take it out. Even if it was at the furthest end of the city wall from the Dragon Monarch, it would still attract a sword. Therefore, Chimpingon did not have a pen and paper. If he wanted to make some annotations on the book, he could only use a wisp of sword chi as a pen and gently write on the blank space. Even if he did not have the cultivation of the Jade Pure realm, Chunpingon's eyesight could still see the words clearly. Every time he flipped a page, he would change his reading position. He would either sit in the big strokes on the city wall, walk on the wall, hang upside down on the horse path of the city wall, or ride the wind to the canopy above the city wall. However, the canopy was not high now. It was only 5,000 feet above the city wall. If he went higher, after the Dragon Monarch's sword, the remaining sword chi of the flying sword could really hurt Chimpingon's body. For some reason, the Dragon Monarch was not interested in this book, which was also an external object like the book in front of him. He let Chimpingon read the book to relieve his boredom and rushed over from the no-sword light. Chimpingon set up a Taoist field in the snail's shell and secretly did a small thing. He refined the words from the book to the outside carefully and then put them into his sleeve. Therefore, when Chimpingon came to read the book again today, more than 2,000 commonly used words had been removed from the book. As a result, the content of the book was mostly blank and intermittent. They were like little guys who were forced to move. Chimpingon grabbed them by the collar, crying and babbling, and were forced to move away from their hometown. Some rare words that appeared alone often appeared in pairs. For the time being, Chimpingon did not force them to move. It was a pity that they could not form a book of 100 family names, nor could they form a 1,000-character classic. Of course, such small, refined words were of no practical use. Even if Chimpingon had refined the entire book of 300,000 words, causing all the pages of the book to be blank, it was just that there were more lifeless, old-fashioned little guys in the world in the sleeve. After all, Chimpingon could not learn from Pei Qian and Li Huai. What could he say about having 300,000 troops under his command? However, if he was really bored, Chimpingon would also arrange the words that he had refined into soldiers. He would shake them out of his sleeve and land them on the city wall, dividing them into 2 camps. The number of words was not large, and the number of soldiers was small. At most, there would be 20 to 30 words. Moreover, they were all commonly used words that appeared in many places in the travel notes. This was to prevent the Dragon Monarch from being stupid and killing them all at once with his sword. Chimpingon would let those little guys dressed in black land on the city wall. Their bodies swayed back and forth, and their footsteps were slow. They were like 2 groups of mischievous children in the streets of the city, wrestling with each other. They did not have much strength. Today, Chimpingon suddenly became very diligent in his refinement of words. In one go, he refined a few hundred of those Chimpingon characters in the book. Out of the 1,500 characters, he refined 1 and kept 1. Then, Chimpingon carefully shook out 2 words from his sleeve. Then, he took out those Chimpingon imperial edicts and gathered them densely together. Every 3 words stood side by side, forming a Chimpingon. Thus, there were 2 words. One was Ning, and the other was Yao. It was Ning Yao. It was as if she was confronting these Chimpingon, who were unfortunately not Chimpingon. Then, Ning Yao took a step forward. With every step, the 500 Chimpingon began to sway. In the end, they could not stand steadily, as if they were drunk, and fell to the ground with a crash. Chimpingon squatted on the city wall with his hands in his sleeves. Looking at this scene, he smiled brightly. A bright red robe spread on the ground. Today's young secluded official was not too lonely. It was also the first time he did not feel that the long river of light flowed too slowly. From the other half of the city wall, the dragon god brandished his sword. Moreover, this sword was not like the previous sword. It was extremely powerful. Even though the sword light had already swept across dozens of miles above his city wall in an instant, the sword intent was extremely heavy and the sword chi was extremely long. It spread out from the cliff where the dragon god brandished his sword. Chun Pingan still did not seem to notice. When the sword light had swept across half of the city wall, Chun Pingan stood up and began to use the ninth realm martial arts and sword punches. Time and time again his body collapsed. Time and time again, before the sword light headed for the figurines, his body reformed and he punched out again. Finally, Chun Pingan used his peak martial arts to completely destroy the sword light with his fists. Moreover, he came to the cliff and stomped heavily on the ground. He unleashed a pure jade realm sword immortal Dharma idol that was as tall as a mountain. He gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to form a sword. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed at the gray-robed figure on the cliff. The huge Dharma idol with a pair of golden eyes laughed loudly. "You have strengthened my fist intent. I will thank you heavily, dragon god." The dragon god waved his hand and pushed the young woman who was nurturing her sword intent and stabilizing her sword heart to 1,000 feet away. But is it useful? It may not be useful to her, but it is useful to Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Then do you know that the heart demon has already been created because of me, and the sword heart has been mended a little by me? This is a new heart demon, and it has even fewer flaws. Believe it or not, it is up to you to ask Senior Dragon God." Senior Dragon God sighed. "Lu Bai, go practice your sword in another place. He is using you to comprehend the heart demon." No wonder this person didn't see Lu Bai as an opponent at all, but deliberately came here again and again to leave some traces in her heart. Chun Pingan glanced at the gray robe. There were so many king-level monsters, but the senior dragon god was left on the city wall. Senior dragon god smiled and said, "Is the mad dog going to bite people again?" Lu Bai had already left. She didn't fly on her sword, but walked on the city wall. Chun Pingan sat on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the torrent of the monster army in the distance. Then he withdrew his gaze and leaned back, using the sword as a pillow, and said to himself, "It should be when I get home. Children holding clothes, laughing at my white hair." Senior Dragon God smiled and said, "I don't have such sadness, and you can't go home." Chun Pingan was surprised and immediately sat up. He wondered, "How do you understand human language?" Senior Dragon God didn't care and asked, "Do you know why I didn't block the vision here?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "It's similar to the two heavy snowfalls. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Actually, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Senior Dragon God laughed and said, "Just wait, at most half a year. Not only will you not be able to see the sun and moon, but I won't have to stop you from using your fists and swords. It seems like you are worse than Chin Ching." It turned out that Chun Pingan could no longer see the gray robe of the senior dragon god. In fact, all the scenes on the city wall had disappeared from his vision. When he lowered his head and looked out, the monster race that was swarming towards the world was nowhere to be seen. Chun Pingan turned his head and looked. The snow was falling slowly in the distance, and he could still vaguely see it. Even if he couldn't see it in the future, it didn't matter. Small worries were as big as grains of rice. Moreover, it was hard to meet again in the martial world, and the road was long. There would be a time when they would meet again, and someone would definitely say that Master had worked hard. Master had worked hard. Junior martial uncle had worked hard. Chun Pingan had worked hard. Chun Pingan swaggered off, his sleeves fluttering as he laughed, and said, "Isn't it like a joke? Hard my ass." Firen and Li Jun came to the senior dragon god's side. Li Jun asked, "Is he really crazy?" Senior dragon god asked, "Ask yourself." Firen smiled and asked that Chao Ci actually defeated him 3 times in a row. Senior Dragon God nodded and said, Yes. In fact, it was not easy for her to take shape, and it was even more wishful thinking for her to break through to the next realm. However, after meeting her master, Wei Taijin almost broke through one realm per year, and only stopped when she reached the Golden Core realm. Her master told her to slow down, saying that it was no problem to help block the heavenly tribulation that would come when breaking through the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm and trying to reach the nascent Soul realm. However, after Wei Taijin gained 8 tails, her appearance and temperament became more natural, and it was inevitable that she was a little too foxy. As a maid who served tea, it was easy for her to distract her brother from his studies. She had followed her masterly Lu and seen too much of the world. She only knew that the fishing immortal at the Dragon Resting Stone was a jade-leveled Imperial Palace official, and there was also the Ascendant Realm Great Demon guarding the Lushui Pit. The things that she had painstakingly refined were just a summer retreat for her master in the past, but in the end, they became the same status as Wei Taijin. The woman in palace attire and Wei Taijin, a mere golden core cultivator, even had a hint of flattery in their smiles. There was also the city lord of the White Emperor city of the Central Divine Continent. Therefore, Wei Taijin was not afraid of a golden-backed goose whose realm was not high. Before her master appeared at the Skeleton Beach, he had already given Wei Taijin an offensive and defensive treasure. In her master's words, as long as she used them properly, Wei Taijin could casually exchange her life with any nascent soul cultivator other than a sword cultivator. It's just that her master's younger brother's mouth was too. The immortal masters on the other mountains had waited for years and decades for their hard work, but Li Huai's inexplicable and boring words could summon a golden-backed goose. Pei Qian suddenly woke up from his sleep and noticed the anomaly earlier than Wei Taijin. He quickly carried the bamboo box and held the mountain walking stick in his hand. He glanced at the aggressive golden-backed goose and immediately asked Wei Xinzi to help take Li Huai away, saying that they were occupying the other party's territory and that it was unreasonable to fight, so they had to quickly move away to make room for the other party. Wei Taijin did not dare to disobey Pei Qian and hurriedly rode the wind to take Li Huai away from the Golden Light Peak. As for Pei Qian, he was even more straightforward. He retreated more than 10 zhang and ran madly towards the cliff. He jumped high and directly jumped off the cliff. Wei Taijin lowered her head and glanced at the rapidly falling figure. A 6th realm martial artist, neither a golden body physique nor a far travel realm. Was Pei Qian really okay? Pei Qian's jump was an extremely long distance of 50 to 60 zhang. There were also strands of moonlight of varying thickness that fell on the mountain and were swallowed into the drum frogs' stomachs. On this night, there were many moons on the mountain, but Pei Qian still felt that it was not as good as his own home. Li Huai asked softly, "Are there really 3 moons in the wilderness?" Pei Qian nodded and said, "Yes, there are 3 big mooncakes hanging high up. They are similar to Sister Xiuxiu's pastries. Just looking at them makes me hungry." Pei Qian took out a book and circled the column, Mount Yuehuadrum Frogs. At the front was the golden-backed goose of the Golden Light Peak. Below, it was the fire deity temple of the Silver Screen country. After that, there was the whisk fly wine of the Huai Huang country, the Jinduo temple of Yuhu County, the mute lake of the Yellow Wind Valley of the Baoxiang country, the Ghost Axe Palace of the military school, and so on. Li Huai went over to take a few glances. Pei Qian didn't stop him from peeking. Li Huai asked, "Looks like we are not far from Xiaomi's hometowns?" Pei Qian closed the book and put it back in the box. He nodded and said, Yes, we are not far. Li Huai asked, is the whisk fly wine brewed by immortals? Do you want to buy a pot to bring back, or give it as a gift? Pei Qian smiled and said, it's not some immortal's wine. Back then, my master met an expert and had a drink at a marketplace restaurant. It's not expensive. I can buy a few pots. His master once said that the expert's long-term plan made him understand a little more about the human world's merit. At the entrance of an immortal's cave on the Mount Yuehua, a fat young man in snow-white clothes asked with a smile, Sister Jean Feng, are these the guys who don't know what's good for them? One of them seems to be at the same level as us. Her breath is very well restrained. She looks like a fox, but her breath is very positive. She doesn't look like an ordinary fox that worships the moon at the foot of the mountain. Could she be a fox immortal that has achieved enlightenment? The woman from the Golden Light Peak said impatiently, Taoist friend Yulu, if you are interested in that fox immortal, why don't you go out of the mountain and test it out? The fat young man who was called Yulu by the woman shook his head and said, the refiners on the mountain have many tricks up their sleeves. They might be trying to lure me out of the mountain to cut off my connection with the mountain. They might be waiting for an opportunity to move Mount Yuehua away and let it be their backyard. I'm not like Sister Jean Feng, who doesn't have many worries. The children and grandchildren on the mountain need me to take care of them. Otherwise, it would be too tragic to become a fox country in the Aquarius continent. The woman was hesitant. The fat young man whose real body was the old ancestor of the drum frog smiled and said, Sister Jean Feng, are you interested in Hongwuan? The woman frowned and said, previously, there was a ripple in my Tao heart. I always felt that the opportunity had arrived. Somehow, I seem to have grasped a chance to break through, but I'm not sure. I'm worried that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. I'm similar to you. I'm really afraid of the temperament of the people on the mountain. Ooh, the fat young man said seriously, Jean Feng, then I'll protect you for a while. The Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuehua are each other's Tao companion mountains. You and I are both here to achieve enlightenment. The foundation of the Tao is one. If you can break through, remember to protect me once. There's no need to swear an oath. I don't believe in that. The two of us don't need it. The temperament of both sides is the most obvious. The young woman clenched her teeth and said, all right, let's take a gamble. The young man was suddenly stunned. Then he felt guilty and went back on his words. Sister Jean Feng, forget it. I won't dare to leave the mountain even if I'm beaten to death. Jean Feng asked, what's wrong? Yulu pointed at her eyes and tapped her ears with her fingers. She smiled bitterly and said, the place where the three of them are at is still my Mount Yuehua's territory. I let the two frogs that aren't part of the land lie in the crevices of the rocks and eavesdrop on their movements. I didn't expect the young lady to glance at them 3 times. The first time can be considered an accident. The second time can be considered a warning. The third time can be considered a threat. Right? That Jean Dan woman didn't even notice, but was discovered by a pure martial artist? Isn't that too strange? Can I afford to offend her? Jean Feng knew that Yulu was cautious and did not make things difficult for her. She nodded and said, I'll give up on the shortcut and cultivate in peace. However, Yulu changed her words again. Maybe I can give it a try. Jean Feng said helplessly, Yulu, what's wrong with you? The young man rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Sister Jean Feng, trust me this time. Pei Qian cupped his fists in a certain direction and continued on his way. Li Huai asked curiously, this is? Pei Qian said softly, enter the temple and burn 3 incense sticks, enter the mountain and worship the mountain. This is the rule. Li Huai also wanted to learn from Pei Qian and worship. In the end, he was hit by Pei Qian's staff and scolded. If your heart isn't sincere, then don't do anything. Don't you know that it's easier to invite a god than to send him away? Li Huai said, oh, and felt that it was indeed reasonable. Then the group went around the Tsang Yun Lake in the Silver Screen country. In recent years, it had begun to cultivate and recuperate. Tsang Yun Lake's Lake Lord Marquine was the head of a country's water god. He had jurisdiction over a lake, 3 rivers, and 2 canals. According to the local people who burned incense, the various ancestral temples had changed many river gods and water immortals for some reason. Li Huai asked Pei Qian why he didn't go to the various water god temples to burn incense. Pei Qian didn't give a reason, only saying that he would go to the city where Lord Xingwang had changed. They entered the county city before the night ban. Pei Qian asked for directions and went straight to the fire god temple that had been rebuilt and repaired for not too many years. In the night, just as the temple attendant was about to close the door, a man walked out of the golden statue and came to the door, letting the old temple attendant busy himself. At the entrance of the temple, the man looked at the man and woman carrying the mountain staff and a bamboo chest. He went straight to the point and asked with a smile, "I'm the little god of incense here. Do you know Chinpingan?" Li Huai was stunned and admired him in his heart. He was really an immortal who could foresee the future. Pei Qian cupped his fists and said with a smile, "I'm Master's eldest disciple. My surname is Pei, and my name is Qian." Greetings to the master of the fire god temple. The man nodded and smiled. "Can you drink?" Pei Qian blushed and shook his head. "Master doesn't allow me to drink." The man smiled. "No matter, I'll let the temple attendant prepare a table of food. You can stay here tonight. Thanks to your master. The small temple isn't small anymore. The big pilgrims are really big. They've built many rooms for guests. You can stay here." Pei Qian cupped his fists again and said, "Then I'll have to trouble the old master of the fire god temple." Li Huai copied Pei Qian and cupped his fists. Wei Taijin gave him a salute. Since he was Pei Qian's master's friend, Wei Taijin didn't dare to treat him lightly. On the way, Pei Qian and Li Huai kept arguing. Pei Qian said that he was already Realm 6, so his master must be Realm 11 now. He couldn't run away. Li Huai said that friendship was friendship, but his master must only be Realm 10 now. "If you lose, I'll let my sister change her surname to Pei Qian." Wei Taijin was shaken to the core when he heard this. At least Realm 11, definitely Realm 10, to let the master change his surname. The man, the young scholar, and the woman in the hedgerow returned their greetings. Although the woman in the hedgerow had an extremely high realm and had the aura of an earth immortal, he didn't care at all. Anyway, they were all Chinpingan's friends. If they came from the upper 5 realms, they were friends. If they came from the lower 5 realms, they were still friends. The man then looked at Pei Qian and joked, "You're more reserved than that brother Lingjun. Chen Lingjun, you dare to be so casual when you're outside. You even dare to call your master's friend brother." Pei Qian silently made a note of Chen Lingjun in his heart. However, Pei Qian still asked softly, "Is Chen Lingjun all right?" The man nodded. "He's very good. He said he's going to Spring Dew Garden after leaving here." That night, Lord, who of Blue Cloud Lake, specially came to drink with him. "Your master still has a lot of face. However, Brother Lingjun still knows his limits. Don't worry." Pei Qian grunted. "Chen Lingjun is more magnanimous. He might not care too much about the red tape. Fire Deity Temple's old master. Please bear with him." At the dining table, Pei Qian asked about the mountains and rivers of the nearby immortals. The man spoke frankly. He said that after her master left, the territories of the dozen or so countries had changed drastically. Spiritual qi had surged in, and in the Ghost Hatchet Palace, the Treasure Cave, and many other immortal mountains, several young cultivation geniuses had broken through to the next level. Yan Qing, for example, had gone into seclusion again. However, for some reason, the castellan of Huangyu City, Yiyu, along with Lu, had completely disappeared without a trace. Lu and Yen Qing were originally the famous golden couple on the mountain. There were also many mountain spirits and ghosts that began to wander from afar. However, they didn't cause any major trouble. Lord Huinho had his own means. With the protection of many monks from the Treasure Minister Kingdom, the world was still considered peaceful. As for this escort city that had once attracted a heavenly tribulation, no ghosts or evil spirits dared to cause trouble here. At this point, the man drank a big bowl of wine. Then he asked Pei Qian why his master didn't come. Pei Qian said that his master had gone on a long journey again. However, he would definitely come here personally to drink in the future. His master was a sentimental person. The man smiled and nodded. He saw that the young girl had already lowered her head and was eating. The man didn't ask further. He stayed a night at the fire deity temple. Pei Qian actually didn't sleep for the entire night. He just stood in the corridor in a daze. Later, when he really didn't feel sleepy, he went to sit on the wall and stared blankly. He wanted to stand on the roof ridge and take a look at the entire escort city. However, it was against the rules, and he didn't have the courtesy of a guest. At dawn, he bid farewell to the old master of the ancestral temple and continued on his way to Wai Huang Country's Yuhu County. His master said that he had met two young and kind-hearted heroines of the pugilistic world at the Jinduo temple that was plagued by demons. Pei Qian looked forward to seeing them. He didn't know how good the pugilistic world women were, and how powerful their fist techniques were to be praised as heroines by his master. After strolling through the restored Jinduo temple, Pei Qian found a restaurant at the border between Wai Huang Country and Baoxiang Country. He brought Li Huai to eat and drink, and then bought 2 pots of fly-whisking wine. Wei Taizhen arrived at Wai Huang Country. Through Pei Qian and Li Huai's chat, he found out that his master's hometown was named Wai Huang County. After approaching Yellow Wind Valley's Mute Lake, Pei Qian's mood obviously improved. His hometown was Wai Huang County, and there was a Wai Huang Country here. Xiaomi and his master were really fated. On the Yellow Sand Road, camel bells rang as Pei Qian and his group walked slowly. Now, there were no more great demons causing trouble in Yellow Wind Valley. The only imperfection was that the Mute Lake's water level didn't increase or decrease. It changed according to the weather, and there was one less thing to talk about on the mountain. Pei Qian's group and the merchant's camel caravan rested by the Mute Lake. Pei Qian squatted by the water. This was Xiaomi's hometown. Xiaomi and Chun Lingjun were like heaven and earth. In the past, Chun Lingjun always liked to catch people and spit everywhere, talking about their great achievements in Yujiang. Of course, as time went on, Chun Lingjun probably got tired of talking about it, so he didn't like to talk about the matters of Yujiang anymore. Xiaomi, on the other hand, only told Pei Qian and Wanshu about her past at Mute Lake in private. She said that she was very famous in her hometown back then. A group of immortals with cultivation levels higher than the heavens from Taoji Country's Qingqing residents came. There were so many of them that they couldn't even be counted. They created a huge commotion just to catch her. Among them, there was a martial artist named Mao Qiulu. He was a pretty good young lady. Although he was a little fierce, he had a good heart. He wanted to invite her to Qian Go Country to be a river lady. In the end, that imperial tutor of Qian Go Country only gave Qingqing residents 1 grain of rice rain money. It seemed like that imperial tutor was really poor. Then there was a guy from Jinwu Palace with the surname I've Forgotten Everything who wanted to buy her. Even if the price was doubled, it would only be 2 grains of rice rain money. He was so stingy. Where was the generosity of an immortal on the mountain? She didn't have the immortal aura of an immortal. After that, she met the Good Mountain Chieftain. The Good Mountain Chieftain spent a lot of money to buy her from Qingqing residents. Hence, she followed him and left Mute Lake to travel the Jianghu together. It was amazing. The moment they left the Jianghu, the two of them killed that invincible ancestor Yellow Wind together. It was a pity that not many people knew about this magnificent feat, but what did it matter? She wasn't a big water monster who cared about undeserved fame. If the good mountain chieftain didn't know, then so be it. In any case, the good mountain chieftain had promised her that one day many people would read about her story from books. At that time, Xiaomi had just been promoted to Dragon Rider Alley's right guardian. After she followed Pei Qian back to Luopa Mountain, she still liked to nag about these things. At that time, Pei Qian felt that Xiaomi only knew how to nag over and over again, so he didn't stop her from talking about these things in high spirits. At most, when she repeated it for the second time, Pei Qian raised 2 fingers. After the third time, Pei Qian raised 3 fingers and repeated it 3 times. The little girl scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. After that, Xiaomi didn't stop talking. That was the first time elder sister Nuanshu got angry. She secretly found Pei Qian and said, "You can't be like this. If Xiaomi is willing to talk, then just listen. It's not like you'll get in our way. Xiaomi is so far away from home, so what if we repeat it a few more times? If you really don't like to hear it, then just say that you're going to copy books and practice your fist techniques. Even if you directly say that you're sick of hearing it, it's better than saying that to Xiaomi. It's so hurtful." At first, Pei Qian didn't think much of it and didn't take it to heart. He only responded to the angry elder sister Nuanshu, saying that he got it, and that he promised that he wouldn't be impatient in the future. Even if he did, he would hide it well. The silly Xiaomi definitely wouldn't be able to tell. However, early the next morning, when Pei Qian yawned and was about to head to the bamboo house to practice his fist techniques, he saw the black-clothed little girl who had been holding the mountain walking staff for a long time. She carried the heavy burden of Dragon Rider Alley's right guardian on her shoulders and was still standing at the door like a guardian for him, regardless of rain or shine. When she saw Pei Qian, the little girl immediately puffed out her chest. She first grinned, then pursed her lips into a smile. It was only at that moment that Pei Qian realized that he had really made a mistake. He patted Xiaomi's head and said that if she wanted to talk about the Mute Lake in the future, she could talk about it as she pleased. Moreover, she had to think carefully about whether she had missed anything about Xiaomi. At that time, the little girl eagerly followed beside Pei Qian, shaking her head vigorously. She wouldn't talk about it. Previously, she had only said it twice because she was afraid that Pei Qian and elder sister Nuanshu would forget. It was hard to think about things. In the end, Xiaomi even reminded Pei Qian that if he forgot about it in the future, he must remember to tell her. Then she would say it again. Under the night sky, Pei Qian reached out to scoop water. The bright moon was in his hand. On Luopa Mountain, the 3 of them liked to hide under the blankets and whisper to each other. The blankets made the 3 of them look like small mountain tops. Li Huai sat beside a bonfire, not far away. Wei Taijin asked softly, "Young Master Li, why didn't you urge Miss Pei to hurry up?" In the end, she was Li Huai's maidservant. She still had to consider this young Master Li. Li Huai couldn't stand being called Young Master Li, but Fairy Wei insisted. After several failed attempts to persuade him, he could only reluctantly accept it. He just treated the Lion Peak as an immortal mountain with pure feng shui like the small town in his hometown. Li Huai was somewhat happy for his sister. Cultivating in this kind of place, she probably wouldn't be bullied. His sister's temper was too good, and her appearance was too delicate. After staying in their hometown for so many years, she couldn't even learn how to quarrel. She was a bit stupid, but she took after their father. Unlike himself, whose temper was like his mother's, it wasn't easy for him to be bullied outside. After hearing this question, Li Huai smiled and said There's no need to rush. Zheng has already seen elder sister, and Lion Peak doesn't have legs. Besides, Pei Qian promised me that she would stay at Lion Peak for a while. Wei Taizhen, who had previously passed by Limitless Pass Town without entering, nodded lightly. He could not answer the previous question, but he also couldn't say too much. Otherwise, he would be suspected of stirring up trouble. After leaving Mute Lake, Pei Qian took Li Huai and the others to the Ghost Hatchet Palace. He heard from his master that there was a guy called Du there, and that he had the good habit of letting his opponent have a move first. Unfortunately, Du wasn't at the Ghost Hatchet Palace, which was both his sect and home. According to the sect's cultivators, young Master Du was always traveling outside. The Ghost Hatchet Palace cultivator wasn't sure of the three's realms and family background. He only thought that since he was familiar with young Master Du, he should at least report to the Dao companions of Du Yu's parents. He didn't expect that the girl had already left, saying that she would visit again in the future. After that, at the Golden Crow Palace, which had a large patch of thunderclouds, Pei Qian met Lu Jiqing, who had just become a nascent soul sword cultivator. Sword Immortal Lu was the young martial uncle of the Golden Crow Palace master. His seniority was high, and his cultivation was even higher. Even in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds, Lu Jiqing was indeed worthy of being called a sword immortal for such a young nascent soul sword cultivator. It was said that Sword Immortal Lu had been meditating at the top of the mountain for many years. Lu Jiqing shook off the moonlight from his body and broke through to the next realm on a snowy night. Lu Jiqing was known for his cold personality, but towards Pei Qian, Chun Pingan's first disciple, he was more cheerful. Pei Qian and the others didn't feel anything, but the Golden Crow Palace cultivators all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Jiqing dismissed some of the maids and personally brewed tea for the guests. After Pei Qian and the others were seated, Lu Jiqing took out a tea set and drew several talismans with his fingers. The Golden Crow Palace had an ancestral fairy that had been refined from thunderclouds and carved with 81 thunder talismans. Therefore, this was the first time Pei Qian took an immortal fairy instead of walking after arriving in the North Continent. Pei Qian did not want Senior Lu to accompany them at the foot of the mountain. The palace master of the Golden Crow Palace personally sent his youngest uncle off. His only son, Jinlu, was also part of the team. Lu Jiqing said that he would travel for many years and visit the Fuping Sword Lake, the Taihui Sword Sect, and other sword cultivation sects, either to seek Dao or to learn about swords. However, the mother of Jin Li's daughter did not show up. The main reason was that the woman was well aware that she did not get along well with Lu Jiqing. She would only be asking for a snub if she came. When Lu Jiqing was at the bottleneck of the Jindan realm, she could still rely on her father's power to do whatever she wanted in the Jinwu Palace. However, she had become much more restrained in recent years. She was afraid that Lu Jiqing's temper would not cause her trouble. Instead, he would go directly to the great Zhuan dynasty to reason with her father. Therefore, she was the happiest when Lu Jiqing left the Golden Crow Palace. Pei Qian was calm and composed. Li Huai could not help but look at the sword cultivator Jin Le. He heard from Pei Qian that Qin Pingan had some grudges with Jin Le because of Xiaomi. However, they were more or less even. Before Lu Jiqing left, he issued a few new mountain rules to his martial nephew and palace master. He said that if anyone dared to violate them, he would immediately rush back to the Golden Crow Palace and punish them in the Hall of Patriarchs. Jin Le listened with trepidation. His youngest uncle almost never interfered in the sex affairs. In the end, Lu Jiqing said to his nephew telepathically, "In the future, with the help of my sword, Jinwu Palace may have a chance to be promoted to the top of the sect. You know very well that I'm not interested in these things, but you're different as the palace master." Therefore, you'd better remember that being promoted to the top of the sect is not always a good thing. It's both good and bad. The good thing is that you'll revitalize your sect and become the greatest Renaissance hero in the history of Jinwu Palace's ancestral master hall. The bad thing is that I'll settle accounts with you in the future. Lu Jiqing patted the martial nephew's shoulder. I am telling you this because I know you will listen. Do it well, and don't distract me from these mundane matters. Now that the entire Great Seal dynasty wants to be on good terms with our Golden Crow Palace, Mountain Lord Bay, you is nothing. What's more, his daughter. The palace lord nodded. I will follow your instructions. The Golden Crow Palace's ferry was as fast as lightning. Along the way, it encountered a large cloud of lightning and thunder. As the ferry passed through, Lu Jiqing drew a lightning summoning talisman with a hand seal and summoned many thunderbolts with shocking momentum. Then he fused them into the ferry, causing the talisman to shine even more brightly. The most amazing thing about the Golden Crow Palace's ferry was that it could be used as an offensive magic treasure. However, this scene scared the fox demon Wei Taijin so much that her face turned pale. Demons and ghosts in the world were innately afraid of thunder and lightning. Otherwise, with Wei Taijin's Jindan cultivation, she would not have changed her appearance because of the thunder and lightning. Only then did Lu Jiqing remember the origin of Lion Peak's ferry way. After apologizing to her, he immediately steered the ferry away from the clouds. After leaving the clouds and clearing the sky, Lu Jiqing casually said to Pei Qian, although sect Master Qi of the Taihui sword sect is a sword immortal, he is actually proficient in the talisman. I have admired him for a long time. Pei Qian whispered, Uncle Lu, my master, and Mr. Lu are good friends. Oh, right, Mr. Lu is sect Master Qi. There was a world of difference between having and not having the word also. Li Huai admired Pei Qian's attentiveness. Wei Taijin, on the other hand, was surprised that the young mountain master had a wide range of friends. She now knew Pei Qian's temper very well. The young girl would not boast to her own people. Therefore, the words good friends were absolutely true. First there was Lu Jiqing, then Qi Jinglong. They were all young people in the North Continent who had attained the Tao and seemed to have already condensed providence in their bodies. Lu Jiqing smiled and nodded. That's for the best. Pei Qian then said seriously, Uncle Lu, Mr. Qi likes to drink, but he can't bring himself to drink with people he is not familiar with. Uncle Lu, even if you have never met Mr. Qi, of course you are not a stranger. Therefore, remember to bring good wine. Bring more. Lu Jiqing thought for a moment. Actually, he did not like to drink, but he could drink a little. His alcohol tolerance was passable. Since he was going to the Taihui sword sect as a guest, he still had to show some etiquette by comparing swordsmanship with the sect master and asking about talisman knowledge. It was just a few jars of immortal wine. Lu Jiqing nodded. When we reach the Spring Dew Garden, I can buy more wine. Pei Qian said again. Mr. Lu only has one direct disciple at the moment. His name is Whitehead. I'll have to trouble Uncle Lu to pass on a message for me. Tell him that the next time I go back to my hometown, I will pass by the Taihui sword sect. At that time, I will go to the Pianran Peak to find him. After Pei Qian finished speaking, she chuckled to herself. Lu Jiqing agreed. The ferry arrived at the bustling Fu water crossing in the Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian led Li Huai and the other straight to the buy-in shop on Lao Huai Street. This was his shop. It was a family business that his master had saved up in a foreign place. After that, Pei Qian visited the golden core cultivator of the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall alone. Song Lanqiao's master was a kind-looking old woman. She was one of the few ancestral masters of the bamboo generation in the Spring Dew Garden. However, Song Lanxiao and the other ancestral masters of the Spring Dew Garden's Lan generation followed the rules of the genealogy. The ancestral masters of the bamboo generation did not pay attention to this. When the Spring Dew Garden was first established, each of them used their real names in the early days of the mountain. For example, the hill master was called Tan Ling. The old woman named Lin Ao was very happy to see Pei Qian, who came to her door to give her gifts. Therefore, she returned the gifts with great value. Now that she had formed an alliance with her disciples Song Lanxiao and Tang Shi, as well as a relationship with the Skeleton Beaches Zhuang sect, the old woman had more and more authority in the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall. She even collected immortal coins from the ancestral hall every day. Her wealth was rolling in. Therefore, the old woman, who was no longer on the path of cultivation, could not wait for the young girl to take away a mountain of gold and silver from her home, especially when she heard that Pei Qian had reached the 6th realm of martial man. She was pleasantly surprised. Apart from returning the gifts, she had her confidant maidservant quickly go to the ancestral hall to buy a golden crow armor. She gave the military armor pellet to Pei Qian. Pei Qian did not dare to accept it. The old woman then used Pei Qian's master, saying that she was his master senior. Whether it was the young sword immortal Qin Pingan or his first disciple Pei Qian, every time they visited the Spring Dew Garden, they did not go to see the mountain lord Tan Ling. Instead, they took the initiative to visit her before going to the night shine cottage. This made the old woman very happy. The master and disciple were both respectful and respectful. Therefore, the old woman had a very good impression of the Aquarius continent's Luo mountain. The old woman often told her disciple Song Lanxiao that if she wanted to travel to other continents, she would definitely go to Luo mountain as a guest. Therefore, the old woman, who was known for her eccentric temper and harsh words in the Spring Dew Garden, was naturally very kind to Pei Qian. She held the young girl's hand and chatted with her, unwilling to let Pei Qian leave so early. When Pei Qian was finally able to go down the mountain, he was a little stunned. The old woman was really too kind and warm. The old woman walked him all the way to the foot of the mountain. She held the young girl's hand and gently patted the back of her hand. She reminded Pei Qian to come back often to visit this lonely old woman. She also said that she would prepare gifts for Pei Qian when he reached the Golden Body and far travel realm. It would be best if he could break through quickly and not let the old woman wait for too long. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed and said that it would take at least 2 or 3 years to break through. The old woman couldn't stop smiling and said that it would be good. The young girl didn't know the weight of her words of treating people with sincerity. The old woman was both shocked and happy. Pei Qian went to the night illumination cottage, but Immortal Master Tang, she wasn't there. He had gone to the Great Guan Dynasty to attend a banquet and a night tour. This was because the Night Illumination Cottage and the Great Guan Dynasty's Wei clan had formed a marriage alliance. The Spring Dew Garden's god of wealth, Tang Shi's daughter, Tang Qingqing, had become a Dao couple with the Wei clan's young master. Even the emperor himself attended the wedding. With the tacit approval of the Spring Dew Garden's mountain lord, Tang Shi's business with the Great Guan Dynasty became more and more frequent. Only then did Pei Qian return to Laohui Street. Lu Jiqing stayed in Lu Jiqing's shop alone and flipped through the account books. The current Lu Jianxian didn't mind the mundane affairs. The shop's substitute shopkeeper knew of the relationship between Lu Jianxian and shopkeeper Chen, so he didn't feel that it was against the rules. After all, the 2 young sword immortals drinking tea at the Jade Cliff was a story that the cultivators of the nearby dozens of countries in the Spring Dew Garden had been talking about for the past 10 years. The temporary shopkeeper of the shop was a young cultivator from the Night Illumination Cottage. Her name was Wang Tingfang, and she now had a young assistant. She had done a small business with Sword Immortal Chin in the past, and she had been roped in by Wang Tingfang later on. After all, Wang Tingfang had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, and she couldn't possibly stay at the shop all year round. She would occasionally have to return to the night illumination cottage to cultivate. The two treasures of the shop, a jade bracelet with a palindromic poem engraved on it, and a fire-in-the-water phenomenon, and an ancient mirror created by the Gong family, had been sold by Wang Tingfang at a high premium. The shop wasn't big, but business was good. There weren't many customers, but it made a lot of money. After hearing that Sword Immortal Lu had returned to the Spring Dew Garden, business immediately improved. In less than an hour, the shop was packed with people. Most of them were women, and they were all extravagant with their money. If they weren't satisfied after taking a look at Sword Immortal Lu, then they would buy another item from the mountain and take a few more looks at the unreasonably handsome Sword Immortal Lu. They weren't expensive anyway, so the price was reasonable. There were so many shops on Laohui Street, so spending money anywhere was the same. Moreover, Bai En's shop had many items from the mountain, and they were all exquisitely made. They were very friendly to female cultivators on the mountain. Could it be that only men were allowed to admire beauties, but women weren't allowed to take a few more looks at Sword Immortal Lu? It wasn't like they were looking at him for nothing. Every time Lu Jiqing came to Bai En's shop, he regretted it afterwards. Today was no exception. Li Huai, who had been left behind by Pei Qian, went to look at the 10,000-year scholar tree. Wei Taizhen naturally escorted him. Lu Jiqing suddenly stood up in the shop and disappeared in a flash. When he arrived at the old scholar tree, Lu Jiqing appeared behind a young woman and a chubby youth. He asked directly, "Why didn't you cultivate at Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuehua? Instead, you wandered around Golden Crow Palace's territory and then followed me all the way to the Spring Dew Garden. What's the matter?" These two monsters were a bit far from Li Huai and Wei Taizhen, as if they didn't dare to get too close. When Jin Feng and Yu Lu turned around and saw Lu Jiqing, they had to admit that with Lu Jiqing's immortal demeanor, they could guess his name just from his appearance. Moreover, the women in the old scholar tree were whispering that Sword Immortal Lu of Golden Crow Palace had returned to the Spring Dew Garden. Therefore, when they recognized Sword Immortal Lu, Jin Feng hurriedly curtsied. Yu Lu lowered her head and cupped her fists, not daring to wipe the sweat off her forehead. The sword cultivators of Golden Crow Palace were famous for their ruthless methods of exterminating demons and devils. This was especially so for Lu Jiqing. When he was in the Oris Core stage, he had already won himself a great reputation. Yu Lu quickly mustered up her courage and explained to Sword Immortal Lu telepathically. Jin Feng saw this foreign scholar who was traveling around the mountain, and she sensed a sliver of enlightenment. By the time she returned to the Golden Light Peak, he had already left, so she decided to follow him. I hope Sword Immortal Lu doesn't think of us as people with ulterior motives. Otherwise, when the scholar entered Golden Crow Palace, we should have retreated. No matter how good the opportunity of the Great Tao is, it's still not more precious than our lives. Lu Jiqing nodded and said, "I've heard of your cultivation practices. You've always been patient and tolerant. Although it's your way of life and self-preservation, I can still see your general temperament. If not for this, you wouldn't have seen me, but would have met my sword first." Jin Feng and Yu Lu hurriedly expressed their thanks. Lu Jiqing's words were equivalent to giving them a Sword Immortal's decree. It was actually an invisible protective talisman. As long as Sword Immortal Lu showed up today and didn't drive them away, then anyone who coveted Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuehua would have to carefully consider the strength of Sword Immortal Lu's sword before making a move. They heard that it wasn't that Lu Jiqing of Golden Crow Palace was difficult to talk to, but that he almost never exchanged pleasantries with cultivators outside the mountain, and only used his sword. Therefore, it was rare for Sword Immortal Lu to say so much today. This made the two feel lucky, nervous, and a little ashamed of their inferiority. Lu Jiqing said, "You don't have to be too reserved. Don't belittle yourselves because of your background. As for the opportunity of the great Tao, just follow your fate. I won't stop you, nor will I help you." After learning the truth, Lu Jiqing once again condensed into sword radiance and shrank the mountains and rivers. He didn't go to the noisy buy-in shop, but went to the jade cliff that he had already sold to Qin Pingan. Under the old pagoda tree, Li Huai stood for a long time. Wei Taijin said softly, "There were two sneaky people earlier. Fortunately, they were questioned by Mr. Lu." Li Huai said, "Since Sword Immortal Lu has personally shown up, then we can relax. After all, there was money in Jianghu." It wasn't Li Huai's turn to eat carrots. Along the way, Wei Taijin admired Li Huai more and more for his big heart, because Li Huai really didn't care about a lot of things. But when Li Huai was free every day, he would diligently memorize the contents of the sage's books. But Wei Taijin could also see that this young Master Li really wasn't a scholar. He was just diligent in his studies. Of course, Li Huai didn't know that Fairy Wei would think so highly of him. He was just standing under this old pagoda tree that reminded him of his hometown. For some reason, he thought of many things from his childhood. When he was living in the westernmost part of the town, every time his father made a little bit of money, his mother would spend all her energy on oil and salt. Many of the dishes didn't taste as good as usual. Not to mention meat dishes. Every time Li Huai picked up some stir-fried vegetables with his chopsticks, it was like picking up a poor guy from an oil tank or a salt bag. His sister was like a wronged little wife who wasn't married. Every time Li Huai asked her if it was salty, she would only say it was okay. Okay, my ass, Li Huai didn't want to be wronged. Every time he stood on the bench and rebelled, his mother didn't dare to speak harshly to him. So she would complain that her son didn't know how to enjoy life. Then, after complaining for a while, she would start to feel distressed. How could she bear to say anything bad about her precious son? She would turn her head and complain that her husband was useless. She would throw her chopsticks on the table and step on the man's feet under the table. She would complain that Li Huai caused her son to be used to a hard life, that he couldn't even bear the slightest bit of oil. Then she would earnestly advise her daughter Li Lu that, in the future, she must find a good family with a solid background. She must find a man who can pass money on his hands. Most importantly, he can help her younger brother. She had to be more careful and secretly give more money to her maternal family. She didn't want to be punished by the heavens. Her mother was so long-winded. In any case, it was Li Huai and his mother who were talking. The frighteningly oily meal was finished just like that. In the end, it was his father and sister who cleaned up the dishes. Day after day, year after year, just like that, they lived a stable and ordinary life. As long as his mother didn't go out and quarrel with the neighbors and lost, she didn't have to endure the anger of her maternal relatives during the holidays. She didn't see any aunts wearing gold and silver. In fact, there wasn't any big issue at home. When he was a child, Li Huai was most afraid that his father would go to the school to look for him. He would feel very ashamed. This was because his father was famous for being a good-for-nothing. He was so good-for-nothing that Li Huai would wonder if his parents were going to live separately. When that time came, he would most likely suffer with his mother, while his sister would suffer with his father. So, at that time, even if Li Huai felt that his father was useless and caused him to be looked down upon by his peers, he still didn't want his father and mother to be separated. Even if they suffered together, at least there was still a family. Li Huai would rather his sister go to the school to ask him to go home, because his sister was not bad-looking. But there were actually many people who secretly missed his sister. For example, Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing liked his sister very much. Li Huai didn't pay attention to school every day. At a young age, he could only blindly think about these things. But when Li Huai was young, he actually didn't understand why he liked Li Lu. Was she beautiful No way. If you really married my sister and brought her home, would she be able to carry more buckets of water or chop more kilograms of firewood? She couldn't. Later, he followed Li Baoping and traveled to Cliff Academy. His parents and sister came to see him together. At that time, Li Huai didn't feel ashamed at all, even if there were more rich people in the academy at that time. So Li Huai admired Chen Pingan from the bottom of his heart, because from Chen Pingan, Li Huai learned a lot. It wasn't what Chen Pingan said, but what Chen Pingan had always been doing. Li Huai had always seen it and remembered it in his heart. But at that time, it was harder for Li Huai to say a word of thanks. He knew that he had done something wrong, but it was the same for Li Huai to apologize. To the outside world, everyone was Li Huai's uncle. Only at home, he was number one in the world. As time passed in his school life, all his friends were no longer children. Li Baoping's knowledge grew. When she went to the Central Divine Continent, she would follow Mao Shan Mountain Master to the Li Ji Learning Palace. Yu Lu was already a martial artist at the Golden Body Realm. Now that he had picked up a cultivation heart, he believed that his future achievements wouldn't be too bad. Lin Mu too was even fought over by the rich families of the Great Sui Kingdom to be their son-in-law, but it seemed that he continued to like his sister and liked to secretly argue with Dong Xuejing. But it didn't stop Lin Mu Tu from becoming more and more like an immortal. It seemed that Li Huai was the only one who didn't do his job properly. It was worrying. Li Huai gathered his thoughts. He brought Wei Taijin back to buy En's shop. Sword Fairy Lu wasn't in the shop, but there were still many girls. Pei Qian was currently discussing a matter with the substitute shopkeeper. She wanted to see if she could sell the goddess painting from the mural city. If it was feasible and she wouldn't lose money, she would take the lead with a shop in the mural city. Li Huai had nothing to do. He sat outside Bai En's shop in a daze. The next day, after saying goodbye to Lu Jiqing, Pei Qian, and the others continued to walk out of Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian first went to the Fu Chu Kingdom's mountain where her master and Lu Jinglong worshipped their swords. She didn't expect that the ordinary mountain with thin spiritual energy would become the cultivation ground of several sword cultivators. Qi cultivators came here to sightsee every few days. It was mainly because Qi Jinglong reached the Jade Pure realm earlier than Lin Su and Su Xian. As a new sword immortal, he was challenged by Bai Shang and the other two sword immortals. He went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became the sect leader of the Tai Hui Sword sect when he returned. Qi Jinglong had already entered the top 10 young people and obtained the Water of Wisdom. Lu Sui and Sun Qing, the palace lord of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor, were favored by the water scripture. Qi Jinglong was only 100 years old, but he was truly a legend. So it was reasonable that the place where he worshipped his sword with his unknown sword immortal friend became a fascinating place. Next, Pei Qian started to travel a different route from her master. They didn't go to the Green Oriole Kingdom at the mouth of the Jifeng Sea. Instead, they went to the capital of the Great Zhuan Dynasty. Pei Qian wanted to see the martial artist Guyu and sword immortal Jiyu. Over there, Pei Qian was alone. She held the mountain walking staff and looked up at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Li Huai and Wei Taijin stood far away. Li Huai suddenly felt a little confused. It seemed that Pei Qian had really grown up. He felt that she was a stranger. She was no longer the short and dark girl in his memory. He remembered that when they first fought, Pei Qian would stand on a chair and not allow Li Huai to do the same. She wanted to appear taller and suppress her opponent with her aura. Now, she probably didn't need to do that. It was as if Pei Qian had suddenly grown up and Li Huai had suddenly found out about this. There was no one around. Pei Qian took down her book box and placed the mountain walking staff on it. She started with the 6-step stance and practiced the mountain quaking fist. Finally, she finished with the deity drumming style. From beginning to end, Pei Qian suppressed her fist intent. Therefore, she only knocked on the door gently. Since there was no one home, she left after saying goodbye. Throughout his travels, Pei Qian said that every step he took was a stool walk. Li Huai believed her. Then, Pei Qian went to the sealed Ape Chatter Mountain. At the edge of the boundary, Pei Qian held the mountain walking staff tightly and raised it high. She cupped her fists and said goodbye. Pei Qian did not talk much during the journey between the capital of the Great Zhuan dynasty and the Ape Chatter Mountain. Therefore, Li Huai was a little bored. It was snowing heavily. Li Huai realized that they had been away from their hometown for 3 years. They also arrived at a place called Dongxian Street in the capital of the Qinghao country. They met Li Baoping's elder brother, Li Shixing, and a young page boy named Cui Xi. Li Shixing gave Li Huai a book of sages that was not thick. Then he gave Wei Taizhen a cloud-patterned talisman. There were 4 words on it, but they were not seal scripts. It was as if a scholar had created the characters himself. Therefore, Wei Taizhen did not recognize this talisman. The gentle scholar joked with Wei Taizhen that if he were to break through the realm in the future, this talisman might be useful, because the 4 words of the talisman actually meant 5 thunders of void. It was written by the headmaster of the Qingming World Beck Okkyung building, Dao's second brother, and Lu Chen's eldest senior brother. So what if they were separated by a world? A decree was a decree. Break through the realm at will. Li Shixing did not give Pei Qian anything. Pei Qian was still happy. She chatted with Li Shixing about the various interesting things of meeting and reuniting with Sister Baoping. Li Shixing smiled and listened to the girl's story patiently. It was just that one morning and one night he made an appointment with Pei Qian in advance to watch the sun rise and the moon hang high in the sky. The group left Artemisia country and headed to Lion Peak. There were no places that they had to go according to Pei Qian's booklet. Lying Ground Peak was too far away from Lion Peak. Pei Qian did not want to take too many detours. Li Huai did not urge Pei Qian to take a detour, but that was not the reason why Pei Qian took a detour. Wei Taizhen and Pei Qian had been together for many years. Therefore, there were some questions that he could ask the girl face to face. For example, why did Pei Qian deliberately take a detour around the immortal mountains that were not included in the booklet? As long as she was in the wilderness, she would take a detour whenever she saw someone. There were many strange things, mountain spirits and ghosts. Pei Qian also minded her own business and went her own way. Pei Qian said that she did not dare to cause trouble because she knew that she did not know her limits. She was far worse than her master and little senior brother. Therefore, she was worried that she could not distinguish between good and bad people. She did not know how to control her punches and would easily make mistakes. Since she was afraid, she would hide. Anyway, the mountains and rivers were still there. She did not slack off by copying books and practicing martial arts every day. It did not matter if she met anyone or not. Pei Qian also said that she did not like or dislike the Jianghu. Wei Taizhen asked her why she came to the North Continent and walked such a long way if she did not like it. Pei Qian hesitated for a long time before she smiled and said that there were several pure martial artists at home. She did not want to break through there. It was only because her master liked the North Continent that she came here to travel. This was a vague answer that was equivalent to not saying anything. Then Pei Qian said something that made Wei Taizhen even more confused. She said that her master liked it here. Actually, she was starting to regret it now. Wei Taizhen felt that the more she asked and the more Pei Qian answered, the more confused she became. However, Pei Qian started practicing her martial arts again. Wei Taizhen could only stop herself from thinking too much. Li Huai was now used to keeping watch at night. Seeing that Fairy Wei was confused, he looked at Pei Qian and asked, "Can I tell you?" Pei Qian continued practicing her martial arts and nodded lightly. Li Huai then explained to Fairy Wei, "Pei Qian is already in the 7th realm. She plans to go to the snow border continent after reaching the Lion Peak and fight for the title of the strongest. It seems that if she becomes the strongest, she can earn martial arts fate or something." Wei Taijin seemed to have been struck by lightning. Li Huai smiled and said, "I don't know how Pei Qian broke through. I didn't mean to hide it from you. She didn't tell me before either. It was only after she left the Artemisia Kingdom that she told me. She also said that practicing martial arts every day is no longer interesting. She's just practicing her martial arts now, splitting her martial arts into two and fighting with each other. It's just a habit. Otherwise, she would be bored. Then there's the matter of martial arts fate. As a disciple, there's no reason for her to be more impressive than her master. Martial arts fate is actually boring if you eat too much. It might not be a good thing for her." Pei Qian retracted her martial arts and said helplessly, "I said too much. I only told you to talk about the 7th realm." Then she said to Wei Taijin, "Sister Wei, don't mind. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that there are many things that are not worth talking about." Master was high above, and Grandpa Chui was in front. Practicing martial arts and breaking through was a matter of course. Wei Taijin smiled bitterly and nodded. What else could she do? Fortunately, Wei Taijin knew a little about martial arts, but not much. After all, on the path of cultivation, Wei Taijin herself had broken through all the way to the Jindan realm. Therefore, she was not frightened by Pei Qian's breakthrough and martial arts fate. Wei Taijin was just shocked by Pei Qian's indifferent attitude towards martial arts. It was too inconsistent with her age. Moreover, the climb of the martial path was more about being down to earth than that of a cultivator. It did not seem entirely right to say that Pei Qian was able to break through so quickly because his aptitude was too good. After all, Pei Qian had been practicing martial arts every day, and he had been practicing strangely, practicing while walking, fighting with fist intent, and tasteless martial arts were all things that Wei Taijin had never heard of and could not imagine. After that, they traveled under the mountain. No matter how much Pei Qian tried to avoid people and things, they were still in a small, remote country. They encountered a storm that affected the martial arts world below. A Wulian grandmaster who led the martial arts world had a dispute with an earth immortal. The former called several gods of mountains and rivers who were recognized by the imperial court as leaving the country. The latter roped in a group of neighboring immortals. If he really encountered a difficult situation, as long as Qin Pingan was not by his side, Pei Qian would not ask anyone for help. There was no reasoning with him. In Pei Qian's bones, she did not want to owe anyone anything other than her master. So Li Huai came to Wei Taijin's side and asked in a low voice, "Can Fairy Wei protect herself?" Wei Taijin nodded. "I should be able to protect young Master Li," Li Huai said. "Then we just have to find a chance to escape and not distract Pei Qian." Wei Taijin's face was troubled. She said telepathically, "Young Master Li, if we do this, won't Pei Qian hold a grudge against you?" Li Huai shook his head. "Fairy Wei is thinking too much." Li Huai scratched his head. "I'm really a piece of trash. What to do? It's really worrying." Pei Qian gently took down the bamboo chest and put down the mountain walking staff. She said to a white-haired, burly old man who was walking over, "Let me tell you in advance. If you dare to harm my friend's life, if you dare to destroy my two possessions, I won't talk reason. I'll kill you with my fists." The white-haired old man who was bathed in blood sneered, "Little girl, you're young but you talk big. As long as you hand over that jade pendant, I'll spare your life." Pei Qian rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll stand still and take 3 of your punches. Then you'll let the 3 of us leave. How about it? The general wearing the dew armor glanced at the girl's unharmed palm. He reminded the old man softly, Master, this girl isn't simple. She didn't get hurt when she held the sword. Her body is tough. It's unusual. The old man smiled. Surrounded by an army, it's impossible to escape. Then the old man looked at the girl and asked with a smile, Young lady, are you a Yuaning immortal? Wei Taijin said nothing. The old man asked Li Huai, Are you a gentleman of the academy? Li Huai said, I hope so. The old man finally asked the girl who was thin and spoke frighteningly, You can't be a martial artist of the wind-controlling realm, right? Pei Qian said, Almost. The old man laughed loudly. Then I'll stand still and let you take 3 punches. As long as I don't die. All of you will die. Pei Qian said in a low voice, Senior, please discuss this properly. Don't push me too far. Give me some options that aren't options. The old man stopped smiling and twisted his wrist. All right, I'll give you 3 punches if you can take it after the 3 punches. As long as you can get up after falling to the ground. I'll let all 3 of you live. Pei Qian strode forward. Punch, Li Huai suddenly said. We're from Lion Peak. The old man smiled. Very good. I'm an honored guest of the Heavenly Monarch's residence. Then, will it work? Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and stepped out, opening a fist stance. The old man laughed. I recognize it. It's that trash Guyu's mountain-quaking fist. A pure martial artist actually dared to use talisman arts to harm Sword Immortal Ji. That old trash didn't take in any disciples, and only left behind a trash fist manual that anyone can learn. It's misleading and harmful. The burly old man instantly appeared in front of the young girl and punched her in the head. Pei Qian's figure swayed, but he did not retreat. According to his experience in the pugilistic world, Pei Qian should have been sent flying, staggered, and received a second punch. However, Pei Qian was unwilling to retreat in front of this person. The burly old man at the golden body realm roared angrily and punched twice in a spurt of energy. 1 punch landed on the young girl's face, and the other on her neck. The 3 punches ended. The old man retreated at lightning speed and stood side by side with the general. His face was gloomy. Pei Qian stood still and slowly raised his hand to wipe the blood from his nose with his thumb. When the old man saw a calm comrade walking over from behind the 3 of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. The other party was also a Realm 7 Grandmaster like him, but he was younger and had better fist techniques. However, the old man was a good friend of the Emperor and had made an exception to help. Furthermore, in the North Continent, how many pure martial artists would not be willing to kill a cultivator with a punch? Pei Qian spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to look at the middle-aged man who was breathing slowly. The man smiled and asked, Little girl, you're also at the Golden Body realm, aren't you? Pei Qian remained silent. The man said, Little girl, you are unable to ride the wind and travel far away. Even if our 2 friends can ride the wind and travel far away, they can still use the inescapable net that they use to deal with a gold core Earth Immortal. You can beg Senior Fulin for mercy. Just beg for your life and leave everything behind. I can only help you to this extent. However, I can't guarantee that martial artists won't be crippled of their martial arts and cultivators won't have their longevity bridge broken. After all, I'm an outsider. Li Huai said helplessly, Don't believe such words. Pei Qian nodded. You're not stupid. Li Huai grinned. Wei Taijin was speechless. One was more fearless than the other. She had already prepared for the worst. She took out the 2 offensive and defensive treasures her master had given her, and would protect the 2 of them with her life. The man suddenly said, If you can take 2 punches from me, I'll let your friends leave first, Li Huai said. Don't believe it either, Pei Qian said. One is hungry, and the other has the upper hand, but still wants to play tricks with the younger generation. Are you really martial artists? Pei Qian answered his own question. I don't think you're worthy. Pei Qian no longer cared about the middle-aged man behind him. He stared at the white-haired old man called Fu Lin. I'll use the mountain shaking manual to ask you 1 punch. The old man's face was uncertain. He had thrown out 3 punches earlier. Now his entire arm was hurting. Suddenly, Pei Qian's majestic fist intent rose high into the sky like the sun and moon. Wei Taijin had no choice but to protect Li Huai. Pei Qian walked forward slowly. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I learned the fist technique from my master. Master learned the fist technique from the mountain shaking manual. The mountain shaking fist came from Senior Gu. Today, I'll use the mountain shaking fist to challenge you to a punch at the same level. You dare not take it? With Pei Qian as the center, the earth trembled like thunder within 100 zhang radius. Dust flew everywhere. The martial soldiers couldn't hold their sabers steadily. Their armor shook. The middle-aged man unconsciously took several steps back. The white-haired old man facing Pei Qian was ashen. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. How could he survive in Jianghu if he bowed his head and apologized to a foreign girl in front of so many people? But the old man had no confidence that he could safely take the other's punch. If you don't understand, then don't think too much about it. Pei Qian stepped on the ground and instantly disappeared. Everyone's bodies were unstable. Wei Taijin subconsciously wanted to support Li Huai's shoulder, but found that this young master Li didn't need her support. He was very steady, his feet like a mountain. Li Huai was too worried about Pei Qian to notice this. Wei Taijin focused and was shocked to find that around Li Huai's sleeves there were countless fine golden threads, imperceptibly counteracting Pei Qian's abundant fist intent. A heavy drum seemed to sound where Fu Lin was standing. The white-haired old man was lying on the ground. The young girl's punch had probably hit his forehead. The punch had been too fast, and she had changed the angle of the punch in an instant. That was why she was able to make the Realm 7 Grandmaster Fu Lin lie, where he was after the punch. His entire head, which had taken the heaviest hit, sank slightly into the ground. Pei Qian twisted her body and started to face the middle-aged martial artist who was about to retreat. She lowered her body slightly. Using the pinnacle fist stance, she supported the monkey fist intent that Julian had taught her and formed a large dragon on her spine. Pei Qian suddenly looked at Li Huai as though she wanted to ask something. Li Huai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Just punch him. This person has bad intentions. It's okay to beat him half to death. In the future, if Master scolds you because of this, I will cry, make a fuss, and hang myself with your master." Pei Qian's eyes were still, but she grinned. She had probably heard Li Huai's words. Wei Taijin felt this scene was horrifying and terrifying. Pei Qian punched with the divine drum-beating stance. It was just 1 punch. She did not need to follow up with 10 or 20 punches. The middle-aged man flew back dozens of feet without any power to fight back and fell heavily on the ground. Pei Qian stood where she was and looked around. Come on! Other than where Li Huai and Wei Taijin were, the ground within 1,000 feet cracked. Fist intents shot up into the sky. Pei Qian glanced at the restless qi cultivators in the sky from the corner of her eye. Pei Qian rose from the ground. Like a sword light leaving the mortal world, a huge circle collapsed and sank like a pavilion in the sky. Li Huai hurriedly picked up Pei Qian's bookcase and mountain walking staff with lightning speed. If they were broken, who would Pei Qian look for to settle the score? If not him, who would she look for? Pei Qian floated in the air. She stretched out 2 fingers and tapped her forehead. indicating that the group of cultivators should just focus on using immortal spells. Wei Taijin could not help but ask in a trembling voice, "Young Master Li, didn't you say that Miss Pei is only at the Golden Body realm?" Wei Taijin did not know anything about martial arts, but Pei Qian was only in her 20s and was already at the far travel realm. How could she not find a reason to tell him? After all, Pei Qian was not the martial artist Qiao Ci of the Central Divine Continent. She was just a delicate girl who carried a bamboo box and swayed around Wei Taijin every day. Li Huai put down the bamboo box gently and looked up at Pei Qian. He thought for a while and scratched his head. "I am not Qin Pingan. Pei Qian will listen to whatever he says and say whatever Pei Qian does." After that, Li Huai held back his laughter and said, "As expected of our new alliance leader, Fairy Wei, if you are willing, I can recommend you." Wei Taijin glanced at Li Huai. Young master, Li was still as big-hearted as before.